You already know I got an esteemed panel with me today. We're going to talk some Tower of God and the current state of it. First of all, you guys are not slick. Stop trying to pass off. Oh, my camera froze. Yeah, I'm going to have to fight my camera today. Hold on. Uh-oh. Stop trying to pass off fast pass and raw content as predictions. You guys are not slick. None of you. I don't know why y'all do that. There's so many times I'll see something happen. Like somebody in my comment section a week earlier was like, would you like it if this happened? You read the raw. Stop. You're not slick. Stop doing that. Do not spoil us. We have to follow certain rules because of Web 2 and yada yada. Just don't spoil us, man. There's no need for that. Have a good conversation here. Stop. Keep your raw, fast pass stuff to yourself. Enjoy it on your own time. We don't read that. Okay? Cool. All right. Second thing. You in the Lions den. Okay? Don't bring me those weak arguments today. It's not gonna fly. I'm about to ignore y'all in the chat, okay? Because I'm not trying to hear nothing like, well, because Enryu can create life, therefore, thank you for the follow, therefore, it's okay that Bam did what he did last chapter. Execution matters. We're not doing that, all right? Another thing, I don't like blanket terms. So don't come to me with no plot armor and stuff like that. Explain yourself, please. I understand plot armor. When you say that, you mean, hey, this character's in this situation, and because the narrative is protecting them, therefore they got out of this dire situation in a contrived manner. I get that, but you sound like IGN reviewers to me, telling me, "Oh, this Cuphead is the Dark Souls of platformers." I get it. Dark Souls is hard. You did not explain to me what made Cuphead challenging. You have to use your words today. All right, that's all I'm saying. All that being said, it's time to talk about some Tower of God and. Yeah, go ahead.
Note to self: don't mention Enryu. I'm
All right. So, how y'all doing though? Yeah. Hold on. I'm switching cameras. Go ahead though. Do your thing. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Good, man.
Vince.
Oh, are you asking me how I'm doing?
I'm not saying.
Man, listen, bro. I'm gonna just go against the grain and say I'm not doing. No, I'm joking.
All right.
He said he's fine. Actually, I want to start with some positive stuff here before we get into some of the more critical things. But the first thing I want to ask everybody is like, what are your favorite things about the third season so far? That could be a character, a concept, a moment, locale, whatever the case is. What are some of your favorite things about the third season?
Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, go first. You're a pillar of positivity. We need that.
Okay.
We need that right now.
Oh, me? Okay. Sure. I'll do my best. So yeah. So I think that season 3 for me is kind of divided into like Before the Nest and like all this other stuff. And I think that currently what I like, sort of like the Nest onward, is we're kind of finally starting to see other characters aside from Bomb. Now I wish we got even more of it. I feel like we still kind of. It's good development for Bomb what we're getting now, but in the past I felt like Before the Nest it was all Bomb and Yama, and I kind of wanted to see what were these other characters doing, and we're finally starting to see a little bit more of Han Sung, a little bit more of Karaka this season. We got White, Kallavan, all these other characters coming back, but we also get to see some more from the regulars, which I can appreciate. Finally, Hot's got to do something in the past like 300 chapters, even if it was like one tiny moment. So I feel like we're on the right track with maybe starting to see some of the other side characters. That's one thing.
Someone said about the answer Mule love, and you're not wrong. I'll get to him because I need like 3 minutes. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's my main thing that I can appreciate. As far as moments go, one moment that kind of sticks out to me is some of the surprises, like previous characters showing up that I thought SIU forgot about. For example, Michael and Apple, that kind of was like, oh, hey, those two. And like Ghost, the arrival of Ghost was really interesting. Yeah. I wish that plotline would continue.
That was an interesting comment about the strongest C rank. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like they're, I don't want to take up all this time, but moments like that, really interesting to me, especially when they involve other characters aside from Bomb.
Agreed.
A little something like eeny, meeny,
meaning. Rap from the beginning, smoke a little pack, but the pack never timid. Church, but I'm seeing it. Curse when I'm winning. She need a new back. When it's back, I'ma bend it. Slap up some guinea, pass me the hen it. Watch a nigga black up a yak, I'ma quit it. Swerve in the Benzie, perfume is Fendi. Bob and move fast, real fast like I'm Ricky. Yes, 'cause I'm pretty, came from the dirt. Showing up a nigga can't handle the work. Ooh, yeah, swing with it first. Young white girl like a Rambo.
Anyone else?
I mean, you know what? Just go in this quick order for now. So Haku, go next.
Okay, so my thoughts on season 3. I'm not gonna lie, when it first started out, I wasn't huge into season 3, because when we start out, I love the new design for Bomb and everything, but we have him beating up on Mule, and I'm like, okay, I don't care. We have him destroying and embarrassing Varagarv, which I really didn't like. But then
I knew that was
everything
gonna happen,
after
by the way.
everything after Yama woke up, I was like, okay, I really, really like what's going on. I didn't care about the Dang Dang and Louie stuff, but everything else in the cage, I really liked. I thought the 2 wall arcs were really, really good. Doan at the end was a little bit of a disappointment, but I still liked him. And this whole incursion, I've really, really liked. Aside from the Bomb and White stuff coming at this time, I kind of feel like we're getting into this too early, but other than that, I've liked pretty much everything.
Okay. Izzy, you're next.
All right, so I'm not gonna lie. Really, the only part of season 3 that's got me, that's like really had me, is the nest stuff, or like when they were fighting that huge fight at the wall to try and get past the first one.
Okay.
That section of season 3, by far, like up until now, has been my favorite. You can kind of miss me with most of the cage stuff. Like, I think personally that stuff dragged on far too long. There was a lot of it, especially towards the end, where I was like, quite literally like, all right, when are we putting the final nail in this coffin? When are we wrapping this up? We got stuff to do. We got places to be. But and then the cat tower is very up and down for me. I feel like every time I find one cool thing I like about it, they hit me with like 3 things that I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This ain't the Tower of God. Like, what's happening here? But yeah, I don't know. I like I said, that middle portion that we've had so far with the nest, with that huge mini war, that shit was dope. That by far my hands down favorite part of the season.
Okay. You're next, JD.
Alrighty. After everybody's comments, I don't know where to start. Well, let's see. I do agree with y'all as far as like at the beginning of the case stuff, it was very uninteresting for me. I was like, I don't really care about Ding Ding. I don't really care about all of these other characters. Then Yama came out. Okay, it's a little better, but still, I don't care about the whole age fighting thing. It kind of felt like the Devil's Right Arm art to me, which is an art I didn't really care for that much.
Okay.
It was just kind of like it just dragged on a little too much about a particular character that didn't really do anything for me. My favorite moment of season 3 thus far, well, moments, was one seeing White in his final form finally, after going through all of season 2 of like, oh, I can't wait till I get to my final form, or if I was in my final form I could do this and that and that. So I'm like, finally we got to see his final form. We got to see him spar against Kallavan, which I thought was a good kind of power scaling thing, but we'll get into that later because I have
Kallavan's my guy.
You're right. And another moment that I liked was at the end of that fight when Bam kind of was like, hey, he has this realization like, I'm a murderer, I get it, and all of this stuff. I really like that he finally kind of admitted it to himself, because he always kind of tried to play like the good innocent role, like, he's only doing this for what such and such reasons, but he never actually came out and admitted like he was just, a straight murderer like everyone else. Mm-hmm. I did like that aspect of it, and I'm probably in the minority, but I'm kind of liking where the White and Bam fight, because I think Bam does need a stepping stone. I do think we need to see where he lies in this power scaling, or where he matches up against everybody else. So I do like it, because I'm like, okay, now we get to see Bam finally go all out, full force, throwing everything on the table. And I want to see what this man could do, because it's been 3 years since the last station or something like that.
I think it was
So,
2. I think it was a 2-year time.
2 years. Okay, yeah. So 2 years since the last station. So he's learned a lot. He's trained. Now it's time to put that work in to see exactly where you rank with everybody else.
Okay. Milios, you're next.
All right, I'm gonna try to keep this short as possible. Most of the things that I like about season 3 are kind of ancillary, and like I don't think a lot of people even think about it or care too much about it. One thing in season 3 that I liked was it happened during the Cage arc where Bam and Young was fighting up on top of the little hotel or whatever,
Okay.
and like it led a little bit more into like a little bit more into the mystique of who Young could actually be. It kind of got my brainy bit working a little bit. Another thing after we get past the Cage, was at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, the creation of the character Tunky. I really like the way that SIU explained him and went into detail with his character without really saying too much. Basically presenting him as a character that has absolute faith in people without necessarily knowing too much about them, just taking somebody else for word of mouth, which actually it kind of helped show me a lot about his character. I really like that. Outside of that, I would say Cha. Everything else for the birds. I'm done.
Hey, you mentioned Tonki, so that makes my heart warm. No one mentions that yet.
Son, you're next.
All right. I mean, for me, it's probably a little different. I mean, I don't know about all. I assume all y'all, except for like everybody from the AOA show, like have been reading, right? For me, I literally caught up. It's been like a year since I started climbing, so I think the biggest thing for me is how stark the shift between the end of part 2 and part 3 is kind of like very deflating when you're kind of binging it like that. And I do agree that the beginning of season 3 is kind of weak. I do love the Cage stuff because I think there's a lot of concepts and narrative things that are happening there that are good, but I think the pacing is super scuffed and it makes it unenjoyable at times. But everything, yeah, like I'm pretty much the same as Joe, where it's like everything past the nest to me has been just, I know y'all ain't gonna agree with me, but it's getting better and better for me overarchingly. I do have some issues here and there, but I do like to see, I would like more time with some of the side characters. I feel like we continuously shift back to Ban's perspective a little bit too frequently, whereas like, okay, now I get like Karaka for like 5 seconds, which I could go for like 3 chapters of just Karaka dealing with Fusil's ass, but whatever. Favorite moments, pretty much any time that Evan, Kel, Yama, or Kallavan have been on screen.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on. I forgot one other thing though, real quick before we move on. The other thing that I really liked was the energy of the characters and like the comical aspect of like a lot of the dialogue. Like when Gado was talking with Dang Dang and it had like the "I'm not your dad." Dad! I'm not your dad.
How would I thought you would say
I really like that.
so funny.
It had me dying. And also, when Kallavan was basically talking with Laboric at the nest, I forgot how much I really liked that scene. Where Kallavan was like, "All right, you can use my crew, but if you miss, I'm coming for that ass."
All right.
I really like that part. I almost completely forgot about those two. But,
You reminded me of something else I really like, and that was making fun of Kanzone's goofy ass design.
Hey,
that and Jordan existing. Jordan's the GOAT.
Jordan.
Jordan is.
I feel bad for him.
I like Jordan. I like him. Vince, what about you though?
Wait, I got one thing to say real quick because nobody has mentioned this thus far, but can we appreciate the quality of the art and paneling at this point, though? I think that's
for sure.
strong.
outside of the fights,
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Outside of the fights.
I actually think the
Yes.
fights have become more difficult to follow. I'm gonna talk about.
I have
do.
uveitis. I have uveitis. They're way too noisy.
Yeah,
They're
it's
way too
it's substance. It's like a lot of substance and like
Spectacle over, yeah.
That's what I mean. Spectacle over substance. I'm like, bro, it's flashy. It looks good, but I actually don't know what's happening.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Also, my bad, Vince.
I find
you good,
myself
you good,
in
you good, bro.
almost every reaction recently being like, there are just a lot of panels of big Shinsu blasts from a bunch of different angles.
Three different angles.
And
Yep.
for me, when you give somebody a new panel from a different angle, you should be giving them new information. But I feel like there are too many panels during the fights that don't present any new information to the reader.
I agree with that. See?
Yeah.
I feel it.
All right. Well, for me, mine's gonna be short. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I basically hated the entire cage except for Yama, and everything about season 3 that I like is the antagonists. The antagonists have all been fire. Yasaracha fire, White fire, Kallavan fire, even Yama. Well, he was like a semi-antagonist for like 2 seconds because they were like, "Hey, don't wake him up."
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Machini fire, Machini big goat.
Yeah.
Right.
You had a plan. You already know.
I told everybody she had a plan. They didn't get it.
Yeah, for me, I would say I'm kind of probably with Izzy, where it's like anytime I there's something for me to latch onto, he kind of like takes 2 steps back. I'm like, it's not gonna go anywhere. But I really like when Yasaracho pulls out, to go back to, because he gets called back to the wall of peaceful coexistence. Because I felt for a couple chapters, SIU finally cut the BS when he's like, he just let him beat that ranker. I'm like, why were you messing around with that? Like, we didn't already know. He's like, you can't, in his blog post, you can't say he actually is ranker level beating that canine person because he didn't use canine. I'm like, bro, he didn't use any of his powers either. He's ranker level. Stop playing around. So I really cut all that BS, and he just like, all right, here he is. I really like Guero's break break moment to help Doom and Paul take down the Widbird's core. That was really good.
Oh yes,
that was fantastic. Of course, you're a Guero guy, so I know.
Anything with food,
right? And when I seen a Gus, and I just looked down just a little bit. Who did I see? Who did I see? I couldn't believe this man was here. I said, "Hold on, it's time. I'm alive again."
I watched that reaction like 10 times. I stopped my reaction and was like, dude, Naya's gonna lose.
100%. I saw that panel, dude, and I swear I saw Naya walk right out with
yeah,
Love.
right.
I was like, Love walked up, and all I could think of, I was like, Naya's gonna flip, bro.
I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, let's go. So that was great. And it made sense because of he was connected to F.U.G, so I was like, all right, I'm okay with this. He's like, all right, you're gonna pay him. He's gonna might get information on what happened to his family and all those things. I'm like, all right, that's good. That was cool. So, I do have to apologize about my disrespect to Yasaracha. He's cold. I gave him no respect until he packed up Yama, and I said, I'm sorry. He's cold. I was wrong.
That's the boy.
Like Simi would say, is Nyan Nyan in this bitch? It's Neko season, all right? All right. So. Oh, yeah. Real quick, how long have most of you guys been reading Tower of God? Just out of curiosity.
I guess we can go in order. I've been reading for about 5 years.
Okay.
For me, since I think like 2011, I think we were around the end of season 1. It was volume 1 at the time with the old translation. Yeah, around the end of that.
So me and you when I caught up, we were on the last examination. So me and you were probably reading around the same time because it's been about a decade for me. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I read weekly from around the end of volume 1 until like the beginning of Hell Train, and then I started doing videos around beginning of Hell Train.
Okay. Izzy?
Yeah, I think it's been about a year, maybe two. To be honest, dude, because we on the AOA show we binged the whole show, the whole series. So a lot of it feels like a blur. I'm pretty sure it's been like a solid year and a half though.
Okay. JD?
Yeah, I'll say about 2.5 years.
All right. I think Milios here recent, right?
Me, it's been. When was it? It was like shortly after I started solo last year, so March last year.
Okay.
Because it was like when I started it, the anime had just announced like the next day, and people was telling me about it. I was like, oh, I didn't even know there was anime. So yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. The son just said that he caught up recently. I don't know if you want to elaborate exactly how long, but you.
It was just like literally 2 days after the anime had ended.
Oh,
I binged season 1 and then started my read through, and I finished, so probably like June till December I caught up, and then we were on hiatus. So yeah, I've only been reading weekly since after the hiatus.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
Vince.
same.
Like 4 or 5 years, something like that.
Okay.
A while.
The reason why I actually asked that was only because I actually find that's pretty significant with certain series, especially series like this, like especially some really long running ones. Only because I do think it's sometimes disingenuous not to acknowledge there's different levels of fandom, right? You got people probably like me and Joe, crackheads. We look at every nook and cranny of Tower of God to find any information, so we just know a lot about it, right? There's some people who just read week to week. They keep up. They know a lot, but they're not necessarily like diving in. There's like casuals, passing enthusiasts, and then someone who's like doesn't really care, but they read it. So I just like to mention that because I do think the more emotionally invested you are into something, the more you're gonna notice naturally. Like for Star Wars, I call myself a passing enthusiast. A movie comes out, a game comes out, I care in a moment and I move on. But I don't really I'm not that engaged. So I just want to make that clear because I know that's a thing.
Well,
Or
I
if
would
you're somebody
say,
like me, if you love the series, you're probably, because at one point this was like my favorite series regardless of medium. But I'm a lot harder on this series because like I see like greatness in it past like most things. So
yeah, I would to add to that because like I am more recent, but I feel the same way about the series where it's literally one of my favorites regardless of medium, and I'm very passionate about it. But to your point, I think perspective changes based on how long you've been with something, right? So
Yeah.
I just don't want to limit that discussion to like a level of passion, but I think it offers different perspectives if you've been following something weekly, like if you've been reading One Piece, for example, from the beginning versus just binging it and getting on it. You're gonna have different perspectives.
and also because like the longer you've been reading it, like the more breaks they have and stuff like that, and the more you've had time to like break down the stuff that's happening in the moment. Also for this series, that's like really different for me of this series. It had blog posts, so like there's people who read this series and didn't even know that was a thing, didn't even know that existed. And then because like it's like did you read the blog post? They're like, what's that? So like they read it and they just inferred whatever they did just based off what they were already just seeing. And then there's just some of us, it was just like he said this, and sometimes that made it could make it better or it could make it more difficult because he said this, but then you're looking at it and you're like, not sure that quite matches up to what he said or whatever, and you're just stuck on it.
I think it's also important to note how the series itself has changed, because I think there's a big difference between what the series is now on the week to week and what it was on the week to week in like early season 2 or like Workshop Battle. So someone who read Workshop Battle on the week to week, you're going to have a different perspective than marathoning through that and reading like Last Station on the week to week. I think it's good to have those different perspectives here. But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, the series itself has changed so much that I think what you read week to week is really going to color your perspective.
Yeah, because one thing that I like to do a lot of times, because you were around for a lot of this stuff too, right? Because like I love channels sometimes when they speak about something before my time, they contextualize that period or that era, like the arcade era. I wasn't around for that, right? So I like when they talk about like, back when NES came out, I like that. It's like people don't know that Urek used to get roasted. They used to make fun of him. He's bald. He got his fits trash. Blah blah. They used to roast him. People did not like that he was in the.
He still gets roasted.
People did not like that he was.
Just for different reasons.
I defend this man from everybody, dog.
I don't see it no more. But back then it used to happen.
They said he looked like Eminem,
that happened on the hell floor.
Yeah, floor of death.
Bro, he's a simp. They be throwing around the fucking Photoshop bald memes and shit. Yo, chill.
So just want to point that out. But I've been here for a long time, so it's just like I've seen the paradigm shift where it's just like it's not the reason why I always say I didn't like the anime, I didn't finish it was because I honestly think the anime didn't make Tower of God special. It came across to me as a very run-of-the-mill shonen, and when I first read that, way back when I read it, it was just this completely different type of ambience of a story I was reading. Nothing was quite like it. And I think the anime threw that out the window, made it as generic as possible, and that's why I couldn't get behind it, because Tower of God is special. So
interesting. Yeah.
For me, it's really different. I loved the anime, except for all the unnecessary changes they made. I will never, ever in my life forgive them for failing Hong Chunwa. Never.
For Concho.
D Concho making it to the finals.
I knew that's where you were going. I knew it.
Bloodlusted season 1 bam, but the hit part. I'm like, all right, turn it off. I'm done. I couldn't do it. So, but
all I'm gonna say is when Quant basically meeped himself off the screen into the lighthouse and then meeped himself back on screen, I was like, am I watching Looney Tunes? What is going on here? Like, what is going on? Like, I was like so confused.
The anime kind of been. The anime had fire music though.
I heard.
That's true.
I've heard that. I haven't given it a chance yet. Was his name Kevin Penkins?
Kevin Penkins.
Yeah.
Legend.
Real
There's
fire
there's at least 6 songs you're gonna put in the playlist.
It won best soundtrack
At least.
at the Anime Awards.
Not bad. I think I remember seeing that somewhere, Crunchyroll or something. I don't know. But I think I remember seeing that. Real quick, I wanted to ask you guys, just real quick, because I want to know this. What's your, like, if you don't have a specific favorite arc, give me like 2 of your favorite arcs. Mine is Hansung Use Examination, always has been, because that was the hook for me. That's when I'm like, oh, Tower God's like this, like. To me, that was representative of tests. We're not going to be solely based off like strength or whatever. It's going to take skill, cunning, and like Lororo said, luck to some degree. Where it's like just open a door in 5 minutes and you win. If you take too long, you lose. Like for me, that was when I was like, no, I'm strapped in. I'm here for the rest of the ride. So that's always been my favorite. I'm actually going to go in reverse order this time. So Vince, you start.
Name Hunt Station, because Ran is my favorite character, and until Adori shows up. But
Hitman Adori.
Yeah, and then Ran in that Inyeta fight, top 3.
Don't even get me started.
So sick.
Yeah, that shit is so. And I'm gonna speak on like the choreography of that different, and why I have a problem with like choreography now in Tower God, because it just beams different colors. But we'll touch on that when we get to it. But that and probably Workshop for me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Son.
I mean, I have to say, Floor of Death is big for me. I really, really, really like Floor of Death. But I really like pretty much every arc that's kind of in line with Hell Train. Like that whole saga is just really impactful for me. And then if I have to pick something else, I mean, I'd probably have to say Workshop as well, just because I was really captivated by the different moving parts during it, and a lot of the characters that I love were actually getting screen time back then.
Yeah. So the only problem with Workshop is Reflejo. He's lying, but
Reflejo trash. Anyway.
Yeah, he was lying. He was
capping. Yeah, he was capping.
Yeah, that's a little. Come on.
Milios.
I'm about to feel like a relic. For me, numero uno, hide and seek. The hide and seek.
That's good. That's good. That's not bad. Not bad.
Mine is before that. I thought you were saying Crown Game or something. I don't know.
Number 2 is Crown Game.
I'm not mad at it though. I'm not mad at it. The Crown Game's clean. I'm not mad at it.
Coon was in his bag, literally. Coon was literally in his bag.
Coon was in his bag and had other people in his bag.
Yeah.
Hide and seek to me, that arc really like helped to put into perspective what a ranker could do with just a scintilla of a bang against a goddamn going regular. So it helped with like helping me figure out like how the world scales in terms of the scope of its power, as well as had one of the best moments with my boy Hats, yo. We said, yo, Quant, I ain't letting this arm go until
Yes.
just let go. And then he just beat that man face in. And then next thing you know, he ain't let him go until he was unconscious. To me, that was moving. It was telling. It was telling to his character. So for me, yeah.
I felt that.
Yeah. And with Crown Game was just amazing.
When Laura got up, I snapped. That's all I have to say. When Young Sleep shot that, I said, "Whoa, what? What's going on?"
Yo,
Young Sleep, the
moment when he explained basically what a wave controller was, and then he started shooting like the little water beam out his hands, and then the neck was like, "Bitch, good night."
That was hype. When the anime got announced, that was what I had been waiting for years for Tower of God to get an anime for. For me, it was the moment when Lorraine says, "I can hit you from anywhere in this room," and Anak says, "From on the throne, I can hit you from anywhere." Like that for me, I was like, whenever we get an anime, that's the scene I'm waiting for.
I'm glad you didn't acknowledge the current one. JD, go ahead.
I don't know if it's a cop out, but it's really for me just the Hell Train arc as a whole.
The saga, that's why I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, it's just the entire saga for me as a whole because just from starting from season 1 and then getting to the Hell Train arc and finishing it and everything just for me anyway, it wrapped up everything together in like just a nice little bow.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, bro, this is my goat right here. I like this shit. Like that was just the icing on the cake for me was the Hell Train. But if I had to pick like a particular arc, I'd probably say the Floor of Death arc. And probably the Dollar Show arc.
Dollar Show was really good.
Fire.
Listen, when Aguero flexed on Rachel, it's like useless raggedy. I said, yo, talk to her.
Literally one of my favorite moments in the entire series.
I got
bro.
all those panels up on my wall, bro.
Yes, sir. I got a folder dedicated. I need to print that shit out. You right. I need to wake up to that shit.
Go ahead, Izzy.
Show is really underrated.
All right, so one of my first ones is definitely the Workshop, and I feel like specifically as somebody who like binged the series, getting that whole thing in one chunk, more or less.
Yeah.
I mean, because like the way we read it, we would do 10 chapters a week, so we do a stream and we'd go through like 10 or like anywhere from 10 to 13-ish chapters in one stream, and getting that arc, reading it the way that we read it, like it was absolutely fantastic. I loved like getting a lot of the character payoff and just the heightening that arc gets feels so natural, and it's like, okay, this makes sense. Everybody should be here doing this right now, and the stakes just felt so, at the time, so incredibly high, and but everything felt just natural and real, and it was absolutely amazing. And I think the only other arc that I would pick is the Hidden Floor, but really mostly because I love like the idea of the Hidden Floor. I loved the idea that like this was going to be a mechanic that we used to get into the minds of some of our current characters in the roster, but also we'd learn a little bit about Tower of God, like the world, and some of the characters that first inhabited it, some of the characters that made the tower what it is today. I just think that was a really great way of doing storytelling.
I agree. The Hidden Floor is dope. I just don't like the beginning because I didn't like Batis or whatever. Like,
I agree.
They're not,
yeah.
You're not real. You're
I feel like
you're not real.
Hidden
Don't
Floor.
talk
Do you
bad
like
about
Hidden
Batis.
Floor? Or do you
not
like
real.
Hidden Floor, bro? We gotta clarify that. Hidden Floor or Hidden Floor? Which one is which one?
Yeah,
Like-
hidden.
Like-
So the
Yeah,
one
there
like
you go.
once
Like-
they get into the mirror, like that's
Yeah.
when shit pops off.
Like
Everything
when
before
like
that
Simi
is,
would
like,
say, the sword art arc. Oh shit, Haku, go ahead.
Alright, so first off, shout out to Crown Game, goated from the jump. But
Yes,
there's
sir.
two that nobody have mentioned that I want to bring up. The first is Devil of the Right Arm. Just because
Amazing.
we start out, we get Horyang's backstory, which I love. Then we get a really great, like, multi-layered fight between Kasano and Horyang and Bomb and Ron and Novik. And then we get introduction of characters like Jaja. We get the team switch, which was, like, huge to me, where Bomb, Ron, and Novik go over to Team F.U.G. and Kuhn and Dan go over to Team Tangsu Yuk. And then, years and years later, we have known about the Hand of Arlen for forever. And then we learn about Arlen Grace, and it's like, holy shit, the statue that was blown up all that time ago that people were living in was Arlen's statue, was insanity. And
that's my
the other
first
one
scene.
that nobody mentioned is the praise at the end of the Untrustworthy Room.
I was going to talk
Yes,
about it. I was going to talk about it. I was going to bring it
Tangsu
up. I was going to bring it up.
Yeah, I love the praise. That's one of the best ones. Like, just character development for every member of what became Team Tangsu Yuk was nuts. And then my favorite one overall is Dollar Show. I love Dollar Show.
Dollar Show is good.
Very underrated.
Yeah.
Like, from the first round, we get the Kuhn and Rachel stuff. Second round, we get the Yiwa fight, which is incredible. And then at the end, I thought the Bomb versus White fight, or Bomb versus Joaquin fight, is probably still my favorite fight in the series.
Okay.
See, I can't respect the Dollar Show simply because two of my favorite people that came from season 2 died in that arc.
Damn, Milios is hurt. Let's talk about it.
Come on, man.
Sorry, the respect.
Come on, man.
Sorry.
Scars, bro. Them scars, man.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry. Were you an Elliot fan?
Yes, I hated that man.
So cool.
The Bad Dogs are all
Until
mid,
I
all
saw
of them,
Hell in a
all
Cell.
mid, all mid, bro.
No, he was great.
Go ahead, Joe.
Come on. Everyone says, Rip Moontari, but no one says Rip Pompidou, Rip Hangzhou, the Birdman. Come on now. Like, he died right alongside him. Anyway, my favorite, I'm actually, extremely aligned with Haku here. My favorite, by far, is Dollar Show. It's not even close.
Okay.
I'm an Iwa stan 1000%. Those panels, it doesn't matter how many times I read it. It gives
The
me chills
fire,
every
just,
time.
oh, that's so good.
It's like top tier. Aside from that, I'm gonna go, also with Haku here. Like the end, honestly, untrustworthy room, especially near the end though, and then leading into like the Wolves Knot with Kuhn's team. I really like that stuff too.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with that.
I feel that. The only thing I would say about the whole stuff with Angel and everything that I didn't like is because just one thing, because Yoa was in like a kind of an unconscious state of like fire, she couldn't actually properly really take in what she was saying to her about the deeds that the 10 great families would come and do to the middle area to some of these women and whatnot, which was like dastardly. So I thought the fact that she couldn't actually properly retort was a bit of a missed opportunity, but that scene is phenomenal. I'm not taking anything away from it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair.
Last thing before we actually kind of start, what I want to say is, do you have a if you had 2 MVPs for season 3, who would they be? Joe, go ahead. You can start.
2 MVPs for season 3. It's gonna be hard. I'm gonna go Yama and White.
Yeah.
Yama and White.
Haku.
I don't want to say Yama, even though he's amazing, so I'm gonna say Shinsu Hands Kallavan, just because I have memed this man so much with the tired Kallavan memes from those panels. And secondly, White, just because he's my favorite character. We got to see him be hand collector White, just cutting every character's hands off.
I'm somewhat different from other humans. Like, what is you saying? Please pack him right now. I'm tired of I
I
already don't like him.
I don't count to numbers higher than 3.
You goblin. Izzy.
All right, I definitely have to say White for starters, because I over on the AOA show, for the longest time I have been the only one that has been a White fan, and the only one who's been like, every time he's been like, oh, just wait till I get my final form. I'm like, just you wait, y'all. You hear what he said? Just you wait. When he gets that final form, he's going off. I'm telling you.
Long-term payoff.
Yeah, you capping. Sit down. You capping. But this season, bro, I got to look at everybody and be like, but I was right though. But I was right. Because this motherfucker went crazy this season. I absolutely love White this season. So I would say White and, let's see. I would also say, I don't know. I think I might say Kuhn, just because I really like that stuff with the what was it? The fish game, or like, when they were doing the whole thing with the getting all the points and stuff. But that might also just be because I'm a Kuhn stan. So
that's fine. Aguero, you can't go wrong with Aguero. I'm not mad at it. I'm not. The community started to hate him more and more, but I'll talk about it in a second. Like, JD, go ahead.
White for me is one because he's white. We chop off heads around here.
White power.
Right.
Didn't feel not a lick when she died, but yeah.
Right. My second would be Racha, actually, because this man showed us talk some stuff, and I wasn't really worried about him too much. But then when that man really started getting in his bag, then that godly transformation, I was like, I feel bad for Yama, bro.
I feel
that man after that fight.
Milios.
All right, this gonna be hard for me. I ain't gonna hold you, but let me think. All right, so I'm gonna give my number 1 to Yaz Racha, primarily because when Yaz Racha pulled up on a cat, my dude was just sitting there. He used Shinsu mind control on the strongest K9 that he could possibly use it on, and made him kick his own ass. And then on top of that, how he was talking to dude. Just in general, just like, didn't I tell your ass to go crawl to the edge of the goddamn tower and never show your face in front of me again? And dude was like, but my brother. Like, bitch, fuck your brother.
It wasn't me. Yama came out the cage. This wasn't me.
And like I love that. So Yaz Roch's dialogue to me has just been like phenomenal.
I was so wrong on him. He's so cold. I'm sorry, guys.
Told you. And, the last one.
I did not believe.
The last one, I'm just gonna say right now. Granted, he hasn't done that much, but from what they told me he did, I'm rocking with him for now until he proves me wrong.
I'm gonna say Cha or Liboric.
Yep.
Liboric.
Yeah, I like that.
All right.
I like that.
This man punked a whole entire organization during the age of Genesis that was trying to go out the jihad. He said, nah, bring y'all bum asses on here. Don't worry, I'm gonna lock y'all in the cage and throw away the key. Come on.
Sean, the one weren't there though.
He played one man. That's all right.
Don't forget that, like,
That's it.
People forget Sean Doan were like sealed, so it's like, oh, that makes sense. They're ancient warriors. Liboric's been around like since then, and even back then, wiped out the Hidden Grove. Like, yeah,
Exactly.
No,
And the last thing,
keep calm, high look, and then let's not overplay it. Let's not overplay.
I mean, come on.
okay, who cares about that? He killed this man Kallavan's whole entire army in front of his face and said, "Come get me, bitch!" Like, come on, man.
His choice. Okay, hold on. I gotta say, his choice in like division commanders is awful. All of his division commanders have been washed.
Terrible.
Harayo got one shot. The other guy got off-screened. Arya
Are they
was
his or
nothing.
are they Yaz Roch's?
You have a point, Haku. That is a good point.
Are they his or are they Yaz Roch's? Because he just got there. And he's using Mashini's troops and he's using Yaz Roch's troops.
If you want to say that, though, then all I have to throw out as a retort, I don't even want to defend Library, but Adori trusts this man. That's all you got to say.
Yes.
Exactly. More than Kallavan. More than Kallavan.
I don't know.
Don't worry.
We'll
Don't worry.
see.
Kallavan dead. He dead. Don't worry.
Hey, chill.
Wow, you can't get rid of the VVS Diamond Merchant, the Chaos Emerald. That's just some bravery or nothingness. Sorry, but yeah. Go ahead, son.
All right, so like I mean, it's easy for me to just pick all my favorite characters, but you said MVP, so to me, it's like the characters that have made the biggest impact on me this season. And I gotta give it to Yama, for one, for sure. And then I have a hard time with the second pick because I think it's like a three-way tie in terms of influence between White, Yasuracha, and Kallavan for me, where like all of them have had moments where I'm like, this is like my favorite moment of the season, right? So somewhere around there. But shout out to FNKL, man. That's my girl. Shout out to
I get to pick somebody different. Yeah, I get to be different. All right, so my MVP is Mashini because she the one that brought all this together.
Yep.
It was her plan.
Right.
It was her plan. Y'all wouldn't be seeing none of this cat tower, none of these people without her bringing the players here. And also shout out to Jihad for that one flashback where he was like, "Do y'all know why I'm king? Let me tell you. Let me tell you right now, the raw thing."
Shout out to Jihad for a flashback.
The golden needle from Mystery
I can't
Island.
even be mad at you for that.
There's like 80 of them.
Bro, that was for me. That was the rawest thing in season 3. He said, "Do you know who I am?" And before they could even answer, he told them. He was like, "Bro, listen. Let me list my accomplishments to you right quick, just so you know."
Here's my resume.
Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, this guy's cold, bro." Every time he's on page, it's just cold. But Mashini MVP, he's the only one.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I miss season 2, chapter 0, Mashini. Bring her back. I don't like the way she looked now. Bring her back. Bring back the hips, Mashini.
Really?
I don't like
It's the fit. It's the fit.
I miss Battle Floor Mashini that was fucking goon. She went at Jihad and she was like, "Yeah, he might kill me, but I got to do it, bro. Like I can't see somebody that strong and not fight."
In terms of personality, that was her best.
She was a goon, man.
That was good.
Well, I think my number one is obvious. I don't think I need to say it, or do I need to say it? I have to chat.
Mule love.
You already know the Chicken Love Club. You see them bobbing and weaving on the blue ore. You see my nigga, like you see them, like you already know. Mule Love is the greatest to ever do it. He will save the tower. I believe in him. All right, everybody knows Mule Love. That's my goal. The second is Kallavan. Kallavan to me has a lot of presence in every panel that he is. He could be doing nothing. He's not even in the forefront. He's in the background, looking away, and I'm just terrified. Like, bro, he's just scary. Like, I don't know what it is. So, for me, it's Kallavan. I liked the reason why Kallavan for me in season 3 is because I didn't know how I felt about him until I got to this season. I thought his like last station representation was weird because he was all like, "I killed your master. You're like, did you? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, kinda, I did. I don't know why I laughed. I don't know. Maybe he's dead. What's this guy doing? Like, he's very unserious. I don't know.
He lost that fight, bro.
And he played a piano. And he played a piano. Like, why did he do that? Still, I still want to know why did he play the piano.
But
no. I'm just saying it's so different than like the Kallavan we know now, how he was introduced.
Yeah.
Like seeing him kind of, with the hand behind his back with his little beret on his head, his little shorts. I'm like, I don't know. I'm messing with this. Not just like him, so that's just my guy. So
he just
my
put
dude
on
was
what the
cosplaying
fuck
as
ever,
Gal.
man.
That's all. He was just cosplaying as Gal.
Wow.
That's it.
He just puts on whatever, bro. They just hand him my outfit. They like put this on. He's like, all right, bro.
That's true.
okay.
His stylist needed to be shot.
All right. One question I want to ask you guys is, when the hiatus happened initially, did that kill anyone's investment or enthusiasm for it to come back? Was it hard for anybody? Like, I won't lie to you. There was parts where I'm like, I need some TOG content. I was scraping the bottom of the barrel sometimes. Like really for me, one thing I could always bank on is I could do character analysis and some scene analysis. But I remember sometimes I'm like, damn, like it's nice to just have a chapter to talk about. I just didn't have that for so long. So I'm just curious to know if anybody else was like, did that kill anyone's hype? I'll start with Vince. You go first.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. I mean, it kind of did, but that's because I was already kind of teetering on a weird part. Because I was just like, man, he got a lot of plot points that I want to see. He not changing to nobody else's like point of view. What happened to Yiwa? Like, she's locked up. Where's she at? Like, nobody cared. Like, nobody cared about that. Like, what happened to Yuri? What's going on? Where's Rachel? There was like a million different things I cared about at the time that didn't involve what we were doing. Okay. And also, I was just like, like, where's the rest of our regulars that we all fell in love with in season 1? Like, what are they doing? What's going on? And he kind of rectified some of the problems I had when he came back.
Yeah, one thing that me and you spoke about a lot that we liked a lot about the third season is just like some different abilities. I think Jordan had that one. I used the picture. It's guaranteed to hit. That was cool. He had his little binding thing with that little green forest thingy, that little binding one. I really like what I call Yama's Shinsu passive. Like, if you feel the fear, you can't hurt him. That was cool. I love that. Like, it came a point where I'm like, this is just Tower of Beams with different colors and filters. Fire beam, ice beam, lightning beam, black beam, white beam. Like, come on, man. Like, Shinsu was limitless. Like, do more with it. That's why, like, I was so mad when they, like, when Charlie hit Bam with white noise and thing just threw the black march. I'm like, white noise was such a cool ability. It robbed you of your senses. I love that shit, so... I think he did a lot better with diversifying some abilities with this season, even with partial transformation and stuff. That's cool too. Go ahead, son.
Yeah, he definitely back in his bag with it, dude. Like LaFave's gun too. Like, I really like that shit. LaFave's bullets. I think that's sick. But as far as the question, not really. I think it's the opposite for me, just because of like when I caught up. It actually made like the highest. I was like, damn, man, like. I really caught up just to be sitting here for 6 months, not having any TOG. Like, I guess I'm rereading a bunch of times. I mean, I had the blog posts and stuff, but like, it was rough, man. So I was like biting, to get back into it. So it didn't really kill my hype at all. It just made it stronger.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Milios.
I'll be honest. This is as honest as I think I've ever been. The only people who heard me were the people that was there at that stream. It didn't kill my hype. I was done after the last station.
Ooh. The last station is where I had my first real problems. I started seeing fissures. I won't say I disliked the last station, but that's not one of my favorite parts. But then it bled into season 3, and I'm like, damn it, I was right.
I literally got into a fight every day after the last station for like 3 months.
Yo. I told people, and I had to keep explaining it too, because I have an eye disease called uveitis. I have inflammation in my eyes. Mm-hmm. It makes it very difficult for me to see things unless I really like hyper focus on it. When things were happening and I wasn't reacting to it or anything, people were getting upset. It was like, you look like you're not having a fun time. I can't see what's going on.
Oh, shit.
Of course I'm not having a fun time. I can't see what's going on. It's just visual noise to me. Mm-hmm. And when I kept saying that, people was getting upset. So then I was like, all right, let me just focus on the words. And when I focused on the words, nothing made sense. And so then at that point, I was like, y'all captured them. Y'all did this. Y'all caught them. Now kill them. They got away. Oh, they got away. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
I feel you on that. See, that wasn't even my issue. My issue is when
Shout out to Water Jelly though. Water Jelly was out there. Putting in work. Putting in work.
But when they introduced like Charlie and all that, and I'm like, Charlie's a newly appointed ranker. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, because regardless of what anybody says to me in my mind, like nobody knew how to properly scale that Data Jihad fight. We knew they were both irregulars, but nobody knew like exactly where Bam stood after that. But it was really good. And then here's whatever.
Let me stop you right there. I knew.
You probably did.
I knew. I said he was ranker, and then everybody was like, "Nah, he's not ranker level. He's not ranker level." And they said that after they knew what was going to happen next. And then when I got there, I started cussing everybody out.
See, me and Nye when we had the really big big discussion. He said that we all said that, but everybody was like, nah, y'all like gassing that. But we were like, man, come on, man. No, but the problem was he fought Charlie, and Charlie hit him with white noise, and I'm like, oh, okay, we finna see like a real tussle between these two. And then Yuri threw him the Black March, and I don't know what happened. I still don't somebody still got to explain to me, what did the Black March do? Somebody explain how the Black March worked. Why did SIU was like, oh, Bam could kill everybody there now, or everybody that was in front of him?
One of the blog posts said like if it had grazed any ranker, they would have died. Graze?
I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah. So that like, he really killed me with that between the blog post and between the stuff that happened with Charlie and that. Cause I'm just like, now obviously later he was like, oh, you know, Bam got to raise his base stats, and then he beat the ranker. But then he tried to pump fake me again and be like, did he really beat him? I'm like, come on, bro. Like, stop lying to us, man. Like, you know he's a ranker, bro. But yeah, that's problematic.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that real quick, that we also thought that was a really good power scaling progression, because it's like, okay, maybe Data Jihad at that point was teetering on like a ranker level type thing, to actually have a newly appointed ranker. So like you could almost say he's like possibly A rank, just like if there was a ranker to beat, a new one would have been okay for us. You know what I'm saying? Like he was on his bag in that sense, and I just thought he kind of threw away that opportunity, personally speaking. But it is what it is. That arc does a lot of things I like about it though. By the way, Levi is a fraud! Oh my goodness, I thought he was gonna be so cold.
Korean Red. Levy.
With his Scantron.
He lost back-to-back fights.
He lost to Stone Edge.
Well, he didn't even lose. He got embarrassed. He didn't do that.
No. Let me tell you why. So he was like, oh, like Bam did that, you know, whatever. Then he disappeared, and then he got acid reflux like I got. He had a heart attack damn near like after he left, and then he came back and fought Rack, and he was like, chill on me. Like Rack threw a rock at him. I'm like, is this Pokemon?
Yeah, it's Stone Edge. You know, Stone Edge had him in a blender.
Really now? Rack was out here being his best
crocodile. Multiple of y'all really thought this Riddler looking ass motherfucker was gonna be cold?
Hold on. I could explain.
I didn't think Levi was gonna be.
One at a time.
I thought he was gonna win, but the whole thing was he was bringing something different. He was using spells, which at that time nobody was really doing.
Right.
And it
had I see what you're saying. Okay, no, I got your point.
Yeah. It's not that nobody.
Like he's trash, bro.
I have one more thing to add.
But it was 3 spells he got from Jihad, so you would think that it would be.
I do too, actually.
But I mean,
Haku just came up against the wrong person.
So what I was gonna add is like we had just been introduced to regulars who were being sponsored by the 10 families. So that's a completely new thing, and he was the first one to be sponsored by Zahard's family himself. So it's like, we thought that he would do something, especially with the amount of focus that he got at a big panel at the end of a chapter being introduced, and then nothing.
Yep. The implication, was that he was a regular who basically could become a ranker anytime he wanted to, kind of thing. Jihad was keeping him down for like he was his regular who could do regular things for him. Yeah. But then he ends up, okay. But the thing that doesn't make any sense to me is Rack throws rocks at him, and he has a spell that turns himself into hair, and he can escape anything. Why does he? I don't know. He got rocked so much. He couldn't turn into herring? I don't know.
PTSD from rocks,
blocked.
Apparently, he hates rocks. I don't know.
Just like you just said, like for me, it was like that in my head, like that's genius, because rankers and high rankers just are not allowed to do certain things. But if you have someone with that level of strength that decides to stay a regular, you can send people with that level of strength or competence to regular floors to do your bidding, and he was trash.
Exactly.
So that's why I was let down. It wasn't like, oh, Levi's gonna win and go crazy. I was like, bro, this guy was such a punk from the start with his Scantron questionnaire, multiple choice, head ass.
It just felt like
It's not the character. Your problem is with how the character was utilized in the
Portrayed
Yeah.
and then not followed up upon.
Right. I feel that.
It just felt like there was a lot of missed opportunity because he brought all of these people that he could have utilized for even
Rocks beat
the other
hair.
regulars. And then he didn't really do nothing with them. Like he brought, like, I remember he brought this group. It was like C regulars, B regulars, maybe a couple A regulars. And like, we don't expect those guys to do nothing to Bam, but we thought like, oh, this would be a great idea to help, Bam's crew. Like get them up to speed and they can do better. And you do nothing with none of that. They were just hostage and then they were not hostage.
Yeah.
That's just me. That's why it's a very mixed bag with that whole arc, the last station.
I would agree.
JD, go ahead.
It didn't really kill any investment or anything with me. I had like crap ton of other stuff to read. It did give me time to think on like future possibilities.
Okay.
He can actually the story. So that kind of kept me occupied just thinking about what can happen next, what's going to happen when we come back from high. But I had so much other stuff to read, it didn't really.
Yeah, you go through. Yeah, you have like a variety of things for people to come to the channel and read, which is dope.
Yeah.
Izzy.
Kind of in the same boat as JD. I mean, Tower of God wasn't and still isn't like the only thing that A, we were covering on the channel, but B, that I was looking at just for myself, and we caught up to it. Now looking in hindsight, relatively close to, in that time. I mean, it was 6 months, but like for us, it just felt shorter, because like we just kind of actually had time now to sit with the story and everything that we had already read and analyze it and start to think about like, oh shit, all right, so what do you think he's gonna do with like so and so? And then to be honest, like before I knew it, like there was a post that was saying Tower God was coming back, and I was like, oh really, word, all right, let's go.
We did get pump faked once, then he went back and then we got rehiatus, but yeah, I got you though.
Yeah.
Haku.
For me, honestly, it was a nice break, because at the time I had spent like 3 or 4 years every single week doing not only a reaction, but then poring over the chapter multiple times, taking notes and doing a review every single week. So it was actually a nice break, and to me, I had so many other things that I was doing that I think it was like almost a year long, but to me it was like, wow, that felt like 2 weeks. It felt like it flew by.
Fair enough.
And there was also something else I wanted to say, but now I've forgotten it. So, yeah.
If you remember, just let me know. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm with Haku on this one. The hiatus for me, it actually in a way rekindled my hype for the series, and I could be a little biased here because that's when my channel kind of started to take off more, and I started to make regular content, and I thought, well, we can use this hiatus to really dive into what Tower of God has already offered and kind of get people hyped for when it comes back.
Okay.
So for me, it actually kind of made me appreciate the series more and got me really excited for its return.
That's fair. I just remember being like, but like, see, I'll come with Vince because I wasn't too much feeling season 3, so the break was a little bit nice. But at one point, I'm like, come back. But the thing that hurt me the most is like, how are you gonna bring Mule Love back and dip? I'll hit you.
That's
I
so
will pull
true.
up in Korea personally.
So true.
Why would you do that to me?
Oh,
Oh my
The
goodness.
ultimate cliffhanger.
I'm like, well, bro, come on. So yeah, all right. So
Yeah, what I was...
oh, go ahead.
Oh,
You
sorry.
remembered?
Yeah, what I was going to say is I also thought it was really good for CU to finally take a break, because
He didn't even
for
do
those
it.
of you that had been watching my videos for like years and years, I've been saying CU needs a better schedule. He needs that
really?
Oda schedule. He needs a week off every like 2 or 3 chapters, like just to deal with health stuff. And because Tower of God is already like steamrolling pace-wise, it always has been. So I've always thought that CU needed a better schedule, so I was just like, it was nice for him to get a break and maybe a good time to like reevaluate things. And I think it helped because for me, coming back from hiatus, the first few chapters back from hiatus was the best the series has been in a while for me.
Okay.
Haku, I agree. The problem for me is that I don't really think the highest has changed anything because I think he does need a better schedule. I think he still does need a better schedule. And the fact that we're getting consistent chapters now, I feel like, especially if you read like the most recent blog post, it's like, bro, you're doing the same shit to yourself. It's gonna end up to a point where we have another 6-month hiatus in like a year because he's working too hard. He needs that Oda schedule, man. He needs like 3 chapters a month max.
Yeah, I just wish that he actually had properly rested because it came across to me like he just didn't rest the whole time. The biggest issue, and I keep saying I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna try to write it down and not forget this time, because any medium that I'm into, I know the inner workings of it. Like I know it works. Like I have shadowed people who are graphic designers who make movies, who draw at background animation, all kinds of stuff. I've been like internships with. Like, I know how that stuff works, which is why like when someone says something like a One Piece episode, I won't spoil because I know Izzy, you guys are reading it. I'm not gonna spoil it. They'll be like, "Oh, Toei put the whole budget into this one scene," and I'm like, "That's not how animation works." Like I actually like you need a great pre-production schedule. You still need talented artists with time and preparation. You need good higher ups who schedule things properly, things like that. I've never known specifically how with Naver how the scheduling works. Like, I don't actually know how these like most of these things really work, so I never really did the research for Webtoon specifically, and I always say I'm going to do it. I'll make sure I remember to do it this time. So because the man is just like, since I've been reading it, he's been like, my wrist, my back, the army, like, bro, rest. Like take a break, bro. So
exactly, like the first hiatus I could ever remember him taking, he took like 5 months between Workshop Battle and the beginning of Hell Train.
Yeah.
And after that 5-month hiatus, it was like maybe once a year there'd be like a 1-week break
like
or something.
Like a little break here or there on Christmas.
Yeah,
or something
exactly.
Like that. I don't even know. But
there was never any hiatus besides the one between Hell Train and Workshop Battle.
Yeah, we would read the like his blog post as we were catching up, like doing the 10 chapters in a clip. We'd read the blog post like right after to sort of like, accompany them. And like, dude, towards the end, not even towards the end, I would say about, more than a third of the way through, those blog posts are literally just a cry for help.
Yeah.
I mean, literally every single one is him being like, yeah, this shit's getting worse. Like, yeah,
Exactly.
today I woke up and like I couldn't move like the right side of my body. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
oh my
you're gonna
God.
make me feel bad for reading
Yeah,
every week.
he's like, oh yeah, like I woke up, my back swollen, my wrist don't work, but I have to get it out for you guys. Like, no, rest. I'll be okay.
We'll be here.
We'll be
My
here.
one word with SIU is that he's gonna end up like Tagashi at the rate he's going.
I hope not. I hope he doesn't come up to Tagashi.
Those
memes will, if he becomes web to Tagashi, the memes are gonna go crazy. So don't let it happen.
Right. I do not want to go Tagashi route, bro. Hunter Hunter's never gonna get the rest.
Yeah. But all right, I want to speak about the regulars, like some of the other side characters and whatnot. The ones, Bam's technically still C rank, but anyways. But like, I want to talk about their roles so far in the 3rd season, because I would argue that it's not that great. But I actually want to know what you guys think. You think it's a good thing, a bad thing? Is it hard to care about because you're kind of seeing what Bam can do, and you know that they're just lagging behind a lot? And I'll start. I want to start because I got to talk about this Ocean King. Oh my, Tamatoa, Sebastian head ass crab. Oh god,
Shruggy the boy.
Stock market the game. Like, bro, I will admit this. I thought them being able to remove all the cages so that Yama and Doom can get to the end of the Mario Party field in time was significant, because I'm like, Yama wasted so many turns just not yielding. He may have not made that. And being able to forcibly remove Yasirach, I'm like, that seems significant. If they can do things like that to the other field, I'm thinking to myself, what if with the fight with Bam and White, they can do things like make his sword heavier or give Bam a barrier? I don't know. Maybe it'll cost a lot, but I don't know. I do think that that's significant. But like, it's hard for me to really care about what they're doing. It doesn't feel important to me. It's just like, we're running around, vroom vroom in my lighthouse. Yeah, like it's like, wait, see, Shibisu and Aguero always have an excuse because they're big, they're smart. As long as they think, I don't necessarily need them on the front line. So they always get that kind of pass from me. Because even though I don't like his fire fish power up, I love how he applied it one time in the cage where he buffed somebody, removed it, and they're like, hey, where my power at? And he got smoked. I'm like, that was smart. I like that. So it's not like the worst thing ever, but as an Elaine fan,
Oof, don't
with,
mention
with
it.
this being her family,
Like,
Which one is
considering
that?
considering what happened,
It's frustrating.
it's killing me that she's not having a bigger role here. This is her
She has
family.
she has literally no screen time, dude. Zero.
Yeah,
It's very frustrating.
the one panel she had was her roasting like Hockney and Rack. She was
Yeah.
like, "Why should I work with you?" And that's it. I was like, "Wow, okay."
And she was in the background of that Rock Money panel, and
Yeah.
that was it.
Yeah.
That was funny. He's showing his racks on racks, baby.
Rack getting them racks. What you mean?
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, Joe, what are your thoughts about what their regulars are kind of doing right now?
So I would agree with you that it's probably one of my bigger complaints about season 3 and just the Nest is that because we're moving so quickly, because like I couldn't believe that the regulars were even allowed to participate. I remember like it was like the first chapter since the hiatus, and everyone's lining up to get in the cat tower. I couldn't believe it. Like Shibisu and Hots are joining this game. What are they gonna do? And I mean, SIU found creative ways to include them. I guess the Hots. I like the Hots and Shibisu stuff with Cha. That whole dynamic I thought was great. But I would say the whole Truggy crab game thing is probably the weakest part of. I call him Truggy. I don't know. The weakest part of the cat tower.
I call Tamatoa from Moana. Shiny head.
Fair enough. Yeah, SIU needs to keep finding ways to. I don't know. My main concern is, okay, what about after this? Because I feel like before, Kun and Rack are helping Bomb delete, whatever, even though he definitely could have done it alone.
Yeah.
But now that Bomb is like
With his
white
cutlery.
level, yeah, with the cutlery. Now that he's like white level, I mean, there's no excuse for them to be around anymore. So I don't know what's going to happen after this. I'm not saying that there can definitely be a solution. Yeah. I'm fine with currently, it's okay, but just what's going to happen after this?
Yeah, I think I have your same like words. Like, okay, this is kind of working, but like it has to be more after it. It can't just be like
it won't last forever.
Yeah, Haku.
I'll say this probably about a lot of things with this discussion, but to me, presentation is always more important than power scaling. So Bomb can be OP as hell, way stronger than everybody else, but you can still have the side characters be presented as important, give them something to do that legitimately helps, like Kun redirecting the bullet to take down
the Windbird Core. The Lopo branch family. I don't remember his name.
Was it Nikoko? That guy. Yeah. So you can have them still be important and still presented as helpful. Hatsu actually got to do something cool here, but too often from Floor of Death onward, and I've been complaining about this since Floor of Death, Bomb's teammates just get sidelined way too far. Like, you can make it clear that Bomb's the main character and still make sure that everybody else seems important. So I've been going through over the past couple months, like some of you probably already know.
I'm waiting. I like that stuff. The screen time thing, right?
Yeah, and taking notes on screen time throughout the entire series. I've made it over halfway through, and just some of the results. Like, I'm not going to get too deep into this and talk for forever, but Bomb only appeared one more time than Kun in Season 1. Like, their screen time was almost even. He didn't appear that much more than Wangnin in the first part of Season 2, and in Workshop Battle, Bomb didn't even have the most screen time. He had less screen time than Kun had. So then we get to like Dollar Show. I just finished Dollar Show. There were like 10 characters that had like an even amount of screen time up at the top between like Bomb and Daniel and Joaquin and Yiwa and all of these other side characters. And I have a feeling that when I get to the more recent chapters and more recent arcs from Floor of Death onward, it's not going to be like that. Like, all of this even screen time with Bomb and other characters, I feel like when I get into the more current arcs, it's going to be nowhere close. Bomb's just going to completely overshadow everyone else. So even earlier in the series, CU found a way to make the side characters seem important, because Bomb's been way stronger than the others for a while, but they still felt important. So I feel like we've just been sidelining them too much recently.
And I just want to say this too, because sometimes people come at me for this, where it's like he's the main character. I don't have a problem with him being the focal point. there just obviously has been a kind of a change. And I do think with these types of series, as you start to progress towards the end game, typically the titular character is going to get more focus. That's just kind of normal. I'm okay with that. But this was a series where I for a long time I thought SIU was one of the few people who were really good at handling an ever expanding cast. I don't think he's done a great job recently. That being said, just to throw that out there, I don't think Oda has done that well recently either. But because I don't think it's a very hard thing to do to constantly add new characters, keep the ones that we care about and following relevant, but also add importance to the ones that are new. It's not easy to do. It's really not easy.
Just to piggyback off both of y'all. For me, this is what I always say about Tower of God. Now it might be different for all of you, but the thing that brought me into Tower of God in the first place was the whole uniqueness of these tests and the teamwork that they had to apply. Mm-hmm. So even though, like, me and I talk about this all the time, I thought one way you could do this, because everybody's always like, well, you know, Bam's in a regular, of course he's going to be stronger. And I'm just like, one way that you keep the series interesting while still keeping Bam overpowered is that you make him fight on other people's field under their rules and doing different stuff like that. And that forces him to require help from his friends, because it's just like, even if they're not going to be on the same level as him, they got different skill sets, the positions matter, stuff like that, even though they're interchangeable. Like being a scout matter, being a fisherman matter, being a wave controller matter. And kind of like in recent time, we don't even really like, they bring them up a little bit from time to time, but that stuff doesn't really matter. It's just like, yeah, like this is all high rankers, man. Like these are top 100 people. Like if you're not one of them, get out. You're not important.
Yeah, some degree. So I feel that. Izzy.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a very similar boat as Joe, where it's like right now, I'm feeling it. Like I'm starting to feel this you know, this thing over my shoulder of like, okay, you guys are starting to feel like, it's starting to feel like repeatedly, consistently, y'all got nothing to do. And it's like, I remember the fight with Hots when he had that moment, you know, it was really dope. But in the back of my head, and especially when Hots has this line, he has this line at the end where he's like, damn, that one attack almost took me out. That's all I could do. And in my head, I'm like, yo, Bam's throwing out attacks like that like every second, bro. That's normal for him. And then so I couldn't help but think, I'm like, it's like it was a moment that hit a little too close to the bullseye, because it demonstrates how, you know, where the scale is in terms of Bam's power and these regulars, which, as you know, Joe and Haku and people have said before, that's fine. You can have Bam be super strong. You know,
never been my issue. Yeah.
Right. You can be much stronger than these regulars, but if you tweak the story so that progress is defined not just by strength, boom, all of a sudden, all these regulars who, yes, aren't as strong as Bam, but have other unique talents, abilities, skills, etc., now they can contribute. Because, yes, Bam can blow up a whole, you know, country or whatever with his hand, but if this test requires X amount of skill from a Lightbearer user, we need Kun. All of Bam's power is, in this moment, in this test, in this whatever, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. And so that's where I actually was happy when the Cat Tower started, because I thought we were getting back into that like classic, like, all right, here's a series of games, like, yes, you guys are all slayers, you're in a regular Bam, but like that stuff's not going to matter as much as your cooperation, as much as your teamwork, as much as your strategy. Can you put this together? Can you figure out the rules and then sort of, you know, find the loophole or bypass them? That's where I thought this was going. And right now it really is kind of devolving into like, Bam is really strong and everybody else is not. and that's where I'm at. I'm really seeing like the seeds of like, you know, SIU's got a lot of, and like you said, that's hard. It's hard to have a series like this where there's just people being introduced, you know, seemingly every other chapter. And it's like, how, you know, you get to a point where it's like too many cooks that eat in the kitchen. How do we find stuff for all these dudes to do? I don't know. It's not an easy solution, but I do feel like he's falling a little too back. And I think this is also contributing to the whole power scaling and stuff. He's falling a little bit heavy on the, well, Bam is strong, I'll just let him handle it. And it's like, okay, but you got like 100 other dudes behind here that like got nothing to do for the past 6 chapters. So yeah.
Just real quick, because a couple of things. Just because Haku said this earlier, I forgot to comment on the power scaling. Like, power scaling is not the end all be all. One thing about power, like in this series, right? Like I tell people, like, because sometimes one person came at me on some, you only read shonen. First of all, wrong. Second of all, there was like, oh, the power scaling doesn't matter. That's the part that I can't get behind. And this is coming from somebody who can't stand that the One Piece community, all they do is power scale all day.
Yeah, I would say that this is way different from One Piece because to me in One Piece,
Wait, I don't
power
want to.
scaling.
Wait,
I'm not going to
oh,
spoil
okay,
anything,
okay.
but I will say that power scaling in One Piece is a situation where it doesn't necessarily determine the fights. Things like strategy, things like somebody's power being a good matchup against somebody else's power, things like that matter. Whereas Tower of God, you kind of have to take power scaling into account a little bit just because CU has written it so that so many fights have been determined by this person is stronger than this person, therefore they win this fight. So I feel like it's a different situation.
The only thing I wanted to say on that was just that, like, because sometimes some people try to downplay it. I don't think you can do that because I always say this, right? This is a series, right? When there's conflict, how is conflict usually solved? Do they sit around a round table and sign a peace treaty, or is it might make right? Therefore, the internal consistency of the power scaling is going to matter. It has to make sense, or at some point, people are not going to really like mess with it because it's not consistent. And that's the problem I started having at one point, where it's like Vince and I usually say, "I'll tell you why someone won after the fight happens." Before, at this point, I just don't know what to tell you. I'll just have to see what happens, and then I can analyze what happened and try to rationalize. But before, I can't really do that. And I do think that there's some power scaling problems, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that later, though.
The other thing is too, like they have an in-universe ranking system. Like the world itself goes through great lengths to address and constantly state this person is this rank or
It
this
is
level.
power recognition.
This person is this.
But I hear you.
That was advocate, but it's power, influence,
and recognition.
Yeah.
Okay, true. Okay. Yeah.
But no one knows anybody in the tower anyways. Like, how do you not know Rek? Please like the video, subscribe, and hit the bell down so the Ghost of the 13-month series does not get you and you can stay notified. Also, check my description for all links like the intros and outros to the songs that I use in these videos. Follow me at Young Paperwork on Twitter and definitely follow the Twitch. Now, back to the video.
I mean, it is 90% power, I would say.
It's tatted on his back. We don't know who he is. But anyways, JD, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, man, I don't want to sound like a broken record, man. Y'all pretty much said everything already.
Okay.
I mean, how I feel about regulars is like, I just don't really understand where they stand at this point. Like, because I do agree with what you said, Naya, about it is hard trying to give everybody a storyline, everybody something to do when you have like thousands of characters and stuff. But it's like in this particular battle, the Cat Tower, and I'm watching Hots fight, I'm watching Rack fight, I'm watching Coon, all of these people who've been with us a while, and I'm like, yes, we can win some of these battles without Bam, overwhelming power. We can win by smarts, like Coon here and there. But it's like for those who can't win without the smarts, why are they here? It's great to see them. I miss seeing them, like Isu and Haas and everything. I miss seeing them, but it's like this is kind of above you as far as level wise.
See, but Ship is smart though. Like I always make the argument that Ship is actually slightly smarter than Aguero. Aguero is far willing to do something underhanded.
Yeah,
I agree. I do think he is very smart, but it's just like it just kind of goes back to that power scaling thing, because it's like, who are we fighting right now? How are we able to keep up if Bam's not around? So that's just kind of my whole thing. But like, I don't mind it because I miss the characters, so I just deal with it. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, once this ends, where are you going to be? Like, how are you going to help us when there is no game, when it's an all-out brawl? How will you be useful? Because right now you're useful, but when push come to shove, it's kind of like you said, might is going to prevail. And I just don't think they have it, so it's just kind of like, well, I'm just give them something to do. So that's just kind of how I feel about it.
All right, I got you. Wait, who's next? Hold on, I lost Milios. Go ahead.
Do regulars matter right now? I want to say they do because a regular caused all of this. Like, especially the main conflict that's going on between Bam and White. If he wouldn't have ever came up with the plan to help White get his powers back, I mean, we wouldn't be in this situation.
That is true.
I mean,
a lot of
you're
people.
not wrong. You're not wrong.
So,
That is, yeah. Sorry, I just
So-
want to say that is an important distinction. Like, Bomb is a regular. We have to
Yeah.
remember that.
yeah,
But if I have to hear, how can a C rank? Stop.
because he's
Stop.
the greatest
I'm so sick of
irregular
that
to
line,
have
bro.
ever
I can't.
irregular, yo. That is why.
I can't deal with that line anymore.
What unlimited
mean-
potential guac.
You know.
but all right, to take it seriously, I would say that the issue to me isn't necessarily that the regulars don't matter, it's just that the regulars clam the Bam's nuts. Like every single one of them, because of the fact that they have some sort of affiliation that is greater than deep affection towards Bam, decided to bring their dumb asses to a fight where there's primarily rankers on the enemy team, which makes them a liability, which then makes you think, why did you write this in this way and then make all of these convoluted ways for you to try to give them something to do? Like, for example, the part that made me heat it the most. Why the fuck does Hats want to suck Bam's dick? Like, why is he saying, Bam, I'm doing this for you, Bam.
That
I
line
need
was
to get up to-"
so jarring.
Oh,
Where'd that come from?
That was not Hats.
Y'all talk?
I don't know about that.
I think he's just trying to keep up with him, bro. I don't think you read it wrong, man.
Yeah, you read it wrong.
You read it
I don't know. I did not get
No,
that
I
impression.
I did
I'll
not
give you
read that
translation.
wrong. I did not
True.
read that wrong. It was not a
Translation
bad
error. Translation error.
It could, yeah.
I did not read that wrong. It was not a bad translation. because
I
after that, you said
didn't
he
know.
need
I
to-
didn't know this. Crazy,
Huh?
crazy to me. I didn't know you were gonna come out the gate like that.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite characters. When you mess with his foundation, it makes me feel some type of way.
Bro, what about this conversation made you think Milios wasn't going to come out the gate to win?
No. But I'm just saying though. I could have popped a pill with him. We both could have been lit because I'm gonna say
Paparita.
me and now I feel the same way about Kallavan and Yu Ha-sung. There are certain times in this series we're just like, is that the same character who was scheming and doing this and that earlier? It's not the same guy.
You asking me bitch about Karaka every other week?
Oh,
he died in the last
Karaka,
station.
dude.
He died.
Let's pour one out for Karaka
But
right now.
I'm just like, look at all you white fans. This is how I feel every day. Ha! Ha! That's how I feel every day. No,
But-
the Milios' point, to me, the line was very jarring because I'm like, okay, I want everyone to understand that I know these characters have hung out off screen and done things and climbed to get a certain degree, right? But I argue that with SIU and Oda specifically, I have been guilty of this on many occasions. I do the work for them. I rationalize. I fill in the blanks. If you did not present this properly via text and or artistry, I shouldn't have to do that work for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I would like to make the argument that the line actually is totally in character, and it is this. Okay, season 1, Rachel's unconscious. Everyone's there, but they think Bomb is dead. Pop quiz. Who is the character that suggests bringing Rachel up the tower for Bomb?
I'm guessing it's
Hots.
Hots. I thought it was a girl.
It's Hots. No, it's Hots. And then he says, Kun, you with us? And he says, sure, I'll do it. So I feel like we kind of underestimate Hots' relationship with Bomb. I know a lot of it isn't, like, we don't think of the two of them as good friends, but, I mean, it is interesting to think about the fact that Hots is the one that even came up with the idea of doing
Okay,
it for
but
Bomb.
what is Hats's lineage? His lineage is basically him being like a Tower samurai, right? Which gives him honor, nobility, etc., etc. Even like when he had his conversations with White, he was talking to him like he was a samurai and White was a goddamn savage, like back during the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Nowhere, you can't find it anywhere that he said, "Bam, I love you." Need to be strong.
What are we talking about?
Nowhere you can find that.
Here's the thing. All right, forget the text. Like you can, and I agree. I actually really like Naya's point because I like the fact that if you can't find the text, right, and you're doing the extra work to rationalize stuff, then yeah, that is poorly reflecting on the author, right? But still, if you do that work and you really look at what Hots is saying here, it ultimately boils down to a feeling of uselessness, which is what we're talking about. That's the
Okay.
whole concept of what we're talking
Right.
about here,
I
right?
Why did you make Donghae a useless weapon after and then you kind of retcon what he did before because
No,
at first
is extremely useful. What are you talking about?
all it can do is get rid of mind control.
No, no. First of
True.
all, it said that there's multiple uses depending on what you
And then
are
you
trying to use
have
it
to
with,
not have the killing intent to use it, which means if
right?
you have
You
killing
can't-
intent, you die.
You can't have killing intent, but you also can't. What is it exactly, Joe? Remind me, like arrogance or something, or
Yeah,
like
you have to be
faith
like a
in your
pure soul.
ability.
I would
Right?
throw
So
that sword in
pure
the
of heart,
fucking
exactly.
garbage.
Yeah, I think that's I personally think that's really cool. Hold
To
on,
be
hold on.
fair, it's
No,
the
Go
no.
ahead.
perfect
Son, go ahead.
Real
Son, go ahead.
talk,
Son,
real
go ahead.
talk.
Son, go
guy.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hold
Go ahead.
on.
Real
It's the
talk.
perfect sword
I
for a
think
guy that White had to tell swords are for killing people, dipshit.
That's
I'm
true.
gonna talk about that
but
in
I
a
think
second, but son, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that it allows. I think it meshes well with where I could see Hots' character going in the future, right? And it is a discrepancy when you compare him to somebody like White. But he's going to have to remain and have that humility while still finding a way to utilize that in unique ways, right? I think it's a cool concept. I really do. But going back to the original point,
Go ahead.
the man just wants to be stronger. He wants to be relevant. He wants to be useful. You know what I'm saying? Which is what we're talking about. The role of regular.
Why is it for Bam?
See,
Okay,
that's
I
what
I don't know if it's
that's what
my
I
I
don't
whole
know if it's
point.
expressly for Bam. Yes,
Yeah.
he's trying to help Bam right now, but it's like Bam is a benchmark to him where it's like, why can't I be on that level? You know, that's what I think it
He's
really
not in the
boils
way.
down
He's
He
not a
has to
regular. That's
compare-
why. He's not,
Yeah.
That
he's
is
not
not
cut
how
from the
that
same
came
cloth.
across. And if you really, if he just
Oh.
just because I'm big on context when it comes to like reading things. So if he knows that Bam is an irregular, and he knows that Bam is the greatest irregular to ever have irregular in this goddamn tower, then why is he thinking of making Bam his benchmark?
But you
Like,
said it
that
yourself, like
that don't make sense.
you said, but the whole reason Hots is in the tower is honor and pride. Like he that doesn't matter to him. It doesn't matter how strong the opponent is. Like Bomb is his benchmark. The whole reason they're climbing the tower is, you know, as a group is with Bomb. Like Bomb was their reason since the beginning. And so it's natural for him to be the benchmark, and his motivation being honor and pride. I don't think he's gonna be like, well, I give up. You know, it's like no, he wants to do everything he can to stay relevant.
Gave
like
up when
Sunset.
he watched
I
White
don't have
fight.
to explain that for him because the thing is, you were arguing that it's a change in his base character, right? But what you just said there is basically why is he doing that? Because then, right? But you have to come to terms with that then. You know what I'm saying? If you're like, okay, you know he's an irregular, why do you want to compare yourself to him? I can't rationalize that for Hots. Hots is being dumb. I think it's stupid. But whatever, that's how he feels.
Two things. For me, it wasn't necessarily okay. I kind of hear what you're saying because you're coming from like a self like I want to be stronger myself. I just thought the line was jarring. That's really for me. Like when it happened, I was like, that's felt like a strange thing to come out of your mouth, but you know, I kind of let it go. I actually don't like the sword, personally speaking, and I'm gonna say this.
In the trash.
I'm gonna say this about Hots for me because he's one of my favorite characters, top 10. I love that guy. Him, Young Sleep, Lore. I'm a season 1 merchant for the most part. Knack, top 2. Like I love these characters. I had this one dream for Hots. I don't think it's gonna happen anymore. And and I want to make this clear, just because I had an expectation and it didn't play out that way doesn't make what's happening bad. Because I hate when people try to act like I'm doing that. The one thing I wanted from him someday was to be the direct descendant from the REA family as a swordsman, right? That was one of my hopes for him. That's what I thought we were kind of getting to. And what really pushed me a little bit to think like, oh, hold on, we might actually get this was his conversation with White recently. When White is like, listen, he's like, look at you, you're a murderer. Like, bro, and White's like, bro, don't you talk to me. This is a sword is for slicing, stabbing, and killing. It's a killing weapon. If you don't want to become a murderer, put that shit down. So to me, I'm like, oh, we're gonna start really like instilling some like swordsmanship into him. I didn't think White was gonna train him because White does not come across as that kind of character to me. He doesn't care about him, but I was just like, okay. And when I actually saw what Donghae can do, I'm like, no, I'm never gonna get what I want. But anyway, at the end of the day, I just thought that line was very jarring because when I say that, when I tell people Karaka does not come across the same to me, it's not because we're on the same side as Bam right now. Karaka, to me, you could always make the argument in case that he did care about Ha-Jin Sung, and maybe there was a type of jealousy towards Bam. But where was that evident? Until he comes to the last station, all of a sudden he's like, "Did you really kill my master? Why do you care?" That shocked me. You said way back in the day, "I don't take my mask off for people I don't trust." When he didn't want you to do something, Karaka would be like, "Anyways, fuck what he's talking about. Let's go do what we gotta do." Like, Karaka never came across to me as somebody who really liked Ha-Jin Sung. More so like, respect, my teacher, my sensei, sure. Then all of a sudden, pull all the stops. We gotta go get Yama, go save him. And I'm like, F.U.G doesn't even really care. And Karaka has always come across to me as very smart and pragmatic. So if it's not necessarily a concern for them, why is it a concern for you? So like, those are the things that I'm really talking about. You need to portray this properly through the text and the art for me to be like, yeah, good job. It doesn't not make sense for me, to him to feel this way, but you didn't do a good job presenting that. I'm doing that work for you. I'm filling in blanks, like maybe because every time he defied Ha-Jin Sung, it was like a call for attention, but it wasn't evident. So that's all I'm
I feel
saying.
like that might be in some. I agree, but I feel like in some cases, I kind of prefer not being told exactly what a character's relationship with another character is. You know,
room for thinking about it. Yeah, I got you.
Right. I'm not saying I agree. We could have used more of it, but I kind of like the idea of being like, oh, interest. So Karaka does he care? You know, like what's going on? What are his inner feelings? Without like actually hearing his inner thoughts or having him say it. I feel like the mystery also kind of adds to it, in my opinion.
Also, like, not everything is super well planned out, right? Like, I agree with you, Naya, to be fair, especially because it's super blatant with Karaka to me, more so than the hot situation. But I think that, like, not everything that an author does is incredible. And sometimes you think of a path for a character that you didn't think of before, and you retcon some stuff, and it happens all the time.
It happens. Writing's not easy. I got it, but
yeah, that's fair.
It's your turn, though. Go ahead.
Y'all pretty much said everything I need to say. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, it's I feel pretty much the same way. The only thing that I would add or like elaborate on is I think there's like this tension between the pace at which we're going and even Haku bringing up this like study of the screen time, which worries me because it's not just the regulars that we have here lacking a substantial presence, and for me, it's not really about the power scaling or like their utility in battle so much as them getting shit to do and having a focal point. Like we brought up the One Piece comparison, not just the uniqueness in fights in One Piece is the reason why, you know, okay, this person can beat this person that's so much stronger than them based on the matchup or their devil fruit or whatever, but it's also that Oda writes fights for characters that make sense for them to undertake, where I don't see SIU doing that relatively well comparatively to what he used to do. So I'm worried that as we're steamrolling through, because I feel the pace elevating, that it's going to be more and more prominent. We have so many characters, particularly from season 2, that have been discarded and are nowhere to be seen. I don't know when I'm getting Ryan back. I don't know when Wanna's coming back anytime soon. You know what I'm saying? And like, when are you going to...
Like who? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like. So like, my point is like, the only way I see it really actually being rectified is after this whole ordeal at the nest, if we cut away. Like, I don't need to see Bam for a while, bro. Like, let's focus on some other stuff. Even if it's not concurrent, let's roll the clock back a little bit and go focus on something else. Go focus on some of the other regulars. Because the only other way to... Yeah.
I want the Yuri arc.
Do the Yuri arc. Yes. Go back to the rest of Team Sweet and Sour. Do something, because if you don't do that, then you're going to bottleneck yourself to a point where the only way to rectify things is a major time skip.
Yeah.
Right.
Vince.
Okay, damn. It's been a while.
We got a lot to say about this one.
No, okay, so here's always the I agree with pretty much everything everybody said in some facet of it. My problem always kind of with SIU when people give me pushback on some of the things that we talk about is that I've seen him do it before. We seen him at the Name HUD station before we got there, cut between the two different teams, at least a little bit. So we gotta see like, oh, they're here now, and like they're gonna meet up real soon. And he's done it before, so that always stuff like that. Now the thing is, I think he may have something in order, because I'm gonna go the other way, because y'all have already said everything pessimistic and negative. Now the whole thing with the Wagner and White thing may be interesting, because Wagner still has that sword, and Wagner's sword was like, "Hey, you got to kill somebody like for me." And they're like, "Oh, like what are you talking about?"
Soul Edge.
So like, if there's that split between Wagner and Bam, that could be very interesting. Or if somehow Bam goes on like a solo climb for a while or something like that, that could be interesting because Wagner lied to him basically. At the end of the day, Wagner didn't tell him the truth. Now, where that's gonna lead and what's that gonna do, I don't know because we haven't had that. The only person who be blatantly lying to Bam or just telling him whatever is Rachel. This is somebody like different now. So at least we got that going for it. But as far as the regulars go, the fear for me is he going to give them some artificial power-ups to make them relevant again. And that is a problem.
We've already with the Amma to some degree, so I kind of hear what you're saying. Go ahead though.
Yeah. But even then, like Yama didn't even need that like that. Like at least somewhat, at least for him, it's like, oh, you're just releasing him from the fear. Like he may have to give them actual power ups to do anything, and not like. And the problem is too is that like now this is like just a me thing, but I would personally prefer to see that through actual training and work through the field.
Yes.
But they're not gonna do that, obviously, not at this point, because you got to think about how far we came. We came from fighting C regulars to Data Jihad to rankers to Haigh-Rankers. They got a big jump to make. We already at the top 100 of the people.
I still think there's ways to do that, and
we're still halfway to the top.
It just depends on the direction that it goes, right? There are course corrections that can be made at this point where we can fix a lot of these issues.
I've always
right?
said that. It's not too far
if it doesn't change soon, it might be too far gone. Yeah. And you're gonna have to do crazy power.
I don't want to got a high school situation where he realized he went too far and literally had to reset everything, or like he had to take somebody's power away or something like that.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Right now, at this point, Bam on ground in front of White. How strong do y'all think Bam is?
He's top 100. I mean, I don't even know what else to say. It's like
no. What would you place him?
60.
What? Clarify.
Because think about it. If White,
I don't think anybody on this floor is stronger
White
than him.
Kept Kallavan at bay. Where's Bam at?
Yeah, he's stronger than Jin Sung, White, and Kallavan at this point.
To me, Bomb is number one in the tower because of the how, not the what happened with White, but the how. And the how is that he just got this power up just out of nowhere, kind of, because he was in danger. So if he can do that against White, then my argument is, if he's in danger against Zahard, can't he just pull out another power up? There's no reason he can't. So to me, Bomb's the strongest right now.
It wasn't because he was in danger, it was because of anger. Because you gotta think about the inner monologue that he had. I'm tired of everyone that I know dying. I'm tired of everyone getting clapped.
Who died?
One time.
He was like, it's all my fault. I gotta reset it.
That was
Wagner's fault. Wagner didn't listen to how you said. You go, people, you will lose. You'll die.
And on top of that, one of his major abilities just got a major reveal. He can absorb inanimate objects, so the power from inanimate objects. At first, I thought it was the rule, but he can absorb inanimate objects. So, hey.
I actually have
we knew that from the Black March.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, he did absorb the Black March.
Yeah, but the Black March should have dissolved when it went in his body because he can break spells on touch. So, I mean, that don't count.
Okay, fair enough.
I was going to ask you guys this because Vince brought something that I just wanted to ask you guys, because I do want to clarify something. There's nothing wrong with a power fantasy. Like, I always talk about like a lot of Korean webtoons, especially the ones that engage with the combat. Like, the character that we follow tends to have a level of overpoweredness or brokenness. Think solo leveling, but isn't it Sun Woo-jin? I can't remember his name. Sorry, but
yeah,
he's very cool and he's Ronison swag, so I can understand why people kind of like to follow him, right? I can go with like Noblesse, Raziel, God of High School, Monkey King with I remember his name. It's crazy. The main character, God of High School, I remember his name. Right
Mori,
yeah. Mori, here we go, right? Right, like a lot of those characters are very, very, very strong, talented, or have something about them that makes them very, very broken.
Unique.
And it's like with solo leveling, I won't spoil anything. I'm not gonna go into any detail. I've always felt like that character earned his like broken ability, if you so to speak, because of the things that happened in the very couple first chapters. Where I'm like, that's a tall ask. If you do that, you deserve to get that kind of ability. I'm okay with it. Ethan in hardcore leveling already was the #1 ranked player. So him coming with all these schemes and machinations to like, move through hardcore leveling warrior makes sense to me. And even in Smutwa, in Pornhua, okay, these characters be broken. Sweet guy, you touch him, get horny. Talk about love parameter, he can see like stats like it's a dating game, like a dating sim, right? There's nothing wrong with a power fantasy, and you can handle these things properly. I actually don't find Bam to be that interesting. So him just getting these power-ups handed to him, to me, a lot of the times, I'm not a fan of it. But my question for you guys is, do you tend to enjoy watching a main character who like gets power-ups kind of given to them? Or do you have a preference for seeing them go through like blood, sweat, and tears, overcoming trials and tribulations, training, and then going through the story? Just
get it out the mud, baby. Get it out the mud. Let's go.
Mud. Train for that, bro.
You can just kind of like go ahead and just yell and answer because I don't mind.
Go ahead, Vince.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll be brief. I definitely loved the implications that were going to happen with the training arc, like the mini training arc during the hidden floor, when it was like, okay, we're going to actually learn about the Shinsu property, and we're going to actually practice here. It only lasted like a chapter, which kind of sucked. I think we need more of that. And for most characters, I think that's the best way for them to improve.
Yeah.
I think I can be a little bit more lenient for Bomb, because that's kind of, ever since the beginning, that's kind of been his shtick, is he can copy anything.
Kirby.
Right, he's
25th
Kirby.
Kirby. Yeah. That's why I was calling him. We call him that all the time.
Yeah, like in his fight against Quant. Quant, a ranker, it took him decades to learn reverse flow control, and Bomb did it instantly against a ranker. Like, that was season 1. Like, that's the implication for Bomb. I think as long as there's a good execution to it, most of Bomb's like quote unquote power-ups, I think have been fairly well executed.
I actually agree with that throughout season 2. I agree with that. I agree with that.
But then when we get to season 3, I didn't actually mind. I know, now you're not the biggest fan of like cutlery and all that. I don't really mind that. But this latest one does feel a bit, I don't know. I hear people I don't know. We'll see how they sort of go about it in the future, and if they can kind of explain it. But it did feel too out of nowhere to me this time.
The cutlery was like okay, cool, and it was a Red Theresa. It was like his version of Houndborn transformation after Doom tried to do like, no, I'm the Devourer. Actually did not offend me more than the shield, but the shield is the one. The shield is the one. But this is the one thing that I try to get people to get about current BAM, right? I just find it to be a very strange decision to be like, hey, this character's been training hard for 2 years, infinite loop, battlefield to battlefield. We saw him and Karaka use the palm to wake up Yama, the Ha family ranker who didn't want to become a ranker that he learned from. And then it's like, okay, instead of calling upon his training and having him have learned these things already, he just keeps pulling out new things. I find that to be one of the strangest decisions I've ever seen in a story. I've never seen that before. Even with I'm not gonna go into detail, even what's happening with Luffy right now, with the flashback that he has to a certain character training him for that 2-year time skip, we make a lot of memes about it, but I can at least be like, at least he's calling upon the 2 years of training that he had to try to get through whatever adversity he's going through right now. Even if it was just like he thinks back to a Van Kel like beating his ass and threw out the shield somehow, like I'm like, okay, I can live with that. That's cool to me. Him be like, oh shit, whatever. You didn't even know what you're doing.
Yeah, also to piggyback off you, I thought it's also weird that he did martial arts training.
Right.
That he did martial arts training, and he's not doing martial arts. He's doing more wave controller stuff.
Exactly.
Where's the fist, man? Where's the choreography with the fist?
Back
He's
with Daniel.
he's not doing that. He's not doing that.
I would say though, because Bomb's enemies have been like these crazy high rankers who he shouldn't be fighting or whatever, I kind of find it a little hard to believe if the martial arts would if Bomb punched White in the gut and White got hurt by it, that would I agree
you know what I mean? You, but that's why I would rather him not. That's why I'd rather him have not done that though. Why even
why include the martial arts?
Yeah, but
he didn't need. I never felt like that was his strength. Like Jin Sung taught him martial arts. Like who cares if he has he's not Batman. He doesn't need 50 new ones. He's good. He just needs to be able to the thing about the hidden floor was the best thing was for me because another irregular taught him how to use stuff that he didn't know how to do. Because like I always thought the most interesting thing about the hidden floor was that Edelwan and Jihad and them, they had a better understanding of how shit worked in general, how to manipulate it, how to be creative with it. I would have rather seen that. So even if Bam would have pulled new moves out of his ass, it would have been okay, because it's just like, oh, he's just doing what the other regulars did because they were experimenting. They were learning new things. But when you tell me that he trained for 2 years and he's not using the stuff that he trained to do, it's just a weird decision. But again, that's just me.
Hold that real quick. I just want to say, to put things in perspective, because I keep hearing this 2-year number, and I ran the numbers myself. Like back when I was like heavily invested, like thinking about the shit on my way home from work and everything. Bam right now has been in the tower for like 12.5 years, like
something like that. Yeah,
his climb.
I was gonna say 11, but
his climb is ridiculous. So for that 12.5 years, all right. So for the past 2 years, like 2-year time skip for season 3, he trained for 2 years. Then he trained again with Kuni Don. Then he trained again like before that with GOG. Then he trained again before that, all the martial arts from Jeet Kune Do to a whole bunch of other stuff. For a year on his way to Train City. Then he also trained again when he was, JVG with Flex. Like he trained for 5 years. So like the majority of Bam's time in the tower has been training, in all honesty. And he doesn't use shit. I'll be honest. Like the first thing we see when he pops up in season 2, what does he do? He takes all of Mule Love's moves.
Yo, run him his check for blue ore. You were living off blue ore before you could fly. Run my man his check. Give him his check, bro.
He really did.
You get those royalties, bro.
What I do love is when he got to the floor, he turned the blue ores into wings. That's what I do love. Because like he had them like as like little things, like his little wings under there. Like that was kind of dope. That was a dope design. But for the most part, Bam has been in the top. Most of the time, Bam has been in the tower. He's trained, but he don't really utilize anything that he trained. Bam is like a recyclist, yo. He see what you got, he take it and then he use it. Like he don't care. He just don't care. And you could say, all right, well, he used Zero, but Zero was just a move that Ha-Jin Sung taught him, that he then added the Zero part 2 from the dude, the A ranker that didn't want to become a rank didn't want to become an official ranker
from the battlefield.
Yeah, like that's all he did. He just added the Zero part to it because Karaka did the same fucking move, just his version.
There are skills in his wave controller arsenal that you can argue he honed during the last training time skip. It's not like he simply he was going from battlefield to battlefield, like y'all said. It's not like he was just training martial arts and that's all he did.
His base skills are better because even in that fight with the ranker, they say that in the I got that. That's true. Like I'm not saying
he didn't pull meteor shower out his ass. Like that's something he learned that shit beforehand.
And also Hansung teaching him the Shinsu loop. I mean, we had flashbacks to that. So there are a few instances at least, but
true. It'd be
That's a good point.
Being fair, yeah, all right.
That's a good point. But wait, so
I just thought the martial arts aspect was kind of a waste. That's basically what I'm saying. Like why did he didn't really need it? Like his fighting style was never really predicated on that in the first place, to be honest. So that's why I didn't really care for it. He was never a martial artist. He's a wave controller.
It's never like a focal point. I feel like, but then again, he's not like boxing with White because White got a blade, but he's in there. He tried to do some strikes. He was weaving. It's just he doesn't really utilize that aspect of it that much, nor was it really necessary. I agree.
Yeah, it wasn't necessary. That's like I said, that's my bigger. It wasn't necessary.
But all right, let's talk about the squadron commanders and the slayers real quick.
Could I say some stuff on the last topic first?
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead.
So one of the issues that I have with Bomb's past 2 power-ups, the shield and then what he's doing against White here, is he didn't work for or plan for either of them. He basically just got into the situation with Kallavan and said to himself, oh well, either I'm gonna have a power-up or I'm dead. And right here, he knew how powerful White was. He didn't have any sort of real concrete plan going into the fight. It was just like, okay, if he didn't get this power up, he would be dead. Like,
Yeah, because White
neither
waxed
of these
him,
things
and I was hyped.
worked for or planned for.
I would argue though
That was a pump fake.
pretty
I
much
did not.
every
I did not bite for that pump fake. I did not bite. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. My bad.
No, that's fine. I do see what you're saying. My retort, if I was to argue against that, would be that virtually every power up that Bomb has gotten has been unplanned. Like the Souls was kind of, to be fair, a slight Deus Ex Machina, like here you go, now you can beat him kind of moment. He didn't plan on that. The Black March is what saved him from the rankers that were there, Charlie or whatever. I don't know. He didn't plan on that. The Red Thrissa whole thing, he didn't plan on that either. So I feel like I do agree that it's a moment of character for Bomb to be. He's learned that all these things are being given to him. He's confident that he's gonna bust something out. You can argue that that's bad from a narrative perspective, but I feel like pretty much every one of his transformations and power ups have been unplanned.
That's fair. Now, my only pushback towards you with that is that I didn't really like any of them, but the level of disdain grew with each one. Now, but I will say this: I'm always a person. If SIU just explains it to me, even if I don't like it, I'm cool. Cause I'm just like, okay, well, like, wasn't the greatest explanation, but he gave me something. Like I said, as far as like the Black March, I just want to know how it works. How did it make him stronger? How did he utilize that power? If he explains that to me, I'm cool. Like, I'm just like, it wasn't the greatest, but at least like now we know how the Black March.
Or make it evident with the artistry, because I'm a huge fan of show don't tell. That's why I don't like Tagashi. All I do is type and write and talk. Anyways, you don't draw nothing.
Why you don't need to be drawing that series, bro?
He makes the panels to put words in it. I can't stand him. But anyways, it's not a Naya stream if I don't send us Tagashi straight. Okay,
you gotta get your
reading light novels and Shonen Jump,
right?
But no, that's the only thing with me.
I'm gonna say like some mangaka, creative teams, whatever, are really good at making what's happening very evident with just what's happening with the artistry. Like, what's the example I always use? Samurai Jack. You watch an entire episode of Samurai Jack, he won't say shit, but you know exactly what he's thinking, how he's feeling, and what his motivations are, how determined he is, and things of that nature. Because they're so good at showing him emote and be expressive. Like, you could do that with the artistry too. You don't necessarily have to type that out to you. And if you make it evident with the art, I could be like, he did this and it did that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Joe, you made a really good point in your response to Nye with the problem where you talk about like, Bam's kind of always done this. And for me, it was kind of like, it was okay back then because he didn't know anything and he couldn't fight. But now he can fight. Like, so I'm just like, okay, you don't really need that anymore because you know how to fight.
The implication, no, I understand. I guess it's more that the implication that irregular, like the moment the term irregular is introduced, Yuri and Evan they're freaking out. They see him and they're like, oh, he's not what I expected, And later on, Han Sung and every time the term irregular is brought up, it's like irregulars change the tower in the most massive way. They're monsters and they're hated, they're feared, and for a reason, right? So I feel like it's okay if that is seen in Bomb because he's supposed to be even, kind of an irregular among irregulars. He wasn't strong, he wasn't special, he didn't look special. Right. So that's sort of my main point with that.
But to piggyback off that, though, this is the first irregular we're really seeing grow. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've heard stories of what Runek did when he climbed. Like, every other one, like Phantom Inium, he just wrecked shit and left, right?
See, the fact that you can't count, he's not a tower.
You can't count because he's an axe, but whatever. Okay,
he's a TOS character.
Right. He's an axe, whatever. The point being that like the only two comparative things that we have are Data Jihad and Data Edwan, right? Like, and you don't even really see that growth. So like when you hear all these stories about what irregulars have done, now you're just witnessing it happen in real time as he's growing and climbing.
I agree with that, but I feel like that it's double-edged. It works both ways because it gives you freedom to do whatever you want, but also because we have nothing to compare it to, we don't know if it's like the right way to do it. And also,
I would actually argue Kunan Dwan and Dala Jihad were stronger than Bam when he got there. At the very least, they were more knowledgeable about techniques and things that they could do, which actually isn't surprising considering they travel with more regulars and do a lot of administrative tests.
I disagree with both premises of basically him being an irregular, and that is the reason why he is doing all of these feats, because we see another irregular in the tower with Rachel. She's not doing the same thing. Also, he has been given a fuck ton of items to power him up. That lobster
Right.
thing,
You
the
right.
blue Tharissa, before he even got to season 2, he got the blue Tharissa. Like we're forgetting that. Like that man was in his body
you just reminded me of my point. Does anyone else find it really jarring that Bam does all these things and nobody else in the tower knows about it? Like they're supposed to know what an irregular is, and like nobody has data. Like nobody knows what's going on in the tower, like ever.
There's been three irregulars aside from the 10 family heads and Jihad who have ever entered though in like 20,000 years. So I feel like it's kind of understandable that no one really considers it as even an option, you know, especially considering the sheer force and destruction of the other three. So
Right.
And
It just doesn't make sense to them.
yeah, they don't even think
It's
about
not
it.
something that they think would be the case.
I've always considered it like kind of like. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I knew Haku was want to say something.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, the 10 family heads are immortal, so they're probably just kind of chilling until like it straight comes to their doorstep. Most of them probably won't care.
is clapping cheeks for his life.
Oh no, I don't even mean them though. But like, I just feel like if a person was running through the tower, like I'm not sure like everybody needs to know about. Because the thing about it that I've noticed in Tower guys, they're kind of like the enemies that you have in like a video game where they're just like, oh, that guy got waxed, but he's not me. Like, put your hands up. Like you don't care. Like, they don't care.
Run them pause.
Yeah.
I'm already done with that. Run the man.
That was good.
Yeah, but it's just like if he's doing things that normally that's just not that it's like the most special thing that's ever been done, but even the fact that it's unusual, you think more news of that was spread, not to the family heads because they don't care, right? Like like whatever, man. Like until somebody proves to be an actual family, like F.U.G be run around throwing propaganda against them and they don't care. Like they don't care. Like they're like, okay, until y'all prove y'all can actually do something against us, like whatever, dude. But like, yeah, I'm just like, you think that'd be like more noise among people and they would have more plans to fight against Bam, like try to cheat or something like that. They try to do more. But like I said,
The thing that gets me too is just like once you witness some of this stuff, like how it's exactly what you just said. It's like, well, I'll be fine though. Let's run it. You're just a regular. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. It's like I used to argue that the thing that I was okay with, because like the way SIU kind of used to describe Bam to me is that the only thing like special about him right now is his destructive capabilities. Like,
right, his potential.
Yeah, destructive wise, he's ridiculous. But I thought he's like, he needs to work on technique. He would run out of power. And when I talk about consequences for him, I thought he would have more situations where he would just simply run out of power. Like kind of like White does. Like White's like, oh, I ran out of souls. Like I'm not strong anymore. Like I gotta go. Mm-hmm. I thought Bam would have more situations like that. Like he just exhausted them. Like he would just like, all his attacks are lethal. If you get hit by them, you're screwed. But I thought he'd be in more situations where, because these rankers have been, most of them took like 1,000 years to climb the tower. You think they would have more things to throw him off, or just I don't know, mental mind games, something different. But that's when it comes to some of that stuff.
Yeah, I feel it. But all right.
Shit hurt when you see that somebody's been stuck on the same floor for like 300 years. That Bam comes back. It's like, whatever, bro. All right, bye.
We had this conversation a while ago on my channel, so I wanted to tell me your guys' opinion on this. Just based off, I want you to think of the portrayal that F.U.G and really the Slayers had kind of up until this moment. And I want to ask you guys if you think that they've been kind of unimpressive overall compared to the squadron commanders. Because I'm not saying that they're bad characters and they're useless and whatever. But like my biggest question with a lot of F.U.G is like, all of these guys are dormant and sleeping and blah 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 yada yada. And their job is to take out apparently one of the heads. These guys are on a complete different level. And I'm like, I'm not trying to downplay Jihad's army. I'm like, no, if you're a commander of an entire squadron, you should be elite. But them niggas different. them Slayers are bums. And Crocker's my guy. Like, I'm not very impressed in terms of, like, and here's my really thing. It's like, if the discrepancy of power was really like that, why aren't they training? Why is Yama like, why are some of these people just like going around not doing it? Get stronger. Like, the squadron commanders are better than you, in my opinion.
Train.
So
I have an interesting thought on this one. So
Go ahead.
I do agree that the Slayers are being overwhelmed by a lot of these other people. I think it makes narrative, or in the world I should say, sense for Jihad, the king of the tower for the past 20,000 years, to have the top-notch fighters as his main, allies, or his main squadron people. So in that sense, I can understand why. Okay, yeah, his squadron commanders, like literally his top dogs, are going to be some of the strongest people in this tower.
Yep.
I've always thought of the Slayers, especially, there's the whole third generation thing, whatever. I've always thought of the Slayers as they all, in a way, kind of break some law, or they're all chosen for some specific reason. So Karak is unique because he's virtually immortal. He has his heart thing. He can kind of shift bodies. He has that going for him. So I feel like
lives, baby.
Infinite past lives, yeah.
Yes,
So
my
it's
God.
not necessarily, he doesn't have to be like insanely strong. It's just that he has something, because their goal is to kill the family heads in Jihad. So each of the Slayers brings something that can help towards that. It doesn't have to be raw strength. Like White can infinitely grow stronger with the souls.
Okay.
That's his unique thing. Karaka, like I mentioned. Yama, they even said the reason they wanted Doom to be their Slayer was basically just because of the Canine Army,
Yeah.
So that's his unique factor that he brings, an infinite army. And those are the only real 3 Slayers that we
know
have a lot of detail on. Right. That would be
Like
my
you just said too, Joe, like that third generation thing is kind of big because the 3 Slayers that we have in front of us are like the newest ones, realistically,
Yes.
aside from White, right? Like the rest of them, Karaka and Yama are like the newest inductees.
How much stock
So-
do you put into Kallavan's statement about his power being comparable to the
Fuck
first?
Carl, man. It's not Carl. Ain't nobody talking about Carl. Look, and Sophia, we're not even gonna talk about Sophia. She's sexy though. But all I'm gonna say is like, I don't even know about Seto. But the other Slayers that haven't been mentioned, I feel like are probably gonna be of a higher caliber.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
Well, we
I
didn't.
just want to say-
I don't think White was disappointed. My bad. I didn't think
No,
White was
White's fine.
disappointed.
He was the
He's
only
fine.
one that wasn't disappointed.
No, but
Everybody else was
the thing
fine.
is with him, why I think like none of us expected his power to come with such a caveat. Because I was talking about Nye about that. Because it took. Cause I was thinking about like what it took. Y'all can tell me the exact. I don't remember exactly what it said. But then it take like multiple princesses to take him down and stuff like that. Like that's a big deal.
So-
Like it took multiple Jihad princesses to take that guy down. But he probably that was probably at the time where he consumed 1 billion souls.
I
think it
believe
was one.
I believe it's one, but I do remember the earlier translations. I actually bring it all the time because remember I remember during
It
Sun's
was one of the strongest ones. right?
during Sun's quiz, you got messed up with Mexes and Maxethian because you didn't know what to change. That was one of those
Right,
things that happened
yes.
with there was a change. I think initially they made it sound like it was a multiple princesses, and then when
It was
like they
a
knew
Arya
concrete, it
princess.
changed back
Yeah.
to one.
Mm.
Because I
I'll tell you
remember
how long I've been reading this, man.
I think
And
we
It was
I
found
think
out
it's
the
that-
REA princess
go ahead.
that took him down.
Yes, go ahead.
We found out that it was one princess at first, and then later on, when we're developing White more, I think in Floor of Death, we learned that it was someone from the same family.
Yeah.
So my prediction has always been that it's Hagafarion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. But also, like, have you guys been impressed with the squadron commanders, Kallavan, Yasaracha, Liborg? How do you?
Yeah, you going there? Yeah, you going there?
Oh, okay. I thought it was just me.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Me
missed
too.
it.
That's why I ain't say nothing. I thought it was just me.
I know you were talking about the squad. You were trying to say which ones are impressive.
Yeah.
Okay. I can translate. I can translate lag.
Okay. We got our translator.
Haku, I think you were next.
Oh, yeah. So to talk about the way that Slayers have been presented, I might have a totally different opinion
Go ahead.
than everybody else on this, but
Let's
For
hear it. Let's
me,
go.
the Slayers have always been the closest thing, I think, to Bomb's parallel to the 10 Great Warriors. I always viewed it as, we know that Zahard's the end game for Bomb, but we're getting introduced to these characters and building these characters up where we know that Adie Hone is Joaquin or White's end game. We know that Zahard's also
Yeah.
Karaka's end
That's
game,
for
but
different
Karaka's not
reasons.
actually going to be the one to
Yeah.
take him down.
Hold
Yeah.
wait.
That's that whole. That's
Hold
that
on.
whole.
Hold on.
Yeah.
And I
Believe,
feel like
baby. I'm joking.
Sorry. I feel like we're building Yama so that the Lopobia family head is probably going to be Yama's endgame. I don't think that Yasracha is actually going to be his endgame.
Oh, I agree
So-
with that.
I can see
To
that.
me,
Yeah.
the Slayers have always been characters where people asked me, like, way back during Last Station and stuff, oh, do I think, like, White or Karaka is stronger than Evankel or something? And it's like, well, not now, but there are certain characters like Kelhelm, like Evankel, that are going to be used for certain things in the narrative, but they aren't meant to grow and to change. But there are characters like the Slayers. We've seen Karaka already growing and changing. Yama is growing and changing. White is growing and changing. So they're all characters that I think are meant to be built up. And I think that's what sets them apart from the sort of squadron commanders, because the squadron commanders are kind of set.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Got your point.
Yeah, that's a really good point,
Yeah.
actually.
Like real talk. Do y'all think Yama's losing this third round?
No chance.
No way.
No.
He's
I don't.
winning this fight.
I'm gonna say
He's not
50-50
losing.
toss
He's
up.
not losing.
My hands are up. My hands are up.
No,
Here's the thing. I
only
need to
reason
clarify.
why-
I need to clarify because every time I say winning and losing, people jump to this conclusion like somebody's gonna die or something.
No,
Yama
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have to
no.
die for Yama to win the fight.
No, I agree. I agree. No, I honestly don't know if Yasarachi used everything he had. That's why I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
I don't think-
Yama, the fear factor is gone, but
I agree.
Yasarachi still got stuff in the bag. So I don't know. Can't say for
I
sure.
don't think Yama going to die primarily because of the conversation that Doom had with him, like when that man was unconscious, and
I
that was.
don't think anybody.
Oh, he's definitely not
I would-
dying. 100%.
For sure.
No. I think Yama's winning because that boy said our father was a wild beast who couldn't be tamed. He chose to serve Lopobia. Okay, cool. You just told me everything I need to know. No, he's surviving.
I mean, the whole second round gave me everything I need to know about that. Like, we don't even have the full flashback, but the amount of times Yasaracha had this man's name in his mouth, it was I counted as like 17 or 18 times in 2 chapters. Like, bro, stop teasing me. Clearly, you had respect for this man of some kind because you
They
know
were lovers.
Yeah.
I'm just
What also what me and I used to always talk about, we were just like, we don't even know if Yasarachi is one of the stronger members of the Lopobia family. This is a family
There's
with
20
a big,
branch leaders.
there's 20 branch
20
leaders.
branch families with unique abilities at that if we go based off of Elaine's family, right?
Yeah.
And
we
then
did see
The
one
Grey
of
Wolf.
them.
The Grey Wolf.
right,
Well,
okay, yeah, he was a leader. He was a branch leader, right? The Hawk
Dakoko
dude?
was a branch leader.
Dakoko
He
was.
was the leader of one of the 20, right? Like he was
Okay.
the
But-
leader.
But let's not even assume that the branch family heads are the strongest ones because based on this whole thing with Lafav and Evankel, nobody from the main Lopobia forces out here is what the dialogue.
That's
is.
what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying though. That's why we don't know. And also like Yasarachi was basically the way he was talking to Yama. He was like, bro, if you can't even beat me, don't even think about talking to the family head, bro. Cause like you can't even. Don't
I
even,
think-
like, you can't tell me.
Yeah, well, I think the only reason I say that Yama is like 1000% going to win is just because of. I think the audience would get tired of seeing Yama lose a third time to the same person.
Dude, I promise you this. It's a rule in narratives that I've seen. Nobody loses the third rematch. If you lose the third round,
100%.
pack it up and get
Fact.
off the series, dog. Just don't
Yeah,
come
that's
back.
Rules of 3. Absolutely right.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Actually, I can't spoil that. But all right, that's fair. JD.
Oh, the Slayers. I don't know. The Slayers for me is kind of like I'm gonna use a solo. So I apologize if this may be a spoiler. Y'all playing on solo.
I'm not reading that. I
But
don't
it's-
give a damn.
Okay. Okay. So
All right.
That shit is
all right.
lit.
So it's kind of like with solo. When Jin up all that strongest the MC. So it's kind of like the nation level hunters. They're called nation level hunters, which are supposedly the strongest hunters in the world. And when Jinwoo finally faces off with him, it's literally no diff. And it's like you've been building up these particular hunters since the very beginning of the story, and now when we finally get them, they're pretty much useless
Which
in
hunter?
the story going further. So it just power scaling wise, like they're where the story is now, nation level hunters are pretty much useless.
But I think solo leveling is a poor example because the pacing of that series in the end game is so fast. Like Thomas got washed, and then he's literally like everybody's irrelevant.
Yeah,
But
that's
trying to
yeah.
But you trying to put a monarch against a national level? You know, you got it. You got it.
No, Milios, what he's saying, I agree, is that like it just went too fast. Like you built them up, and then like the power scale. And we're not even talking about solo leveling, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
that's exactly what I'm saying.
but
That's all like you got it.
Right, we're not. But I'm using Solo as a reference for those who read Solo and know what I'm talking about. So it's kind of just the same way I see the Slayers. Like we've been building these Slayers up, and now we're finally getting to them, and now it's like y'all getting washed.
I
don't think it's the same, but
yeah, I think the important thing with the Slayers really is the third generation thing. Is the idea that again the Slayers that we've met are like our new inductees. These guys are like, you know, like Joe was saying, they all have these, you know, these unique qualities to them that make them, you know, the best candidate for this position.
And most of them been inactive. Especially
Right,
White and Yama. They've mostly been inactive.
Yama's literally been napping for like years and years, hundreds of years.
Been sleeping.
Been sleeping.
Do you guys,
Yeah,
do you guys
that's
ever
true.
find it hilarious that whole plan was predicated on him not waking up? Like, I hope you don't wake up.
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious.
like I pray to God you don't wake up, bro. Like, stay asleep.
Top tier. Yeah, no, but as far as the sealed, the inactive Slayers, if they were on the same level, like if Seto, Pefemamore Seto, shows up and he's Karaka level, that would be like a big letdown for me because that's like a sealed, sleeping, inactive Slayer. Like that has to be a big deal.
I agree.
I think you guys swayed me on this one. I find the Squadron Commanders impressive, but maybe the Slayers just need to grow. And the ones that are the first generation, they'll get their moment in the sun. So
right.
I hope so.
Fair enough. Just to piggyback off that though, like just to segue into this, are you guys still excited for round 3 of Yama versus Yasaracha and Doom?
Not at all.
Get that
Not
fight
even
out.
a little bit.
No,
No.
I think
not even.
round 2 is peak as far as the action is gonna. Like I just want him to win, right? But I really love that fight. I know you guys aren't really enthused about the fight in season 3.
I don't hate the fight with Yama and Yasaracha. I don't like the primordial fear planting because I think it cheapens him actually being somebody who
100%.
commands fear and finally felt it. It's not the same. It's not organic.
But also, I feel like with a character like Yama, like let him earn that shit. You know, if the problem is that Yama for the first time in his life is feeling fear, which is an emotion that he has used against opponents for so long, if he's afraid of Yasaracha, like manually let this man work through that fear. Let him earn like the power to stand up in front of Yasaracha and clap his cheeks. Don't just be like, oh, I gave you a fang, you're good now.
Use
You're
a
not
tooth,
afraid.
put it in your chest. You good?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, can we just take a second to talk about Yama then? Because I slightly disagree. I see where you guys are coming from, but I still think that the inherent moment of him experiencing fear for the first time hits heavy.
I actually agree with that.
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Especially
No.
the scream moment where like he screams to like try to let it all out, but it comes back in. I felt that. I agree with that. I agree with
But
that.
then to like easy point, like if you really think about it, Yama, I think what people don't get, like yes, you can say that the power up is whatever, it cheapens it, and okay, he has this new fang and he's gonna go back in, but he's forever changed by that experience. Like Yama is no longer the same arrogant man that he was.
I agree. No,
Definitely been humble.
He and that you're gonna see it reflect. Like, okay, just remember I said this when the story progresses. You're gonna see differences in the way Yama approaches situations based off of this interaction.
My only caveat.
You want to put money on it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not?
How much you want back?
You offer, man. You set the bar.
What's happening right now? This took a turn.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna keep track. I write it down.
I didn't know we opened the floor for betting already.
No, we'll talk about
No,
it.
you streaming. This is video evidence. We can just come.
No. The reason why I'm saying it's cheating is because I read ahead, so I know what happens.
Yeah,
so.
Milios read the fast pass. He already
Oh,
knows
you
the
can't.
show.
Okay, you can't bring that in.
man so pissed.
First of all, but like that. Even if you read the fast pass, that's 3 chapters. Even if you read the raws, that's still a limited
I
amount of
read
chapters.
5 chapters.
That's
ahead.
5.
Okay,
Maybe 5
all I'm saying is in the series as it progresses, there has to be some sort of indication that this made an impact. That's
The
all.
only thing as far as this fight that I worry about, please just don't make Yasaracha look like. That's all I'm saying. Like, if he's gonna lose or if he's gonna die, make him like go out kind of cool. Like that's all I want.
Swing him.
Okay.
Let's go that way.
I don't know about Milios and his fast pass or whatever,
Oh
but
man, why the fast
yeah,
pass?
come on, dude. Not good. No. So if the fight brings, I just want it to bring something new. I'm excited for it, not because I'm expecting crazy new choreography. I'm excited because, and I'm very looking forward to it still, because I think we're finally gonna get the information that has been hidden from us for so long. We're finally gonna find out the relationship between Yasracha, Yama's father, and I personally think when Yama woke up, he he was a changed individual. Like he woke up totally completely calm. He found out something when he experienced that flashback. Something big.
Something big.
And I think it's gonna affect the third fight. Change it enough so it's not like I hate you, I had to kill you. I think it's gonna be a much more respectful interaction.
I agree. I agree with that.
I also
Yeah,
agree.
that was-
I
I
also
was
agree
about to
with
say the
that's
same
the
thing.
Haku, go after me. I also agree with the idea. To me, that's the interesting part about the last confrontation. I don't care about the literal combat anymore, but the information there, I care about.
Yeah.
Haku, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that I was going to say the same thing Dr. Bonehead said before he said it. Just that I think the third round is going to depend mostly on what the narrative is, because I feel like the Yasracha flashback is going to lead to bigger reveals.
I agree.
I agree.
Well, yeah, it's a good segue into the Lopobia family head stuff. I think that's the most.
Hold up, before we go though, I do want to say the main thing that I'm looking forward to is finally seeing Yama's full-blown complete transformation, because we still haven't seen it yet.
That's true, actually. Shit.
That is very
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Outside of the comment
That's
that
what
I
I'm
had
looking
hype
for.
for,
How
you
did I,
right, you
how did I
right.
forget
I
that?
just want that panel. That's all.
That's fair.
It's gonna be
I mean,
glorious.
Transforms. Thank
I
Yasuracha.
feel you on
and,
that. What y'all want to see though has everything to do with Machini. I'm not even going for
Fair enough.
feel you.
Okay.
But Yama's cool though. He saved me in that cage. Cause I'm not gonna lie to
Yeah.
y'all. I don't know what I would have done if Yama.
He really carried. Like he carried so
Yeah.
hard.
He
'Cause
was the highlight.
Oh, 100%.
I always say this. I do think on a conceptual level, what he built up in the blog post with Immort and Bayroad just comes across to me as more interesting, but I'm not mad at the three Baylord brothers storyline. I actually think it's still solid. But conceptually, that Immort stuff sounds more interesting, but you never know how the execution could have been though.
They did, yeah, they did. SA did retcon it a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree.
I'm not mad at it. Like, I like the idea of Yama becoming a proper Slayer. Paul takes over the cage. I actually thought Doom was. I think Doom was gonna die.
What's a proper
I don't think.
Slayer?
I don't know, man. You know, go out and do Slayer. I don't know.
This organization
You
has
know what I'm
never
saying?
been organized. What are they doing? That's always been my problem with every.
Yeah, but you know, we'll meet Loose Leg soon enough. I feel like actually.
Yeah, I
feel
always
like
thought
we're gonna get
the
introductions to
idea
that later.
was this was supposed to be the way I've theorized it in my head. I'm not a theory guy, but the way I theorized it in my head is that this organization was basically some type of setup to wait till Bam or whoever Arlene, said was worthy of this to come into play, and he was going to unite this under one banner. This great.
I do think that.
That's
like,
why he gave him so much leverage as
Yeah.
Jovial Grace. I think that's the whole setup, and that's part of Karaka's problem with
Yes,
that first.
yeah,
exactly. They're treating
Yeah.
bombs so differently, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I also think that's why I think Loose Lick and the guys who are leading F.U.G never did anything. Like, why are they not around? Why they're not doing anything? Because they're just like, we can't do anything until our quote unquote chosen, saving one, whatever they want to call him, shows up, and then we have the key. That's how I
based on Sophia Tan's dialogue too. It seems to me like the elders are not in line with the vision that Loose Lick has.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
They're
that.
just like, we don't fight this shit. We're gonna get it done ourselves.
F.U.G. is definitely
I'm
not
glad-
united. Go ahead.
No.
I'm glad you brought her up.
100,
And
yeah.
the reason why I'm glad you brought her up, she's sending her two regular ass rankers while she stayed
Alright.
and watched the
But
light
she's
out.
on defense. She's like a master light bearer. I mean, whatever.
Kel Hellam's story was meant to explain why F.U.G. doesn't do anything, because Zahar specifically took like the strongest fighter that the people going up against him had, killed everybody else, left Kel Hellam alive, so that Kel Hellam would tell them no, we can't go against Zahard. We're not strong enough. We're not ready yet.
Can I just say how much I hate Kallavan? He's a clown. I don't respect
Trash,
him.
dude. He's
Now-
not trash.
Now, his abilities are raw. The arrows go crazy. The arrows go crazy. The paths go crazy. I can't stand him. Every time he opens his mouth,
I'm right there with you.
every time he opens his
fair.
mouth, I'm
Alright.
upset. I'm like, what are you even talking about, dude? Stop talking. Oh my goodness.
His name is
character-
Carl, bro. His name is Carl.
I mean, he ain't a clown. He just got a pimp.
Clown Helen,
Zahard
bro.
is just his pimp.
You have to see you have to see me try to unravel his mind in my one video, The Curious Case of Kallavan. I'm like, what is he ever talking about, man? You just talk about past and destiny, and as soon as you're like, I'm sorry, I got out observation hockey, I'm useless. I'm like, get him out of here, just throw him away. Fucking throw him
I
in.
think he is one of the more confusing characters where he like, I'm like the main antagonist. Wait, actually, I'm on your side, but wait, I'm not going to work with you, but wait, I guess I will. It's like, and he tries to fill in all these gaps about why.
Shout out to Soho, man. Soho carrying that
Although why
dude.
you are supposed to have
100%.
observation hockey and like know what's gonna happen. Like, shut up.
Oh, okay. Actually, real quick before I get into this, are you guys excited for Libork and Kallavan? Because I still am excited for this one.
Yeah,
Oh,
I actually
100%.
am.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the most hype parts
Super
that I'm looking for.
I feel like that shit has to be good, bro. That shit has to pop off.
Especially
Well,
now
with him with like Boric, I always wonder, for me personally, because he is a child mix of two great families. One, I always wonder what side's gonna take more president, and two, I wonder if he's gonna be.
Wait, Vince, if you go off the
It's
naming
Poe
scheme,
Vidal.
yeah, because Poe Vidal comes first. If you actually
Yep.
look at the princesses,
Yeah.
because Jihad comes after, their actual thing name is first. It's like Ha-Yuri Jihad. So, because it's
Yeah, like
impossible.
Hata-
It's
even like
impossible.
Hatata,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. It's impossible for him to have both bloodlines equally because they're both male. So it would have been like another perhaps direct descendant that the Poe Vidal family made it with. So yeah. Anyways, go
You
ahead.
look at his demeanor, bro. That's Gaston written all over it, man. That's-
But still, the fact that he got the coon thing, because all coon, like, and I was saying this with you.
He's a
And
Johnson.
he
like,
cheated
what-
on Eurasia.
Yeah, like one thing I've noticed about a lot of the Jihad commanders so far, they all schemers. They scheme a lot.
Oh yeah.
So I just find
Except
that
maybe
interesting.
Kallavan.
Like,
Kallavan's kind of a man of action.
Yeah, he-
Except
he don't-
Kallavan.
he don't
Kallavan
only
is a very like
want-
straightforward.
I'm not
like,
saying he's
disciplined-
stupid, but he's a man of action.
Exactly.
You know what always confused me? Maybe I'm just thinking about this differently. Is it's like, yes, two different bloodlines, Poe Vidal and Kun, which is really cool. But wouldn't every single Ha and Ari
Yeah, because they're already
mixed
yeah,
blood?
yeah.
Right.
Oh.
So
Miles
it's like,
Miles has brought this up a lot of times in the chat. He's true. Yeah, they're technically.
yeah, so like Yuri is technically an Ari Ha, you know, not Ari Ha, and yet she's like, does that make her any different? It's
That's
interesting
that's
thought.
why that's
It's
why
bloodline.
that's why wait hold on
Yeah.
that's
Never
why I
thought about
always
that.
wanted to know what Ha Jin Sung really meant when he said I'm different amongst my family, because I feel like that ties into that. Maybe I've looked too much into it, but I've always thought him just saying we're technicians. I'm like, that's not really what he's trying to. It's like, why are you different? The Tiger Dragon Gate, I was clean. I'm like, so that's, I think maybe he might be a pure Ha. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
I
that
think-
would be
I
interesting.
think actually,
Yeah.
Jinsung could be Ha Yurin's like actual full-on son, because we
Is
know
he the grandson?
that.
Grandson, yeah.
Well,
I
I,
could see
thought
that.
that Yuri was granddaughter, so he might be.
She's great granddaughter, I think.
I
Right?
don't know.
I think it's
But,
granddaughter. I think she said my grandma. Like, yeah.
Wait, really? Oh, maybe you're right.
I
He
think
could
so.
be potentially the last surviving member of the first generation, because remember, we were told that the first generation of the 10 Families' children was wiped out by Chan Dewan's Hidden Grove group.
Okay,
So
I did
if
look
all
it
of
up.
the first generation kids were wiped out, maybe Jinsung's a survivor of that.
What does it say?
What is it, Joe?
That would be cool. She is Yuri's the great granddaughter.
Oh, okay.
So Jin Sung is the grandson, but like still could be the direct. I like that idea a lot. Direct grandson of Urin or something like that. That'd be cool.
yeah, that could work.
I would
Because direct lines do have they are different from like the other ones. So
Right.
we learned that with Rain a while back.
Now,
True.
just to stay on topic for a second, I have given Liboric his due credit. And yesterday's
Yes.
video,
Yeah,
I made
did
that
see
shit
that.
yesterday, so I can come today and be like, I gave him his props, but I'm still Team Kallavan, okay? That's
on your side.
I'm not making
Come
the
on.
same mistake I did with Yasracha. I got
All right,
packed
and when
badly.
he get folded like an accordion, I'm gonna be right here. Don't worry. Don't worry.
that would be- that'd be
Look.
hilarious.
Here's how I see it. Like, if we're getting a straight up physical clash, right? I'm giving that to Kalachad all day.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Liebrecht's a schemer, man.
Yeah,
And
That's what I'm saying. Think about how much
thinker.
time he's had to prep for that fight.
He's prepped for this. He's baiting
He
him.
knows
You know what I'm
Kallavan's
saying?
coming, and he
He's not
knows
going to fight
Kallavan's
him.
fit.
He's not going to fight him directly if he has no chance of winning, right? So he's going to do something. I just don't know what it is.
About to have him walk into a Shinsu minefield or something like that. Nah, he gonna be like, come through. I got refreshments on the table real quick. Hold up real quick. I'm just gonna bop you in the
And
back
those
of your head.
refreshments are laced.
Listen, man, all I'm saying is 100 bands Kallavan, diamond in my hand and my forehead. That's my guy. VBS Merchant. That's my guy, man.
All I'm saying, bro, is this feels a hell of a lot like Batman vs Superman, and Batman's had a lot of fucking time to prep.
Yeah,
So
he's prepping. He's prepping.
Yeah.
But if he loses, I feel like that's even more evidence for Adori coming through at the end of the arc.
True.
Hold
yes,
on.
but, which would be
How
dope.
y'all
Yes,
feel
100%.
if Agora got bodied? Like it was just not even worth time.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Hold
disappointing.
on. Let me ask y'all a question real quick. What did y'all think about the line that Ari said about when White was looking at Bam? That look of inferiority, where she said she recognized it before, and then it panned to Laboric.
Right.
What did y'all think about that?
True. That was
Yeah,
that moment.
right?
I never know what that
Huh?
meant. Yeah.
That's a
All
right. All right, watch that shit. Misdirection. Laboric gonna win. Easy W. Watch.
You say it's a red herring? It's a red herring?
It's a red herring.
Someone in the
Like, oh, you
chat.
thought you were talking about me?
Someone in the chat brings up a good point that Liboric is literally sitting in front of the portal where like the rest of the army is. So I feel like he's the kind of guy that even if Kallavan does start to win, he'd be like, "All right, I'm out." You know?
Exactly.
He's
That's
gonna-
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
He got
What is Caliban's plan? Because I know Caliban.
He
obviously wants to smoke Laboric because Laboric like fucked up the crew.
How are
But
you
I'm
going
like,
to
dude, this is
stay in
not-
the army?
Exactly, but I'm like, bro, this is the wild west.
hasn't
easy.
thought
He got
any of
the
that
door in his
through.
pocket.
No, you have to understand this, man. He has not thought any of this through. All he knows is that he needs to kill Labor because he disrespected and killed his friends.
Yes.
After that,
Yes.
he'll figure
You
it.
can't just not think things through. You're about to take out one of the squadron commanders,
Yeah,
and then like,
man.
He doesn't care. He
Yeah,
needs
yeah,
to
he doesn't
murder
care.
this man.
Bro, that
You gotta think about it like this.
Man, Calvin,
like,
keep
so
on
like
coming.
no, but here's what I'm saying. If he just rolled up in here and he was like, "Yo, I'm gonna smoke Laboric and then peace out. I'm gone. Don't care what happens after that. I haven't thought it through. I don't care." But his plan, his plan is to take his place. But that
I don't know how that's gonna. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Okay,
It's like
here's
he
my
have a
my
plan
thing
for
with
after
that.
the fight, but like that plan can't work.
Let me tell you why it could work.
Alright,
Because Jihad people don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They don't care who's
actually.
running this army. They don't care who's running. Think about how disposable they see their people in the first place. They just throw sheer numbers at you, and if you beat them, we just throw more at you. Who cares?
Also, to be fair, there's a power vacuum there too, right? If Library goes out, there's a reason that they didn't kill him and just punish him with the arm biting to begin with, right? If Library goes out and he's like, "Yo, give me his spot," there's a good chance. I mean, Adori and Library, that's like her confidant or whatever, but like Jihad is probably gonna be like, put him back in.
Yeah, exactly. Like at the end of the day, like I think in their type of system, strength rules above all. That's kind of how I see it. Because if you lose, you lose. Like you were disposable anyway. Like we don't have y'all here because we like y'all. We have y'all here because y'all are supposed to be strong. Y'all supposed to maintain order.
Exactly.
Yeah. You can't be around anyway.
I think if Kallavan does, kill Liboric and he's like, "Hey, Jihad," and he shows up with his head or whatever, I feel like Jihad would be like, "You know what? You deserve the spot more than that guy. He lost to you, and he was already the previous leader." Like, maybe not Jihad, whoever else is in.
He didn't kill him for insubordination to begin with.
So disconnected from all this shit. Like,
no, Adori runs this shit, right? But like, and that's why I think it's problematic because if she goes to him and she really trusts Liebrecht like that, she's gonna be like, no. But
we don't know. We don't know that for a fact.
We don't know that she cares, bro. She probably just trusts him to handle shit. But like, if he loses, then she's like, okay, he's expendable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't deserve
the way I'm
to
looking at it.
Caliban want to go back.
I agree with that.
Didn't
I feel
Jihad
like
want to
Because he believes in Jihad.
Jihad is his
That's
god,
his
bro.
thing.
Or at least he was.
Exactly. He said that. He spoke on it.
And I think the other thing too is that Kallavan has nothing to lose. Like he's literally got the rank of a regular soldier at this point, and he's just standing by and watching all this happen. He's probably just thinking, worst case scenario, whatever. I go out fighting, you know. But best case
Yeah, he
scenario, I
lost
took my
everything
position on that.
already. He lost all
Exactly.
his people that he built up. So yeah,
Human
what he got to do?
collector.
Lost all his people
Human
and his
collector. Yeah. They were the only squadron that were more loyal to him than they were to Jahad himself.
Facts.
That's why they had to go. Jahad probably
Yeah.
ordered the hit. He probably was like, man, get them out of here, man.
Man, Jahad
don't love me.
be sleep. Jahad be sleep, man. He just
Yeah.
pull out.
Jahad is upstairs. Jahad is
Jahad woke
upstairs
up
watching.
when he sensed the disturbance on the hidden floor. He was like, "Oh shit, I gotta do something now." Getting too close. Getting too close. And then he issued the 3 orders. He went back to sleep, man. He was like, wake me when it's done.
Yep, that's true. He's worse than Yama.
Half-Lot, that's not made clear. Hasn't been made clear yet. For whatever reason, what Phantom Minim did as the riddle was more impressive to the ranking administration than what Enryu did on floor 43, the floor of death. So
Right.
but I need you guys to understand, because I don't know why this comes up a lot. You have to understand that Fanta's different. You just have to put him in a completely different class. He's not even a Tower of God character. He's part of SIU's connected universe. The Tales
Get right quick and dip.
Yeah.
That's
Man,
it.
He's like,
listen, bro,
he
what?
basically came in like, this is all y'all got, I'm leaving.
Like, bro, like, there's no reason to even speak on that.
Yeah,
guy.
just
Walk
start with
into
Enryu and go
Jahad's
down.
palace.
Ignore him,
Right.
because
Walk into Jahad's
SIU
palace, wipe
said he
everybody
might
and
not
left.
even see him again. He might that might have been it. So
Yeah,
Man,
I mean,
man,
but I do think that it's worth giving some explanation or some insight as to what happened during that event, though.
I
Not
hear
necessarily
you.
clarifying the character himself, but just from the perspective of the people that were there, or in you know.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, so now we get to the meat and potatoes. We gotta talk about our CBL, certified BAM lover me. All right, because I think he's starting to become an issue with the story, personally speaking. The first thing I want to ask you guys, we're gonna go in order. Actually, yeah, we'll go bottom to top, and I'll go top to bottom. Do you guys think that too much focus on BAM has been holding Tower of God back because we don't get to see a lot of the other characters do things? Starting with you, Vince.
Holding back is not the choice of words that I would use.
What would you say?
But I think, what is the right verbiage to use for this? I think it'd be more interesting in some aspects if we could see more that's going on, because it adds to it. Like the Tower God's a very like atmosphere type series for me, and like I said, I don't even think my problems or things that I would correct is not even like I need to change everything that's happening. If he would just, like, for example, like before we start doing it, because he can't do it right now, but for example, if he would have just showed me some panels of what Yuri's doing right now, what Rachel's doing right now, what's happening with Yiwa, like what that captain guy looked like, if he would just show me some stuff like that, then I'm back in, because then I'm just at least like, okay, if I get through this arc or these parts, I got great stuff waiting for me. But I don't know what his plan is. Well, I'm kind of in no man's land right now, so I'm still kind of waiting for that. I'm just kind of like, because for me personally, I'm kind of like over most of this. I was never the biggest Jing Sung guy in the first place, so this whole save,
neither was
rescue
I'm not invested in this
so,
arc personally.
Yeah, so this whole rescue arc for him is just kind of whatever. And then if there's more war flips, he ends up getting killed. But like, oh yeah, I'm like, for me, everything that happened with Tower Guy is gonna be more exciting after we get past it.
I was gonna say this, just before you go, son. Damn it, there's something you said I want to piggyback off real quick. I don't remember. It's okay. Go ahead, son. I don't remember.
All right. I mean, I wouldn't say it's holding it back. I don't really like that. In some aspects, it definitely is, but
Is it an issue, a problem? Like basically, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's problematic is the word that I would use, just because if it's I just foresee it continuing to be this way, and I don't
So do
like
I.
that outlook. Right? Because for me, I know some people might not agree with this. I mean, yes, he's the MC, but I would be perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, I would say I'd be happy if we spent, like, obviously we got to finish the conflict resolution here and like deal with what's going on. But after this is done, right? I'll be perfectly fine with not seeing BAM for like damn near 50 chapters. You know what I'm saying?
100%,
And-
I
My
100%
Greninja, same thing.
you know, and just and go focus on some other people, because like Vince said before, the tower is vast. There's so much going on. There's so much lore and so many characters we already have come to know and love that I haven't seen or heard from in who knows how long. Like, leave BAM alone for you know what be hype? You know what could rekindle BAM's hype too, and not just spoon feed me power up after power up, is let him go off and do some shit. while we focus on some other people. And when he comes back, he's even more OD. Cool. You know,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
exactly.
that.
That's always a perfect way to transition. Like you see some silhouette of
Yeah, that's
him
true.
with a different color scheme,
That's
some
true.
new
Yeah,
eyes or
yeah,
whatever, and now
Yeah, like after a while, it's like, yo, what happened to him? You know, like I would prefer that.
yeah.
But I do think that
Yep.
even within the context of this arc, he getting a little too much screen time, dog. Like you could have even spread this fight out a little bit more and focus on some other people. Like you know, I just not everything has to be on Bam all the
it
time.
was
I don't know.
crazy that those people that Yu Ha Sung and some of those guys who were fighting were getting like whole flashbacks of the backstory, which I semi enjoy to a degree. But we can't even get like whole chapters of the other guys that we know.
I initially found those flashbacks with Hachiracha and Kendrick weird, but I realized that this was framing Yas Ratcha as like a beast tamer. Like that was
Yeah.
it wasn't about them. It was about how cold Yas Ratcha really is.
Especially the Kendrick one was
Yes.
100% a Yasracha flashback.
Like you
but I
just
love
like me,
both
you
of
want
those.
to dominate animals, bro. Stop that. Stop
Yeah.
capping. Here's some power.
I love both of those flashbacks too. Like those flashbacks to me were actually some of the most interesting moments so
Yeah.
far during Cat Tower because like
I actually agree.
not only does it flesh out Yasirasha to an insane degree, but I've met Harasha. I mean, we met him before, but like he really only had presence for one chapter, and I actually felt bad for the dude when he went out. You know, that's hard to do. That's hard to do with a single flashback.
I didn't feel bad for him. I'll tell you that much, but
Okay, I didn't feel bad. You know what I'm saying? I kind of
I
like
feel
sympathize and empathize with
No,
that position.
I felt that because he got lost. He got lost.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It was it's nice to get those like little like mini stories, and I feel like it's a nice deviation. It sets up because not only does it set up Yasracha, but it also fleshes out the lore of the tower even, which I'm always down for because I feel like we don't get enough of that lately.
we did learn about a new species. That's fair. I have a question though. Like, now you know what? I'll ask this later. It's okay. Who was next? Milios, you go ahead.
Write it down so you don't forget
You're right. You're right.
You said is Bam holding the tower back? Or
it. Tower God, not
Yeah,
not
like
Tower.
as a story.
Yeah.
oh, as a story?
Basically, is the focus on him an issue? Maybe I didn't word that right with holding it back. Is it an issue that the story seems to just not want to let him not be on screen?
Yes. I say yes. I say yes for a short answer. But for the most part, I feel that there are other things that Bam can do that don't directly involve him being the focal point of the story. Like, for example, we got a whole bunch of other side plots and plot lines and heavy plot lines that cater directly into the lore, like the bet between Yuri and Mashini. But now Mashini is basically trying to wage war on the whole entire tower.
I wonder if they're still doing that. To be honest.
I don't even know. And Princess what is her name? Maria Kun's sister, the one that he got to be a princess after getting his other sister killed or having her kill herself. Like, we ain't see none of that come to fruition or anything like that. He ain't meet back up with her.
Reptilia, the purple haired one.
Yeah. It's like there's a lot of open threads that I feel will never be resolved, primarily because it's Bam time now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Bam is basically going to be the thing that we're going to see, and now we are locked into this irregular's journey to the top, because we're halfway there. We're roughly, what are we on, floor 52? We're 48 floors away from R.A. Han's floor, and they've been climbing at a rapid pace, and time skips have been happening in abundance. So I feel too much focus on Bam is a detriment to the story, because you have a lot of other interesting aspects, and I would say the most interesting aspects of the story don't even include him, in my opinion.
I do want to
just let.
No, go ahead. Finish your point. There's something in the comments
I would say just let him go off right now. Let him go off with Urk for like an arc or two, since Urk wanted to take him in for a bit. Let them pile around, have another buddy. Let him meet Beck Rion or some shit like that. Let him go to Luslik or whatever. Just get him out of here. Mm-hmm. And let's climb with like Isu, Hats, Kun, Rak, the rest of the Goonies. And they're like, all right, Bam, you're too strong. Go, bye. And
100%.
Just
50 chapters minimum without the man would be refreshing as well.
Just to answer that most MCs to be frank. See, this is where I don't agree with that at all. Like, that's not something that I'm accustomed to.
Here's my
Because-
rebuttal. Here's my my bad. Go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah, like, I read a lot of different things, and I've always liked to read. I mean, I was it's kind of funny to me when I was younger. There was no pictures, I wasn't reading it. Like, just throw it away. I'm not reading no Harry Potter. Where's the pictures at? But like, I for like a long time read like comics, and not just Marvel and DC. That's like not just big two. That's Image, Valiant, Dark Horse, you name it. Boom Studios, whatever, right? The webtoons I've been reading webtoons for like 10 years, right? Before I even knew Line was a site and stuff. Like, I have a really diverse palette of different stories. So when people say things to me like, "Oh, just the MC," that's what you're supposed to, like, no, I'm actually not used to that. I've actually read stories where I've been pump faked following a false MC, or maybe like a false chosen one wasn't really them. I've even read manga where the main character has changed. Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles. I'm not gonna go into specifically, but you're not following the same character from a certain point. There's so many interesting things you can do with your main character, and one of them is actually let us not see them for a while. I think a lot of the good stories that I've read take that emphasis off those characters and build other things happening, and then when they come back, you're like, "Oh, what were you doing?" Like, you're actually interested. Go ahead, though.
I think that's a great point, and I think I wish it would happen. I wish we could get an arc without Bomb. That'd be like, I would love that. However, I think the problem with it. No, sorry, just really quick to make a point. I think the fans, like the general fan base, would hate it just because they read for Bomb. Like God of High School. To bring up God of High School example, not to spoil much, but Jin Mori doesn't show up for like 2 or 3 arcs. And I loved it. Reading through it, binging through it, all the comments hate. They're like, "Where's Mori? I don't care about these characters. Where's Mori?" for like 100 chapters. So I think SIU would be afraid of the backlash, and I kind of can't blame him.
I agree, because I've actually heard him. I've seen him say something of the sort in a couple of blog posts. It's almost like
about the Korean
tooth. Yes, exactly. So I actually agree.
See,
with
that's crazy, because that kind of goes to the point I was going to make. I was going to say, for any of you originally read this story because of Bam?
Nope.
No.
Because everything about this story was about the system, the teamwork, the lore, and how interesting he seemed to make the ideas. That was me. Because season 1, because first of all, I've always been kind of in the minority of just like, I thought the art was actually like unique and kind of cool. So that was me. I always thought that.
Season 2 is my favorite, though.
I feel that. But for me, like, I read this story because I thought it was I thought the characters had a lot more uniqueness, had a lot more, like, just different from what I'm used to reading in these webtoons. Because I've seen, thousands of power fantasies. I've read a bunch of Chinese manhwa where they all just cultivate all day. I read a bunch of Korean things where just like I read so many of these. And Tower of God, I never read because I was just like, I knew Bam was going to be overpowered. But I always thought there was like, okay, that's going to be fine though, because like there's a teamwork element and there's like items or there's things to make up for the lack of strength in other ways for all his people. Yeah. But like now it's kind of been lost in the sauce a little bit.
I think that SIU feels like people read the story for Bam, but I actually don't think that. I do think like a fair amount of people like were more engaged with the tower and the lore and like what's going on with everything around Bam. I mean, again, especially you bring up the start of the story. I think most people got hooked on that story from season 1, but I would argue it wasn't because of Bam. I mean, I know a very small amount of people who liked Bam from season 1, but I don't know why.
Is Bam anybody's favorite? Real question. Is Bam anybody's favorite character?
Hell to the motherfucking
no, right?
No, but
nobody here. Is it, okay, Joe, okay.
All right, not to be that guy. I would say no, but I do think season 2 and even season 3, he is getting a lot of good development. I wouldn't place him as my number 1.
But that's all I was asking. I'm not saying that. He's
season 2, he was really good though, but most people didn't love him till season 2, and that wasn't until like literally like probably like 3-4 through it.
That was Juvio Grace.
Juvio Grace was the best iteration of Bam. I don't care what anybody say. When he was in pain, I felt his pain.
I think he could understand. I agree with Joe. I see the development. I respect the development, and it's made me like him more. But there was a point during season 2 where I was like, I was pissed, dude, and I came.
My favorite was Bam was when he was having his inner monologue, and he was trying to figure out, am I doing these things for me? And then he has the part with Dada Jihad, and he's like, I'm gonna fight like me. And I'm like, oh, okay, so weird. Like he finally figured something out for himself, and he's doing something interesting.
Not gonna lie, that was
I feel like he's kind of like.
I like what Siamese
rehashing
said in
that.
the comment. I think BAM fans have a silent majority. Like they're not making the most noise, but they have the numbers. I think I agree with that.
I can see that. Yeah.
Like if it's 10% of your audience reading for Bomb, that's a really sizable portion that would really voice complaints if you just didn't have them appear at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ultimately, this boils down to a problem of having like a weekly serialized thing, right? Like if you just give everybody some, like there's just an inherent problem is that you have to somewhat acquiesce to the fans' feedback on a weekly basis.
It's just a business at the end of the day. It's business.
Right.
Yeah.
If you lose numbers and you lose viewership, it's a problem. So you give them what they want, and it makes you make compromises for your narrative, which I don't like. But at the same time, it's like, do I want to wait for like 3 years for like a whole season? I mean, personally, I probably would, to be fair, but like most people wouldn't.
I also sometimes wonder if it's a Western and Eastern thing sometimes, because I would argue, because I know some comic book artists and stuff like that, and I follow them too, and they're like, someone would be like, oh, you should do this. I'm like, fuck you, it's my story. It's not my dick.
No,
like,
in comics,
they don't care.
Because in comics, whatever the author's vision is, that's what happens. Most people hate every comic run. There's like a vast majority of people that hate every comic run.
You're right. And then also, sorry, real quick. And then like with like, I'll find a lot of people from Korea and Japan. It's just like, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to make this type beat. I'm a bow. Like, no, make your story, nigga. Damn. Go ahead, Luis.
But what I will say though is, it's not like he hasn't done it. Like he did it when Kun went to go recruit people, so
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It's not like he hasn't done a lot of these things before.
And he did it when Rachel basically ganked his whole goddamn team, and he had to rebuild. Like
I think if they did do this, like I think some people would be upset for sure. But I think if it makes sense, I think if there's the reason Bam's not in the story, like imagine like I don't know, like the leader of the Lopobia family like rolls up into this arc and just mollywops Bam, like just takes his face and wipes the absolute floor with him, and Bam realizes that he's just not, whether it's he's not where he needs to be, or like that this, like, I don't know exactly how
maybe they're slowing him down or something. I don't know. I got to go off somewhere.
But it's like, okay, now Bam has to remove himself from this group because where he's at, the progress he's making, the things he's learning, it's not enough.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, bro. Because imagine this as a narrative transition, especially how he's feeling as of the most recent chapter of like, if they hadn't been with me, which is very contradictory to what Arc Raptor told him, but whatever. If they hadn't been with me, they wouldn't be dealing with this, right? Exactly. Let's say, and I guarantee you there's a lot more tragedy to come by the end of this arc, right? Like a bunch of shit is going to go wrong. Let's say Bam, again, is like, this is all my fault. And he's like, nah, y'all can't be with me, I'm out. And he just leaves. Whether Jin Sung dies or not, he's just like, I'm out. Right, and then we focus on some other people.
Then
that would be
focus
nice.
on some other regulars.
Yeah,
focus on like maybe Wang Nan or something.
I saw some. Yeah. Sorry, that's kind of.
I was just gonna say.
I'm hoping it makes that turn though, but yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, like I'm gonna be realistic here. I'm chiming with my realist part of the brain. I don't think that specifically is what's gonna happen. I think that SIU unfortunately might end up leaning on Bam more so than less before this arc is out, but I think that's what should happen.
I've seen some theories that perhaps the Lopobia like crystal, that essentially like time is stopped in there or whatever, you're like frozen in there, that maybe Bomb will somehow be out because he's gonna get locked up. I don't see that happening, but like some realistic reason that Bomb can't be in this next section gives everyone else a chance to kind of not catch up but try to, I think that'd be great. You see the comments like Bomb versus White. When Bomb was getting beaten, right, and he didn't have this power up, there were comments that were like, Bomb's gonna clap, he's gonna rise up, he's gonna do great, just you wait. And every time that Bomb it looks like he's losing, I see the complaints. I just feel like it'd be a scary thing to do, a ballsy thing to do, and I would love it. I just think the backlash.
But I'm not gonna lie, dude. SIU almost did that shit with Wang Nan at the beginning of season 2. Wang Nan borderline became the main character before we even knew who the fuck he was.
That was the whole
reason. I love Wang Nan, bro.
If you needed the main character, if you needed somebody to take the reins of this story for a minute while Bam goes to sit out, get fucking Wang Nan in here, bro.
Exactly.
He did that shit already.
It was fantastic.
I wouldn't mind a Rachel arc.
But
No, we don't need that. We don't need that. I'm gonna quit.
I
I
want
would-
to see what those 3 wishes do. That's all.
Right. Longnon is the greatest.
Fair
I
enough.
would love it. But if you do read those comments, and I still see it on Reddit, like there's a person just the other day who was like, "When's Bomb gonna show up?" They didn't know he was Viol. They were like, "When's Bomb gonna show up?" Like even people from season 1 read it for Bomb. Some people do. There's a sizable minority.
I get that there's people who are always gonna be pissed if Bomb's not on panel every panel. But
Right.
like what I'm saying is in this story,
I
you
literally
have
had
like
someone say that
a
to me
golden
before.
egg. You have a golden opportunity to like do that, to use that play and take Bam out, and you have a character who, in my opinion, has equal potential to fill that gap, to fill the void of like this main character type, person.
Here's my thing with all that. Every time, the thing is, people will complain about stuff, and then when greatness happens, they'll turn right back and they'll be like, "Oh, this is the greatest thing ever." So just like, I'm just like, do what you want at the end of the day, because they didn't follow this strictly for Bam. So whatever you're doing, by the time it happens, they'll be like, "Oh, it was actually great." Because like, if they saying all that, but then you come at them a couple months later, you be like, "Didn't you say this was bad?" They be like, "What are you talking about? That's the greatest thing ever." So like who cares? Who cares?
Oh yeah. I imagine if that happened the way that we just said, at least half the people who are like, "Oh, what, Bam's not in the story," would immediately then be like, "Oh, actually, you know what? I think it was genius writing." To be honest,
Exactly. They would change their tune
Yeah.
immediately. That's why I don't care what they.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
respect what they have to say, because I'm just like, I want him to do what he thinks is in best. But if he thinks it's best, I also have to respect that too. Like, right.
Can I actually cut in for a minute
Go
for
ahead.
like, I think that what everybody's saying about taking Bomb out of the story for a bit, like, could work, but I think Bomb can still be the main character, can still get the majority of the focus without sidelining the side characters so much like it was in the past. So, like, all of this is fresh in my mind, because I just did the screen time notes on the Joaquin arc through the Dollar Show arc, and I mentioned earlier that like they were super even in terms of screen time. So Bomb's the main character. Bomb still has the most amount of screen time, but I have my notes for that section right here. There are 10 characters that appear within 10, 10 appearances of Bomb. Like, there are 10 other characters that have within 10 appearances of him, so they have basically the same amount. You've got Kun, Rak, Yiwa, you've got like Daniel and Rachel, Elliot, and even like characters like Hayura are close, or characters like Angel who had the fight against Yiwa. Yiwa was close to Bomb. Even Beto, who got to be in the first round of Dollar Show, and then again be in the background and play a supporting role for Yiwa in the second round of Dollar Show. All of these characters, they got storylines, they got development, they got tons of screen time, almost comparable to Bomb, but Bomb was still the main character. The focus was still on him. So I think even now, the focus can still be on Bomb. Bomb can still have the most attention, but we can do a much better job CU can do a much better job at giving all of these other characters things to do, because honestly, Dollar Show really wasn't even that long ago in the grand scheme of things. And even, I guess, like, Name Hunt Station screen time was probably pretty even, I would think. So it's like, the side characters can still have tons to do.
Yeah, you blew my mind with one of your, I think it was for Workshop Battle. I think you posted that Arc Raptor was in like the top 10 or something for screen time. That blew my mind, because I kind of just can't imagine that nowadays.
Oh yeah, no, for the first half of the series, the first 250 chapters, Arc Raptor is, I think, 9th most screen time in the series.
That is insane.
Wow. See, here's my only thing, because I 100% agree with you. The problem right now, as currently constructed, the reason that semi worked, everybody had comparable talent, comparable to Bam, but they had comparable talent to work against, to fight against.
Mm-hmm.
But now, since we've been mostly dealing with high rankers or high level rankers, the problem is it's kind of like their job is to deal with stuff that supports the larger group of people, but kind of don't really help them. So unless he figures out a way to give them like fights where they're still in danger, or they still have to deal with people, because I thought that's why I thought the last station was a missed opportunity too. It was a perfect opportunity for them to fight those B regulars, A regulars, and it's like, yeah, those guys don't matter in the grand scheme of things, but they mattered for the regulars, not for Bam. But it gave the rest of the crew something to do, and they fought comparable talent.
No, I totally
And that's
agree.
the
I think that's what
problem,
we
yeah.
should be doing.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I agree with you. It's just like the direction I see it heading is contra to that, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you gotta
Yeah.
craft more scenarios for people. Like for example, like forget this notion of taking Bam out of the story because he doesn't need to be. Like if to go back to the whole One Piece comparison,
It's too late.
there's
It's
not
too
a
late
sing-
now.
There's
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's not a single arc in One Piece that Luffy isn't in, right? But Luffy is not dominating every chapter and every panel. You know what I'm saying? Like there's chapters where I don't even see this man, and that's what you need, that balance, I think, to going forward.
Here's the thing that I realized, because the chat's been talking about this a couple of times, because people, you guys don't know, as of right now today, my favorite webtoon is actually Kubera. Tower of God is now second. It's not my favorite anymore. Kubera is my favorite, and Kurigam handles the ever-expanding cast to me in a way that's brilliant, but I can see where the problems with doing this is. Let's say, here's what she'll do. She'll actually with certain arcs, she'll take the focus off like Lee's or someone else, and she'll focus on other characters. Like for these last 3 arcs, she's been focused on these 2 characters for the most part that have gotten some of the most phenomenal character arcs I have ever seen in the narrative. It's brilliant. But what if you personally don't care about either of those 2 characters? So now for a sizable portion of the story, you're following 2 people you don't even like. It's like if I had to follow Masang. I hate her. I don't care about her. I want to follow her. I don't see her do shit. I have to watch her do something.
It's crazy every time he says that,
Bro, she's
Bro,
not
she about
wrong.
to go berserk. Yo, she about to go berserk on you, man.
She's not
You
wrong.
bugging. But she been gone for so long that I might feel the same when she pop back up. But
No,
yeah.
my only point is that I could
I
understand you not wanting to follow someone you don't particularly care about, so I could see how that could come with the issues. But I do think it's a better,
Right.
I think it's a better way to handle a story where you are constantly kind of adding new characters, but you want to keep the ones that are already established still very relevant. I think that's
you're right.
better
But
way to go
I mean,
about it.
I'm saying the inverse, dog. What if you don't like the MC, but you following the story?
See, I usually actually don't like the main character. It's very rare for me to like them. I'm usually very indifferent, but I usually have enough elsewhere for me to like grab from.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the boat that Sun was in, where it's like I agree personally. I don't think you have to remove Bam. I think that's a pretty drastic measure to go.
I agree,
but I don't see it going anywhere. Like in terms of where the story's at now, that feels like a drastic move we just might need to make, because I don't see it going in a place where the regulars are all of a sudden just gonna like start to have shit to do that's comparable or relevant to the story, especially if we're still fighting all these rankers and high rankers.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's just gotten too far from their level. It's not that he couldn't do it, but my thing is, another thing is too, if they go back to fighting regulars, everybody's gonna be like, "What the hell?" Like we don't care about no more.
People are gonna say that. I guess I'm just selfish with my perspective, because I would love that. Like I would love to even go back in time, right, and shift perspective for a while. Like that would be super sick to me. But I guess the majority of the fan base would probably feel some type of way, especially coming off the hype of an arc like this, right?
Yeah, that's my only issue. Is that Bomb is about to beat White. Like, where do we Bomb? His next opponent has to be someone stronger. Otherwise, where's the
okay,
the
so
hype
here's
anymore?
where I think SIU saved himself. The introduction of the concept of the blue hole. An unknown tier of strength where he can constantly pull monsters that are forgotten by the from the tower from some age or whatever the case is. I actually thought that was kind of smart. So in my opinion, the reason why he's trivializing rankers and higher rankers is because he has the concept of the blue hole. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not though.
See, but my thing is, I'll do you one better. He don't even need that, to be honest. The concept of rankers being 1,000 years old and stuff like the floor of death. Keep saying hit the floor. The floor of death. Joe was not stronger than Yuri, was not stronger than Yuri, but nobody. But what did he do?
Yeah.
He gave Joe's whole floor gave him an advantage. That's the thing. Like you could do with these enemies is that you take advantages away from Bam. Like, hey man, like the thorns you this is an example. He's not gonna do this, but like, hey, them thorns you using? Yeah, bro, you can't use that here, bro. You gotta throw those away, or they put them away for a while. Like,
I guess the problem is, by nature, being an irregular, Bam can break, or feasibly should be able to break rules. I don't know if it's like he can break any rule he wants, but I guess the concept of rules holding him back doesn't hold as much weight.
That's why we have the administrator test too. That's why they had those.
Yeah.
That's true.
Let's say he has ways out if he wants to utilize.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I'm just very curious. I think right now this is like the last arc that like what SIU has been doing is working in some way, but then I think a change now has to happen. So it's really like we have to have a discussion once
Honestly,
we see that change.
I'll say this. I really can't say for it. Like obviously I'm like very up and down sometimes with my happiness with the series right now. Everything could change the moment we get past. When we get past this arc, whatever his plan could be for the next arc, could 100% be like, well, you know, he just had a bad arc, or he just had it's not even back. I don't even think this arc is. The only arc I think is not good is the Cage.
I even think it's normal for long-running series to have lulls and low moments. I always say this, like, as much as I'm a One Piece fan, I did not. Dressrosa was my least favorite part. I was miserable for like 3 years. I was not having a good time in Dressrosa.
I mean, I feel you. I actually ended up really liking Dressrosa, but like,
I don't think it's a bad arc.
The weekly grind of it was rough. But like, you gotta think about this too, right? Like this arc, quote unquote, isn't really like one like. It's almost a saga in and of itself, right? Ever since the Nest, it's been one continuous thing.
It's like a mini Hell Train,
right? It's like it really is like a mini Hell Train.
Actually, a good point
so,
if you think about it's everything we're doing to get Hajin Sung. That's not a bad point, actually.
Right.
That's the central plot of this.
Once we get to that peak of where we've been going this whole time, then there has to be some type of shift one way or another.
Yeah, I agree.
That is fair.
I would say showcase what all the rankers are doing around the world or something like that.
That's what I've always wanted. See, it's the little stuff like that would help. If whenever he goes through this arc, if everybody's like on notice on different floors and stuff like that, that's little stuff that adds to the story for me personally. I don't know how the rest of y'all feel. Cause I'm just like, oh, look how immersed this is. Cause like, look at everybody else looking like, oh, he did that, and that. And I thought that should have been happening more, like just a little bit for the stuff that Bam was doing.
Like even like after Last Station, you should have got reactions like that, no? But we didn't.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the Hell Train. The Hell Train is like a big thing. Like that's not a small thing.
That's true.
For them borders,
they
man.
fucked up the Hell Train.
Last time we got a reaction was when he had beat that one ranker, and it was like, oh my god, that regular did this, but that was about it.
Now I actually do need to get going here, but it's been fun.
Yeah.
Thank
you for coming, man.
Hopefully, yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'll watch the VOD for sure. I've already pretty much spoken, honestly, in the past about some of the future topics anyway.
Yeah.
So have fun, everyone. And before I leave, I just want to make a statement. Floor of Death was not very good. All right. Peace out.
Haku agrees with you. Haku's on that wave too. You're not a fan of Floor of Death, right?
Nah, Floor of Death to me. Okay, it depends on if we're talking early Floor of Death or late Floor of Death.
Yeah, later down the road, I like it a lot more. The beginning.
I was gonna say the opposite. Early Floor of Death, we got the Hockney stuff, we got Bomb's backstory, we got Garam. All of that was good.
That was big, dude.
I got Mazzino.
For the back half, Mazano's just throwing beams, and I'm like, okay, we could do this in like 2 or 3 chapters. We don't need like 10 chapters.
But you have to admit, Rachel getting washed by a toy bee. Come on, man.
I love that shit.
I need it.
I love that shit. I love that shit. And I'm
joke,
look,
but then Rachel, big-brained,
I know,
blew up
she
the man's
did.
heart.
Okay, so for me, I think I end up liking that arc because I feel like it tried to like, well, it didn't teach me anything I didn't already know, but he tried to like teach you something or tried to do something where just like, you know, with Joe's character. So just like I thought that was kind of like, oh, you know what, I kind of appreciate this a little bit more from a narrative.
I like the arc. I think that my issue is that it was the very first arc where I started feeling like the side characters were thrown to the background. Because even in the arc right before it, we still got stuff for Ron, for Andrasi, we still got stuff for the side characters. But then in Floor of Death, we start introducing some of the little jobbers that work for Hell Joe or whatever, and I'm like, okay, so those might be enemies that Bomb's teammates can handle. Then it turned out they were a lot stronger, and Yuri fought them. But Bomb's teammates really didn't get to do much of anything for the entire arc except stand around.
And not to
mention,
mention,
I feel like it was the first time, and Bomb was involved with something that Mazano was doing in Hell Joe, and that was like such a crazy jump in scale for where
because he had an administrator in him.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes
and that's
sense.
the thing. Not
It's
everybody
just
could
the
do
first
anything.
time we took that jump.
But like the beginning of it is really strong, like you said. Like even just like for me, like I'm a Kun fanboy, so Enakor was like super cool to see, and like again, the backstory is like probably the biggest part of the arc for me, right?
Garam's info dump was good.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite.
That's like that's what makes the arc for me.
Ever.
Yes.
I was like, oh,
Yeah, she's still holding back on me. She ain't gonna tell
She
me.
didn't, yeah, she didn't even say it the whole story that she had.
Don't worry, Rachel gonna reveal it.
Nah, Rachel capping.
Milios, no, we got Milios.
So hard, bro.
We gotta talk, bro. We gotta talk.
What did I say?
For real, bro.
What did I say? So we all just gonna sit here and pretend that Bam didn't just like try to save her when the floor blew open after he was about to kill her.
Ain't nobody pretending nothing. I'm just saying you.
I
feel like you got.
I'm just saying we
giving
Rachel one too many bad. That's all I'm saying. We giving Rachel one too many points. That's
As I said, man.
Bro,
As I said at the
she was
top
on
of
her.
Twin
She
City,
was
I'm
on
with
her
you.
knees, and she was like, after all that crying about Bam following her, she don't want that no more. She was on her knees and be like, here's this information I got that I never told.
Bye, bitch.
Okay, everyone's always hated me for saying this, but Floor of Death, Rachel in the sweats, yes, that was a look.
No.
Yo!
Oh Lord, you a horny guy.
Hey,
Yo, call Arch. Some of the goons.
Bro, we really need to talk about this, man. This ain't right, bro. I'm scarred now. Wait.
You had Yuri in the same arc, and
Hey,
Rachel's
listen.
Garam's a baddie. Garam.
Hold on, Garam's
Nah,
out there.
bro.
Hold on,
bro.
wait.
When she was on the hidden floor and she tried to do the Icarus thing, I'm like, okay, there's probably a
Bro,
better.
listen to me and listen to me closely. Her jawline is more defined than Kallavan's, okay? I don't know what y'all see in her, but
I don't.
I'm gonna let it slide. I'm gonna let it slide. Wait, Haku, did you like the Icarus design more?
Oh, the Icarus design? Nah. I don't like.
Yeah, you gotta.
Okay. And y'all, I love and respect you guys, but you and Milios can't be saved.
Yeah. I'm
What you
done
talking
with
about? Because I'm talking about the fact that Rachel has some of the most interesting plot lines to her. But I'm not saying, all right, she look good. Nah, she ugly as shit.
She's canonically ugly.
There's hope for you yet, buddy.
She's canonically ugly.
Okay.
I will say this about the Rachel thing. It's been so long since the initial push that my rage has just disappeared. I'm on some Hodgin song. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how to talk about Shetty's talk? Like, my rage has dissipated, man. Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm indifferent. But,
no, that's not the only thing she's done.
You're right. But I'm just not like the rage. The rage is not there anymore. It's like I don't like Rachel.
It's not.
If someone DDT her off the fucking top of the tower, I'm gonna clap. But it's just like the hatred is just not as strong as it used to be. That's all I can really say.
Because she's not relevant no more. Like let's just.
Plus, I do think.
Wait, Niall, you also had many years to come to terms with your emotions of this topic. You know what I'm saying? It's still fresh for me, all right?
Fair enough.
I think for me and Son, it's like it's still there. It's still like she just pushed them.
Man, nah, bro. Until she comes back with some stuff, she don't got to kiss.
Yeah. Okay.
There's some good shit we'll see.
We'll
reevaluate it.
There is two topics that I'm not gonna touch on because I think we touched on it already. That to do the power scaling and stuff. But I do want to talk about the tension. And does anybody feel that this series has kind of lost its tension? Or here's how I tend to phrase it: the tension to me is very fabricated. It's fake. It's hard for me to literally think there's gonna be real repercussions. Like, I'm not even asking for death or something like that, but something like, like, for example, this is a very lame example, but just easy. Like, Superman saves the city, but Metropolis is so destroyed and there's so many casualties, and it's like, at what cost did I win? Like something like that. Like, I'll take that. But I don't feel there's any real major long-lasting consequences that really happen with a lot of things. And
I have a question to that point then, right? Like, how much of that is rooted in the fact that Bam is getting the focal point of the majority of what we're dealing with, right?
I do think it ties to Bam, actually.
Right, because like ultimately, I know you said at the beginning, don't just toss out the term plot armor, but like when you have an MC with plot armor and they're getting the majority of screen time, it does kind of dilute the tension in the air because it's like even like when White slashes the man, I'm just like, all right, bet. But like, my biggest concern was not that he got slashed. I was just like, does he have his arm? Because I thought he cut off his arm for a second.
Okay.
I was like, I was more concerned with that than the man dying. I was like, all right, whatever, he'll be back. So yeah, I feel like that's part of it for sure.
Yeah. A part of it for me also. Sorry, just real quick, because I think there's some people that are starting to see this the way that I see it now. Because trust me, I used to be somebody who's like on paper, feasibly, like Bam shouldn't be as strong as the X, Y, and Z. And by the way, JD, you gotta talk next. You've been quiet for a while. Yeah.
My bad.
No. I'm just saying. 'Cause I don't want to. I want you to be involved. But here. Sammy, I lost my train of thought. That's crazy. What was I saying? What was I saying?
You were talking about the tension.
Oh,
you were talking about
yeah,
people started seeing your way.
I got it. I really don't believe that anyone on this floor really is stronger than Bam. At the very least, he can hang with anybody. I really believe that. I don't think he's weaker than White. I think White is the one fighting up his weight class. He's like a new welter, whatever weight, and Bam is the heavyweight champion. I really believe that. So on top of the fact that he has all of these Ivanka and all these high rankers and people that are with him, Cha has been pretty impressive, all things considered. Like, I'm like, you're rolling with a lot of goons. Now the Squadron Commanders have been very impressive, and I didn't think they were going to be that much stronger than the Slayers and stuff, so I'm going to give them their credit. But it's hard for me to see that tension because I'm like, even if, for whatever reason, Bam can't do it, I can see Cha protecting him because Cha was subservient almost off rip. He bent the knee the moment he saw him. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, with me, it's like, there is like a sense of tension, but to me, it's not real. I'm not biting for the pump fake. But before anyone goes, JD, I want your thoughts on the tension.
Yeah, so, all right, first off, I'm sorry for being quiet.
No, man, we were going crazy. It happens. You get lost in
the no, it was just something, you know how YouTube be with different shit. But regardless of that, as far as the tension goes, I can see where you're coming from, and that the tension is mainly probably because of Bam, and we know nothing's really going to happen to him. And as long as he's in the forefront, it's just going to be, easy peasy. But I do think, as the overall story, just looking outside and away from Bam, there is tension because now we have a family here potentially entering the ring.
That's real. That's the fact. Yeah.
Okay. I got a question though.
Yeah, go ahead.
You say that, but do you believe anybody's gonna die?
Yes, 100%.
Personally, I don't think Jess is even gonna live.
Okay,
I think that's the obvious choice, but I think there'll be more casualties than just that.
Yeah, but I'm saying
anybody named
of this arc.
Yes, named character. Yes,
anybody that matters is gonna die.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Does anybody that matters?
Like White bodying that new whoever the hell holding hands does
no,
not matter.
not like that.
Who is she?
That's what I'm saying.
Who is she?
I'm talking like
anyone we have an attachment to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I do think so.
I always thought Doom wasn't gonna make it for some reason. That's just me.
I thought Doom should have died when he gave up the fang.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Jin Sung should have died that last station, but we all can't get what we want.
Yeah,
but then it might be a turnaround to where Yasura's probably gonna kill Doom.
I mean,
or Doom.
I gotta head out, so I'm gonna say one last thing, right?
Thank you for coming, by the way. I appreciate it.
Nah, this was fun, man. I hope to do it again, man. Y'all are cool. But does it matter now that Bam can rewind time? I don't know. I'll leave you with that.
Is that a one-time thing?
I don't know. Is it a one-time? I don't know.
Bonjour, mon coeur.
With a hard swing.
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a good night, man.
All right, man. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I think there's some tension with everything that's happening. Deaths are coming, more deaths. Maybe that's going to impact Bam a lot more, which will giving a lot of y'all what y'all want, which Bam getting a break series.
Because even Joe said this, because I actually watched his last live reaction because they told me that they said I wasn't gonna like this, or maybe Ian wasn't gonna like this. I can't remember him too. Someone from one of you guys. I remember said it was you or Ian. But with me, it was like when he said that, I was shocked because I'm like, you know what? I didn't even think of that. Arya's not that important, all things considered, right? And it's like, at the very least, her death is a consequence of Bam not thinking rationally when somebody quote unquote stronger than him goaded him into waiting for a fight that was not the priority. Go save your master, and then he kind of revived her. He kind of ruins that consequence, I actually didn't even think about that, but I agree with it. But like, this is my problem. Everything that concerns Bam is just none of it's real. None of it, or if it happens, none of it lasts. And I've lost faith in like him losing or whatever. Like, I promise you, White was like, I want to go after Bam, and I'm like, oh man, is this the end of White? Like, I really started. Like, the first thought I had is this the end of White, bruh.
Like, White, no, not right now, nigga. Like, go do something else. Like, please, like.
Girl, I don't want to see White die, but I definitely see it as a stepping stone. He's just gonna become that next stepping stone for Bam, and which gonna.
Man, listen, man. I'll be honest with you. Bam didn't need that stepping stone, man.
He really didn't.
like, man. Adding White to his plate ain't moving me. I'm like, man, you.
Yeah, that's true. You
like,
just kind of cooking a good character. That's all you really end up doing with that move.
All right. What I will say in terms of tension, like just for me, I don't think there's any tension. I haven't felt any tension since Bam threw Mad Shaka through Reflejo, and then they escaped from the Shinsu juice back at the workshop station. I haven't felt tension since then. Like, to me, I don't like using the term ass pull because ass pull means that the writer didn't take any sort of like
ass pull is another term like plot armor that I don't really respect.
Yeah, I don't like that. If they thought about it, they just thought the wrong thing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So with me, I felt, and y'all can feel the way that y'all feel. I feel as though Bam gets unnecessary power-ups at the most convenient moments. And then when you notice that pattern, and yes, it's been there for a while. Like, since my man squabbled as JBG against Juvio Grace, since my man basically clapped his hand 2 times and did a Shinsu beam and hit the bull. Like, it's been there for a minute. It's been there for a minute. But during those moments, it was so early in the series that the stakes could actually feel like they were high. Because the point where he did clap his hands and do the Shinsu beam, look at the steps that it took for him to be able to do it. He was trying, getting fucked up, arm asunder, getting messed up the whole entire time until he finally was able to conjure that one bang into a Shinsu ball and then a beam. And then he beat the bull. Yeah. And you could say, in that case, that's a case of them building up the tension in the fight. Like him getting hurt and then having to eventually come to that ability, so to speak.
Just real quick.
But
I'm not going to finish your point.
Oh, as far as everything else, like after that man Reflejo, as people say, he was lying. He wasn't really a B ranker. I can only go by what the writer tells me. If the writer tells me that he's a B rank and that this man is using the soul of goddamn what was his name?
Pokken?
Pokken. He was using the soul of Pokken to increase his powers like he was a fucking
Horcrux.
You can't tell me he wasn't B rank because you don't even know. In all honesty, we don't know how much.
I feel you, but he lied. He lied to us.
Yeah,
he didn't lie. He didn't lie.
Actually, I don't know. They weak, man. B-Ranks are weak. I don't know.
Exactly. So my whole thing is just that after that, and then Bam training to do martial arts, and then that man just squabbling with people without like really using the thorn and all that. Like you already knew that. It was it.
Vince and I spoke about this, I think, literally last night. I honestly was scared for that man when the first and even the second time he had to fight Dana Jihad. Granted, Dana Jihad is also in a wreck, but do you not like how many times have you seen Bam attack somebody out of legitimate fear? Like Jihad's like, what are you seeing? And he's seeing some weird monster and he just went crazy and attacked him. How often do you see something like that? Like I was like, yo, this is also in a wreck. Like you might get your ass beat. Now, in back of my head, there was that Urek clash. I just hate that clash now. It makes no sense. That's the worst. That's one of the worst moments in hindsight in the damn series. Holy fuck, it made no sense that he scratched Urek. I'm not even getting into that. But like,
and still has the super good punch.
Yeah. But I actually, honestly, that Jihad, I was tense the whole time. To me, that's the last time I was legitimately like, yo, what's gonna happen? Ooh. Flora Death, I didn't feel it because Urek was there. But to me, that wasn't the point of that arc. And I got a lot of other things out of it that made me that made me very happy. So
yeah, I will say that I definitely feel a lot less tension, because I think I agree the hidden floor, the fight with Data Jihad, was the last time that I genuinely felt like, oh, what the fuck's gonna happen? Is he gonna be able to pull this W out? I don't know. But I think now it's come up to, it's turned into this different beast of like the tension almost, at least from the way, that I've been interpreting and reading the story. It's not even about whether Bam is going to win or lose a fight, because of where he's at with his powers and abilities, and the ratio, how quick he's learning new abilities and stuff. Nobody who's reading this story and, with any sense of realism should feel that Bam is in any danger. Nothing has happened where in the past, chapters, it basically, I would say, since the nest, but you could even go back, I could see an argument for going back further.
I agree.
Nothing's happened that like has put Bam in like serious, genuine, like I've got nothing else, all my cards have been played kind of danger. And I personally see, again, it doing more of that than less.
It's true. Hold on. Vince, do you remember when Bagheroth, the Mad Dog, appeared? What did I say?
You were like, oh, brother, like he's done. Like
I'm like, why'd you Blood Tamra move? You're not it. Like I was like, bro, get this cloud out my face. And Chili was like, no, he's wrong. Or yeah, great. Look what happened. like that's how bad it's gotten for me. Just like I'm like, character must fight Bam. I'm like, goodbye, character.
See, now I'll say this. If you want to see, because I thought this is where you were going with your point. I would say that the tension would now be, is any of Bam's people gonna die because of an action that he caused?
Right.
But the problem with that now is that
what do they do? They're weak now. They're useless.
Yeah. The problem is he don't put them in no real position where you think that's gonna actually happen, or he has these powers that make them, between him and Kun. Now we're looking at it like, oh well, fuck. Can either one of them? Can people in the series even really die that Bam cares about? They could just bring them back. Arya was somebody who we didn't even care about.
Exactly.
And she got brought back.
She's not even like real. She's like a soul spell thing. Like, fuck her.
I was just about to say that I don't even feel tension like for anybody else that's like in his inner circle, or like even in his secondary inner circle dying, just primarily because of the fact that they've died before and they lived.
Yeah, that's the because that's where the tension probably, quote unquote, should go.
A nice
now.
pocket.
Kun died twice. Let's just keep that in mind. He went the Ichigo
Twice.
Kurosaki route. He died twice.
Talking about these deaths, I want to ask you guys something. I think I've brought it up to Dr. Bonehead before, but when we got a couple chapters ago, White saying, I killed Ekraptor and Prince, and their souls are in me now, I immediately said in my reaction, oh, so Prince and Ekraptor aren't permadead. There is a non-zero chance that they just get brought back to life. Do you think it's possible Prince and Ekraptor just get brought back?
Oh, that's
If you
fucked
could
up.
rewind time back years,
I will turn the stream off mid-stream
Their
if I
souls
see
are
that
inside
bullshit.
him.
I will turn it
Can
off.
Bomb take them back out?
I will turn it off.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to yeah.
I don't think
can't
I don't
comment.
I don't even think he. I don't even know. He's shameless. He might do it.
No, that's beyond like
We'll do that.
fairy tale level shit. Like a fairy tale of the series based off friendship and shit like that.
That's some
beyond
point
egregious.
of no return shit. If that happens,
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
needs to be scared
As
for where the
soon
story's going.
as I read that, when he said,
Oh
yeah,
my
their souls
God.
are inside me, I was like, oh,
Hockey,
so
you
there's
got
a
me
chance
fucked up.
they are.
Yeah, I'm mad you
Think
put that
about
in my head.
I
bro.
know,
Like,
I know.
you really
It's
just
like when someone was telling me, and I had a nightmare about it, where fucking White was Babs Kurama. He's like in his inner world talking to him, like, bro, I don't want to see that, bro. So, yeah, you guys can finish this, and after we had some questions that I had asked, and then we can wrap this up. Wait, did you guys want to keep going on what you were talking about?
No, well, I'm good now.
I'm good.
Go ahead and say what you guys say.
all I gotta say is if that does happen, that's disgusting,
It won't.
and I'll never read that series again.
I might
guess-
cry real tears, bro. I'm not even
I
gonna
guess
front.
there is one more thing with Bomb and White that I want to bring up
Go ahead.
and get your thoughts on. I think that we're just doing things out of order right now, because I think this fight would have made a lot more sense if we finish what's going on right now. We either save Jinsung or we don't. and then White turns on Bomb and tries to do this. Because right now, this entire sort of saga that we've been on, and especially the Nest arc, has been about Bomb first learning, okay, I'm going to need to be okay with sacrificing others to save Jinsung. I'm going to need to be okay with sacrificing myself or putting my life in danger to rescue Jinsung. I need to be willing to kill people to save Jinsung.
Yeah.
And then when he has a chance, and he knows that White's trying to goad him into fighting, he's right there, he can make it. Ari is telling him, are you an idiot? Don't go back and fight White. He's trying to provoke you. You can save your master by just keep continuing to go. But Bomb takes this entire arc's purpose and puts it on the back burner. He puts rescuing Jinsung on the back burner to go fight White here with no guarantee of being able to beat White, which would make it so that all the people he sacrificed, himself, like everything would be for no reason. So I feel like that's the problem here, is that the timing of this White stuff is way off, because
I said that today in today's video.
Yeah, we said that. Yeah. See, now that you said that, I think the perfect opportunity, if you really wanted to make White despicable, he should have waited until they got right to saving Jinsung, and then he should have fucked him over. That would have been super.
I think this falls into the writing pattern of SIU, because he likes to showcase Bam's stubbornness, and he likes to do it like every 2 arcs. Is from what I picked up. Like one showcase of his stubbornness was, if we just go like in order, let's say the Nest, like where they're at right now, the Cat Tower is his most recent showcase. Before then, it was Last Station when he was trying to stay there and fight Kallavan, but they had to drag him away. Another case is, if you go back, Name Hunt Station was when he what the hell was it? Was when he was stubborn and he was talking about not saving Dorsey, and then Kun came up with some magical plan with saving her.
He did not care about that.
But everything you're saying is exactly why Arya should have died and stayed dead.
She should have, but Bam is stubborn. Bam was literally talking about not this time. I'll be that guy. I'll rewind time. Bring them back. Bring them back.
That's nasty. You
know what's so crazy? That I don't know what it is. I think Siamese said this. The flashback in the last chapter was the part that pissed me off the most, more than anything else.
A lot of people were pissed off.
The revival, I was like, whatever, man. I was too defeated to care. But the flashback, I was like, don't you try to shoehorn that shit in like your Kishimoto loved doing that shit. Right when he wanted you to feel some nonsense, he would just shove in this flash. No, that's lazy. Build that shit up before. No, I don't accept it.
Yeah, or for me, like make Bam have to make a decision. Like White could have been like, you can't kill me. Their souls are in me. Like if you kill me, you risk killing them. Like, or some bullshit. Even if he was lying, like it would have been raw. But like, none of that.
That I like. The idea that White might actually be able to bring, or somebody could actually bring them back, is absolutely disgusting. But I like the idea of White using that as like a lie to further manipulate Bam. That's really cool. I do like that.
Yeah.
But that's real villain. Like if you can't win the fight, you still try to break him anyway.
Oh, yeah.
That's real villainy right there.
Anytime a villain is losing, they're like, I'm taking you with me. I'm gonna blow up the earth type beat cell, whatever.
Exactly.
I'm like, I get it. If
I
I'm
got
dying,
a bomb on my chest.
if I'm about to lose, someone come with me. someone come with me. So yeah. I don't know. But okay. Let's answer some viewer questions and then we'll wrap this up. If you have any other topics, you can bring it up though. But okay, thoughts on what you guys think might happen by the end of the arc? Adori showing up, Lobobia showing up, outcome of Bam versus White, etc. I think Bam's winning. What do you guys think about the Bam versus White fight?
Yeah, he's winning. Now that doesn't necessarily mean he's 100% killing White. He might. I mean, I still think there's a chance he dispels the spell. Still a loss.
I've heard it a lot, and he'll split back into like all the siblings.
Into all his 5 siblings.
Like, one thing I always tell people is you got to remember that White is like 5 kids in a trench coat trying to sneak into
He's Shazam. He Shazam.
So you just like push them over and they all fall apart.
Like, yes, I would like to watch a 1 adult film, please.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. What do you guys think? You guys think you guys are? Yeah, go ahead, Naku. Finish your point.
For White versus Bomb, my fear is that this is CU telling us that White doesn't matter, just like he's told us in the past that a lot of the regular characters don't matter. That's my fear. My hope for
When did he
it,
say that?
like when
With
I don't
the
know,
story
just
he
bombed
told, with
random allies,
yeah,
just
it's
get
yeah, he
shipped
gets
off
new,
on
he
a
gets
bus
new,
to never be seen again.
yeah.
Like, I'm afraid this is White's like final moment in the story, and he's not going to matter again after this. My hope for it is that this is just another stage in White's growth as a character, that this is a setback for him to learn and
like his low
evolve
point?
from.
Are you talking about some talk no jutsu type stuff?
I mean,
Yo, that would be
gosh,
hilarious.
Bam can't talk, so no, that's not possible.
yeah.
Bam has never
I
told a
think-
speech that you believe in.
yeah, he doesn't have that Naruto gift.
Yeah, you
I
don't
think
have
like
that.
if you like, I like the idea of this being, you know, like you were saying, hopefully this will be like a low moment for White, right? Because imagine White on his villain shit, he's talking shit up, he's really getting in Bam's head, he's getting in his ear, he's like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, like, you know, I killed your friends and I laughed about it, and then Bam goes into this, you know, this Kurama mode and just spanks him, absolutely spanks him, like near death, right? I imagine you could even do something cool where you flash back to that moment where Arya asked, hey White, if you were to die, is there anybody to mourn your, like, would anybody care that you died, right? And that you could maybe use that to like juggle something in his head of like, oh shit, I might die, I might have fucked up, I might have gone a little too far with this kid, because like now he's on some crazy shit and I might die, and there's nobody here, there's no, like, you know, because I've always thought that White, that you really, we shouldn't waste White. That's such a good character, and I absolutely love him as a villain, but just also as a character. And I think if he were to live past this, which again, I hope he does, I think there's more to do with that character, whether that's growth, whether that's just like progression in terms of his goal, what he wants to do. I think it would be a huge waste to kill him all.
I think that the arc that White's been on, which is why he's my favorite character, has been like when he first shows up, his defining character trait is that he is like arrogant as all hell. He thinks that his way of doing things is how you become a god. But then over the course of the Hell Train, we start to see Rachel do some diabolical shit, and then we'll get like a reaction panel of White like side-eyeing her, and even then later in Floor of Death being like, your way of doing things is just ass. And it's like we have this slow burn of him starting to see the way Bomb does things is more and more possible, and him seeing the way that Rachel does things is more and more wrong. And I think that the reason he's coming at him here and the reason he says he hates him is because we see from Joaquin's flashbacks that where he came from, he wasn't just this evil little kid. He just did what he thought he had to do and corrupted himself and became this bloodthirsty killer because it was the only way to achieve his dream. And so a setback here, instead of writing him out of the story, I would much rather it be a setback where he says, I need to find a different way of doing things to achieve my dream of surpassing Hone.
I agree.
I hear y'all, but I kind of disagree. I kind of don't like that. What I would rather happen for me, I would rather Bam kill him, but I would have rather, like, but it can't happen now. I would rather Arya die, Bam kill White, but then Bam like White's like chuckling, like he's like, even in death he's laughing. He's like, bro, you ain't never gonna forget what I did to you. Like it don't matter. I'm like, I'm gonna live here forever. Like, and every time Bam comes across a moment where he's about to lose himself or something like that, he got to remember the shit that happened with him and White, stuff like that. White lives, that nigga. Right.
Oh, go ahead, JD.
Okay, so I was listening to y'all about, you know, maybe spell White separate again. So I'm thinking now it could be a crap.
Naya, get your mods on chat, yo.
What's happening?
What happened? I don't know.
I can't tell if they are, but it feels like they are. Spoilers.
Oh, yeah. Man, I can't. I'm tired.
Okay.
JD, go ahead.
Okay.
I just want to look.
All right. So, given what all of you were saying, especially about the breaking White back up, what if White doesn't die, but it gets broken up, and maybe one of the other souls take place, and the consequence for everything is not the fact that one of his people died or Arya died, but just the biggest consequence is the mission that he originally started out on.
What's the original mission?
Jin Sung. That's the biggest consequence that I could see happening, because that's what this was all about. And
So
because
in his pursuit to defeat White, he fails to save Ha Jin Sung.
yes,
I think that'd be really great.
That's not bad
That'd
at
be
all.
great.
That's
Yeah,
not bad at all.
That'd be great. He's not gonna do it, but I really, I'd be down for that.
Like, especially if beating White is the specific reason. Like he was, like if he
You
had
can get there in time.
like
yeah.
okay, that's dope.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
for the
that's
him to
another
lose.
possibility for sure.
I do want to say
Which
this about the point about like White finding a new way to get to Aryahan level.
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
Oh, my stomach hurt. I don't like that. This
Yeah,
guy,
That's how I felt. That's how I felt too.
This
I don't
guy
like
has
that.
what I would argue the most. He done the most devious thing in the tower by building up two kingdoms, making them fight each other, going yummy, and taking all them souls. Like this dude to me has come across as the most in like present time, quote unquote evil character. I think evil is relative. I don't necessarily believe good at evil like that, but I think he's like the most devious character that we haven't seen, and just like. I'm not gonna hold you. That's not interesting to me. Maybe he could do something cool with that, but to me, like I want White to continue to just be like, "Yo, I kill
Exactly.
souls." That's what I like about him. I don't care.
That's why
about
I'd rather
no
him be dead. That's
Journey
why
of
I'd
the
rather him be dead
Blade,
and
the
fucking
different.
just haunt
I'll
him.
go a different way. No, cheat spells, souls. Yeah.
Quick question. So what if it's like what I said? Given that if Bam breaks, which will cause one of the other.
Then I just don't care about any of them because fuck all the other siblings. I don't know them. I don't care about them. And Whole Queen is the only one I quote unquote know. Like for me, I don't give a damn. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
I mean, the only other one we know that we really got screen times with.
No, we saw
Vincenti
we
and
saw
the eighth one.
He was like the main.
we
one
saw
other than-
we saw Albeda way more.
Yeah, but I'm
Last
like
call.
a main one. It was like Vicente was the main one. Granted, we
Vincenti and then the eighth one.
yeah.
That's it. But even then, I'm not attached to one of those. But my thing is,
Me,
what does that bring? Just a new high level ally for Bam? Like he got Yuri, he got Evan. Like he
if
got
we got
Baraka.
I mean, we're gonna need stronger allies, so it could give us a strong ally.
Kind of White doing this in the first place is kind of dumb to me because he's gonna need him anyway. Quote unquote.
Listen,
Yeah.
man.
I don't know, man. I'm just.
All I know is turn all that off.
I hear you though. It's not your fault. I'm just saying this just like, bro, if you're not going to kill White
Right.
and you need him to bring this F.U.G thing together, why you even do this? Like I know at some point I guess he had to reveal that White was the guy, but also that's part of the problem too. I kind of feel like SIU missed his timing with this. Like this is something I cared about 2 years ago. I'm like, what happened to Prince Arkraptor? Like, when he's gonna know about Prince Arkraptor? Like, we kept guessing like when did they tell him like a thing, and then it just like, and now I kind of like don't care about them anymore, and just like, and then why like it was me, I killed, and like
Oh man.
Okay,
like
the next question I think is for me. So not only do we not feel any tension when Bam is on panel, now he can revive other folks too. At some point, you got to get sick about talking about T.O.G. Naya. Any chance that what SIU decides to do with Rachel and the princesses will be the deal breaker for you? If Rachel's reintroduction cannot bring a level of intrigue that she always brings to the story, I think that's significant because I make this argument a lot. I'm not saying Rachel is the most important character in Tower of God, but you could make the case. You could make the argument. You could make a solid argument that the most important character in this series is Rachel, and I'll argue this. I argue this. I had this debate with somebody. I can't remember who it was, like 2 years ago. Remove Rachel for the story. Tower of God is still great, but it's not the same. Rachel makes the story that much different, especially with how she moves and affects the characters.
Antagonists just matter.
Yeah, so
antagonists just matter. I mean, all the good, like I said, for me, all the great stuff that's happened in season 3 have been moved because of antagonists. This arc itself wouldn't be nearly as much interesting if Yasaracho literally wasn't raw. Like, cause I wouldn't know what to do with myself. If Yasaracho wasn't raw and he wasn't doing it like SIU spent other niggas' backstories building him up. Like that's raw. Like I did give this flowers. Like that's raw because like would I have cared about some no-name soldiers fighting Yu Ha-sung and Cha and stuff like that? No, but he found a way to make them at least semi-relevant because he used them to build up Yasaracha.
Yeah.
And Yasaracha beating Yama added something to something to an arc that didn't have a shit ton going for it. Because how many things that have happened in this arc up to now, this specifically, not counting the Nestor the Cage, the stuff that's going on right now, did you care for?
Where's Mule love?
Mule, I could probably name him. Machini talking about there's a bigger plan here.
True.
Fucking
And that's it.
White cut it down, Bam, for a second, and the local Mia family head might be coming. That's it. Yasarachi carried the rest of that. Like that's what happened.
Yeah, I do agree with Naya. If when Rachel is in, and this is coming, I absolutely hate Rachel. Cannot stand her. Can't stand a single inch of her. But if Rachel comes back into the story and whatever the hell it is she's got going on doesn't intrigue me in the slightest, that's a red flag.
Yeah.
That's
Man, I got 3 different things I care about. Like I said, give me the Wagner story, give me the Yuri story, and give me the Rachel story. He got 3 things that can make this mega interesting. He should not be able to mess it up, man. Yeah. Really not that hard.
I'm gonna say this: if when we get that Rachel story, or if we get it,
and wishes,
and not even just the wishes, if her and Pobaidu aren't talking about Arlene. Because Pobaidu had some choice words. He was like, yeah, man, Arlene was cool, but fuck her husband.
But V, like, I hate that nigga. He stinks. I spit on it. I'm like, bro, whoa. Whoa.
He came hard,
that's
bro.
my dad.
But if he don't like inquire like where Rachel came from or anything like that, and then like if she don't try to lie and then he pick up on it or something like that, I'm like, man, these families.
Wait. Quick question. What do you mean by that? Because he doesn't like. Remember the last time he was dealing with Rachel, he told somebody, he's like, "Hey, I did this for your pawn." Like he don't even care about Rachel. Like he knows that she a pawn in somebody else's scheme that he was helping because it was asked of him to do.
Yeah,
I can't see him having a conversation with Rachel because he don't give a fuck about her. She not
just
really
be like,
important.
"Who's your master?" And she just be like, "Bitch, I'm my own master." And he be like,
"See, but he knows that. But that's the thing about Gustin. They basically already told you that Gustin don't need to ask no questions. They already said he omnipotent. Like he know everything. Like you don't need to ask her nothing. She don't know anything that he wouldn't know. As far as we know, the way they spoke about him.
Oh yeah, that's also true because then he helped Garm hide on the floor.
That's what I'm saying. He know everything, bro. He don't got no reason to talk to her. She's not important to him.
He's smart.
Machini shit is the shit that I'm into. Like, what does Machini try to bring? No, she already said what she tried to bring, but I want to see it.
This next question is so funny to me.
I just want to see her and Yuri squabble. Like, just
dude, absolutely. 1,000%,
just get it out the way.
Didn't she challenge her not like a while back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her and 3 princesses.
Yeah, so I want to see what that was all about. We still
because Machini is a meathead. Her true self, man. She's
a fighter.
She want to fight. Yeah, she want to fight. But right now she's acting composed.
But it's been like
meathead versus meathead. Come on now.
Yeah. She's suppressed.
Yuri's a woman of action. Evan is the one that.
Yeah. I was gonna say Yuri 100% is a woman of action, so she will meet her there. That fight, bro.
Yuri's so raw.
I think the next saga is probably going to focus a lot on what the princesses are doing.
See, we always thought that, but I brought the question. I always brought the question like, is that going to happen, or is that just another headcanon? Because for a while, the Tower God community thought there was going to be like a princess war, Jihad princess war, and I'm like, I don't know, but I hope something like that happens still. But he always kind of talked about something of that nature. I kind of hope that happens.
I thought that back in season 1.
Wait, Haku, you're gonna say? Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
During Hell Train, my prediction for what would come next, whenever asked, I was always like, okay, after Hell Train, the next thing I'm like, we're totally getting a Bay Road arc. We're definitely getting Bay Road, and then we'll get something with the princesses. And we did get Bay Road. It wasn't the Bay Road as described in the blog
Yes,
post,
yes.
but we did get it next.
Nonetheless.
So I think next, it's not going to be like our last big thing with the princesses, but I think we are going to have something big happen with the princesses just because they're so important to the main story of the tower that I feel like we need to get something with them next.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Especially
also-
you got excuse Yuri being gone.
I also need my girl Yuri to get some screen time back, bro.
Yeah.
She's been gone way too long. It's been way too long.
Man, I need
Me and Naya, when we started this, I think both our favorite character was the same, and Anak hasn't been around in hundreds of chapters.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
She
What are you talking
was
about?
she was in like season 1 for like the 1 second. Season 3 for like 1 second. What you were like?
Yeah,
what they was
she made, like,
oh,
a
God, help me.
cameo. And that's
Listen.
it,
At
hundreds of
least you
chapters.
know that she's still alive. My boy Rad is on a table somewhere. I don't know if he's alive or not.
He had fun. Yeah, he had this. The last thing with Nahon Station with Iniesta after he popped 2 readouts and he couldn't move for a bit. Yeah, it's true. He was
Honestly, I think
He's
Ron and
alive,
Novik
but-
are the guys here with
I'm
Machete.
praying.
Because when they first showed that panel, I saw the heights, and she's like, "Oh, I brought my own people." I saw the heights. I was like, "That's fucking Ron and Novik."
Oh, when she said brother.
Yeah, that's what we said. That's what we kind of said too. But I was like, nah, no way.
Yeah.
Nah.
This question is just mad funny. It just says, "Why do some fans just accept anything?" I wish I knew. I don't have the answer.
I mean,
for you.
here's the thing, right? Some people believe that you should be grateful that the author's even writing the story. That that the
I'm
things
an
that we
ingrate.
got now should be appreciated
True.
and things of that nature. My thing is, it's not like when we do these things, it's not coming from a place where we just want to hate on somebody. Just most of the time, sometimes it'd be the case, but most of the time it's not that case. We had a high level expectation for SIU, and like I said, most of the things that we asked for, he's proven to have been done already in the story.
At a high level.
So we know, and if there is a level that feels clearly like it's declining, you like just because y'all want to be like, oh, y'all just want stuff to happen. I'm like, no, man. There's a clear level where he showed better level of writing and stuff like that than he's showing right now. Now, if you don't understand it and stuff like that, hey, that's on you. Go educate yourself.
I also feel like it's and people aren't willing to do this, what we're doing right now, where it's like sit down and have a constructive conversation about all the things that are going wrong or that you don't like in the story.
Discussion.
right.
Yeah, but with the intent of constructive criticism, right? Like you said, we're not just sitting here to be like, fuck Tower of God, to be like, anyway, fuck that story, am I right?
Yeah.
It's like, no, what do you not like about it? What do you not like about it? Where do we think it could improve? What do we think is falling off? What do we think are some of the great things that it's done that could sort of recapitalize on? Most people will like read or watch or whatever, consume a story like this and just commit to it 100%. This is it. They love it. It's their favorite thing. It did one thing right for them. And then all of a sudden when it starts tipping off, they're too afraid to criticize it. They're too afraid to go back now and be like, oh, maybe this wasn't what I thought it was. So they just double down and they're like, no, but you know what? Whatever they give me, at least it's still more Tower of God. And it's like, that's not enough.
That's funny because you perfectly answered the next kind of question. Is like, I want to know why some of them are afraid to critique anything about TOG. So you kind of that's a good segue. So you just keep that going.
I would say that most fan bases build up like a toxic relationship towards like a series to the point where it becomes, in my opinion, disgusting because you shouldn't treat anything like that. You should appreciate it and accept it for what it is. But I've been in a few communities like since doing YouTube and all that. What I will say is like those that are like the vocal majority that like express their opinion about you having a difference of opinion with them, they'll say certain things like slick to you, like you just didn't understand, or I don't understand why you didn't do this. And then you'll go through the effort to be like, no, I did understand. It's just that
I don't agree.
It wasn't good, and it could have been better. And then they'll ask you like, "What's your favorite thing?" And then they'll try to critique your favorite thing. And
they
then
do
you're
that
like,
with me a lot. They come out One Piece. I'm like, I don't even care if you don't like One Piece.
People in the past, just to lay it out, like Tower of God was never in my top 10 on Webtoon. Like we're good here. Like when I told people what my top 10 was, they came at Weak Hero. They came at
Weak Hero's cool.
What was the other train? Omniscient Reader Viewpoint. They start coming at like all these series that I was just like, yeah, this is better than this. And I was like, all right, cool. I understand you like that. That's fine. But you need to understand that there are things that can be improved in anything. Nothing is 100% perfect. And if you actually take the time to critique it, that means that you actually have some level of investment in it, that you want it to be better.
That's something they never understand with me. Like, I promise you, if I didn't give a fuck about Tower God, I have nothing to say.
Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't be doing this.
Whatever moderate success my channel has, I owe the Tower of God. I'm grateful for it. Like, I'm not an ignorant. Like, I love this series. It's my favorite webtoon for so long. It was amongst one of my favorite just ongoing series. I don't even think it's not one of my favorite ongoing series right now. I'm just very unimpressed. That's all it really is. I'm not impressed. And I'm
You say better.
I'm one of the people who like I just never been afraid to speak my mind. So I promise you, I've done streams where after the streams I'm down 20 subscribers because I was harsh on Tower of God or whatever the case is, right? But that never bothers me. What bothers me the most about this fan base in particular, on and maybe One Piece too, but these fan base in particular, is they try to insult my intelligence by saying by making dumb arguments.
I was gonna say the same
Yeah,
thing.
don't insult my intelligence or make assumptions about me, my life, or my character. You don't fucking know me. You only know what I show you at the end of the day. I could be a serial killer. You don't know that? Right? So I could be Dexter. I could be the nigger from You, whatever his name is.
Okay,
right?
I know where you live.
Hold on, real quick, because they'll say this. Well, Bam is an irregular. Bro,
Don't you understand Bum's an irregular?
Bro, I read the fucking narrative. I know he's an irregular. You're not saying anything. You have nothing intelligent to say. Shut the hell up. That shit bothers the fuck out of me because they'll be like, well, what do you expect? He's the main character. So what you're telling me is the stories you read, you're used to that shit. I'm not used to it. Don't compare me to you. Don't insult me.
They be capping with that because if you ask them any of their favorite. Yeah, I hate bringing up shonen, but it's like if you ask them any of their favorite shonen or anything of that category, they'll be like, "Oh, I like that my character worked to achieve this, and the blood, sweat, and tears, and the journey I went through with him made me feel something, and made me invested in him." Like they sit here not using their brain. It's because they got a rebuttal. They gotta say something, and also too,
right.
and also when it comes to a lot of this stuff too, to me that feels to get lost upon it. We're talking about this stuff on a week-to-week basis, and like me and I always say, if he does something to change our mind, we change our mind. Like what the fuck?
My opinion can change with new information.
Yeah, like is it written in stone? Like just because I'm just like I didn't like the chapter this week, this means I hated it for all of eternity. That's not what it meant.
That's the other toxic thing is that you have to be on one side or the other. It's like you either have to hate the entire thing or love it.
Yep.
What you were saying though, I literally just said that in my last reaction where I was like, I didn't like chapter 507, but I was like, I really liked chapter 506, but I had to keep in mind new information might devalue it and I might not like it the next chapter. I didn't like chapter 507 and I'm like, but I can't just sit here and shit on it because there's always a way to write things in a way that assuages things or fixes things or explains things so that things get better. Like, I didn't like this chapter, but I have to keep in mind that by the next chapter, I could like the next one.
Yeah, exactly.
Haku, I agree 100% with you. That's why I read the Fast Pass right after 507, just to see, like, if my opinion would change. And, all right. I'm ended there. Yeah.
I was going to say this real quick because Haku, I'm sure they insult your intelligence too by trying to combat your point with headcanon. And there's nothing more that annoys me than that. Like, even this is recent. It's like because me and Joe had like not even a back and forth. I made a video. He responded. I responded. It was all cordial. It was all good. It was great. It's kind of what sparked this video today, right? And someone was like, "Oh, blah blah blah." Would you fail to understand that this is Bam's tower? What the fuck are you talking about? Who told you that? Who told you that? This is Bam's tower. Why? Like, bro, my comment section sometimes just makes my head insult my intelligence.
Tower. Let's get that understood.
Yeah, I was gonna say two things about them with the insulting intelligence. The first thing is whenever anybody comes at me with, well, bomb is an irregular, just because something can be explained logically in a story does not make it a good story. Right. You could have somebody walk up, shoot bomb, kill him next chapter, And I could say, wow, that was shit. Are you going to show up in my comment section saying, well, actually, like the 5th chapter, we saw Levin kill somebody with a gun. And as far as we know, bomb isn't bulletproof. So it's like, yeah, you can explain it logically, but that does not make it a good story. Bomb being an irregular doesn't make it good. And another thing with intelligence being insulted, the comments that always annoy me the most are like, well, you just don't understand this, or like really talking down. And I see it a lot in like your comment section, Dr. Bonehead's comment section. And my thought is that, so I've been watching, like, I watched Milios's reactions from the jump, from the beginning. I watched
appreciate
Sun
you.
Wu's from the beginning. And then AOA, as soon as I discovered them, I started watching. So you don't put in that kind of time and commitment without understanding a bit about the series. And that's just people who are new at this. When you look at your discussions and the fact that you've been reading for 10 years, when you look at Dr. Bonehead and all of the lore videos that he's made and all the crazy amount of work that has to go into the fan dub. And then when you think that, again, I, like you, have been reading it for 10 years, and not only that, but for years and years, every single chapter, going through, taking notes on them, reading them multiple times, and doing sometimes 15 to 30 plus minute reviews on them, it's like, you can disagree with us. You can say, oh, like me personally, I didn't like the Ding Ding and Louie story. You can say, I did like that. I disagree. But when somebody acts like they know more about Tower of God than me or Joe or Naya, it's like, I can guarantee you, unless you are the company translator or you're the guy that wrote all the Tower of God wiki, you probably do not know more about the series than me, Naya, or Joe.
And it's not like I'm unwilling to admit if someone does know. My Kubera
Yeah, like,
fan
I get
base,
stuff wrong all the time, but
I'm new to Kubera.
do not act like I'm wrong.
I'm new to Kubera. They know more about Kubera than I do, which is why sometimes I'm not comfortable saying certain things. I'm like, the people who have been reading Kubera for longer than I have actually are much more knowledgeable about the series than I am. I wouldn't dare really test them that way. After revisiting it, and like you said, taking notes and going through every nook and cranny, like I've started to do now, then I'll have that level of confidence. Like you trust me, you likely don't know more about me. And think about it too is, I don't combat points with headcanon. I combat points with actual things from the story. I don't, bro. It's Bam's tower. I couldn't believe this person said it's Bam's tower. Who the fuck told you that?
I do totally get things wrong from time to time, but
and
it's
I
just
admit it.
In a general sense, yeah. When I get something wrong, I'm like, I
think we all do.
But the thing is, when I hate when I see
Double
comments talking down to like any of us, but especially like me, you, and Joe, where I'm just like, okay, I know this random person likely does not know more than the three of us after years and years of doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, Nye literally says like every other video, Dustin, like we were wrong. Like we thought because the evidence on the thing, but he always.
When Yama got packed, what's the first video I dropped? I was wrong about Yasuracha. Immediately admitted it. I'm not afraid of being wrong. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I'm really not scared of that. I'm here to have a conversation and nuanced discourse. But at the end of the day, I can't stand when some of these comments try to come at me. And another thing too, man, you would never say some of this shit to my face because I slap the teeth out your fucking mouth. You would not say that shit to me. It's what bothers me about you keyboard tough guys over there. You would not talk to me like this in real life. Because if you talk about this in real life, I'm gonna hit you. You would not talk to me that way.
That's how you gotta do it. You gotta
with this too, like people don't realize like the way that y'all talk about these videos, y'all are not. It honestly, if y'all wanted to hate on this series, y'all could literally just blatantly lie if y'all wanted to. Like if you just go over there and just start saying just nonsense, cut the video off, never look at the comment section, and just say fuck it. I don't care what you think. Like I don't care. Y'all actually try to interact with y'all community. You try to respond to every comment. You try to have these conversations, stuff like that. People don't appreciate stuff like that. I'm just like, he easily could just never look, be condescending as fuck. Like, I don't gotta say, I don't owe you anything. I don't to you, nothing like that.
And have I ever stole anyone's credit too? If something wasn't my idea, I never steal it. Miles, even today, I brought up Miles. Like Miles was the one that made me remember that Arihan and Haigh-Rankers were like, a lot of them are hybrids. Like I don't even take anyone's thoughts. I always give credit. Like I don't like when they come at me that way because I'm really not that kind of person. But And again, they watch one video and make an assumption. You know how it is on the internet. It's part of the job. It's part of the job.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, next question was, can Rachel save the series? I think we kind of talked about that one.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Yeah.
We already talked about how the arc will end. I like this question. If Bam becomes a Slayer after this, what rankers do you think will follow him?
all of them.
Yeah.
Basically all of them, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what we've seen so far.
What?
Yeah. If he became a slate, yeah, like who's gonna be like no?
I thought you had to be a
I
ranker,
mean,
though,
the
in order for
more
you
the
to get
more the
Slayer.
more interesting part, does he get his own cult?
He
That's what
already
he
got his
You
own.
already
has
all
his
have
own
to do
goal.
the matching uniforms like
No, yeah,
Caracas crew.
that's what I mean. Niggas running around spreading that Bam.
He already
I'm
had
trying to remember, like when Jaja was with them or something like that, like, and he had like the goons with him and shit. Like he had a cult, and that cult got bigger.
Nah, they were kind of like a false cult though, because they were just like, "Hey, we love you." They were kind of like using him like a figurehead, like a mascot.
This
Man,
is-
So I mean, like he need an actual cult.
This is
They
kind of
was
not
calling
a
that
question,
man
question,
God.
but he said this war arc is the worst arc in TOG, maybe even the worst. A personal opinion of mine that I would love to hear your guys' opinions. I don't think it's worse than the cage, bro.
No, yeah, the
No.
cage is the worst. The
It's
cage
definitely not worse than the cage for
The
sure.
nest worse than the cage. I would say the cat tower is more boring than the cage, only because I could crack jokes and I had a lot of fun because I wasn't taking it serious. I was loose. I'd say
I think
cat
last
tower,
station was a low
yes.
point.
The nest, no. Because when they was at that first wall,
No, see, I can't even say the cat tower because it got Yasaracha. I was dealing with guys named Grande, Tall, and what? Like,
Venti?
what the fuck? Like, yeah, like,
Venti?
hey man, you gotta
Oh
have
my
your
God.
coffee. What you
That
mean?
just totally jogged my memory, dude.
He went to-
All those
yeah.
villains, it was like it was so whack.
bro,
No, I
he
think last
he
station's
had
the
dogs.
bottom.
He had dogs doing
I can see that. I can
photosynthesis,
see what
man.
you're saying, yeah.
Those dogs were plants. When have you ever seen anything like that?
People
They
are
were
asking
ugly.
questions
Like,
on my. I made a community post, Flying Zebra beta version. I made a community post on my channel.
Amen.
90 Hemmings. Go ahead and, you know what I'm saying? Hit the subscribe button.
Hey man, just because a dog can transform his goddamn arm into a big ass bush and he can summon big ass bushes to hold down another dog, it don't matter, man. It was all in good fun. Just remember, Dang Dang died for no reason.
I
love how we
know.
spent these years hearing about the fighting dogs and stuff, and it's like, oh shit, this is
That's
gonna be
why-
like
that's
a
another reason why-
Coliseum. We get there, and there's literal furries just walking around. It's like, oh damn, it's not what I thought you meant.
like our first introduction to dogs is Baggerov. Look at the rest of them. Like what
I
is
go lie.
this? Who is
I go lie.
that?
I had high hopes for Vargov, yo. I
I
loved
had
his
zero.
design.
I had zero.
No,
When he came back. When he came back. Sorry, when he came back.
Oh no, when he came back, I was like, nah, get his dumb ass out of here. But when I first saw him at
Yo,
work,
I love
at the
Jordan
workshop battle,
Summerwood.
I
I
was
love
like,
Jordan.
yo, that design is fire. I was like, I love it. And then I was like, you're not doing
It
anything.
really was. It really was. It was super fire.
I was like, you're not doing anything.
Yeah,
Had
dude.
stopped you. Oh, and Dorsey just gave you a dynamic entry. Okay, never mind. You're done.
I don't
All
think
right.
the cage was like an
Oh, see, he was
experiment
still
arc, bro.
he was still fine then because he wasn't getting hurt. See, and back then I thought like Bam would at least have like. See, I told this to Night yesterday too. Like, it's not that I needed Bam to like every regular Bam came across, but I thought like because they always made a big emphasis like the top 5 regulars in each class, they kind of made them feel important each time. Like in E, it was Elaine. In E, it was Varigov. So I'm just like, oh, okay. So like, you know, he's gonna wash most regulars in this class. The only thing you need to worry about is the top 5. Somebody in the top 5 is probably gonna be some type of special person with some type of special background and ability. And I'm like, oh, so Bam still got, you know, people to run across. He fights those guys while the rest of his group fights guys below that. So I'm like, okay, cool. They still got stuff to do. They fought Data Jihad. I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I don't know exactly what this means. Then we start fighting rankers, and I'm just like, oh, well, we're never going to test in games. And then, but like FIU was correcting a lot of that. It was like, oh, well, here's a cat tower. This cat tower just a series of one-on-one on a Monopoly board, bro. That's not even a game. And then the game we do have, the fucking capitalism game, the fucking Wall Street game. That's a terrible game.
Capitalism
So
game. Rack up sex capitalism.
Hold up. I'm curious real quick before we continue on.
Hey, real
Because
quick.
oh, my bad.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I gotta head out.
Yeah,
go ahead, brother.
I know it's late, man. I appreciate you coming, though. I really do. We'll definitely
y'all.
get some more collabs in, man. Keep up the good work.
Man. All right. Peace, y'all.
Peace out.
Peace.
Take care, man.
See ya.
Everyone's channel will be in the description, by the way. Go ahead.
Hold up. I'm curious real quick. What level did y'all think Dada Jihad was like after Bam squabbled with him?
A regular ranker level, early ranker level.
I was
Honestly,
probably about like just broke into the ranker level. At the time, honestly, it was harder for me to gauge like back when I was doing it weekly. I think now in retrospect and hindsight, it's easy for me to say he was at a ranker level, but at the time it was kind of harder for me to do to really kind of quantify that. It wasn't easy in the moment.
No, it wasn't because it's like they're only at that hell train, and this was his stop at the hell train.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just like, like who knows? Like, but I thought like the top of the race, which I was because I know he wasn't. I know systematically Bam wasn't going to go through every regular level just do that. Like, so I was cool with that. I was like, okay, so we're probably at the barely entering the ranker level. Because I was like, I never expected Bam to climb to the top of the tower and then be a ranker. Like that wasn't gonna work. He obviously was gonna be stronger than that. But I didn't realize it was gonna be this colossal of a jump. Like it is like a ridiculous jump. And like I said, Charlie was the perfect opponent. Charlie was a new ranker. He just became one. It was the perfect dish to serve up. Like I didn't even wasn't even like, oh, Bam needs to lose to Charlie. What I wanted specifically in my headcanon, I guess you could say, is I wanted them to fight, at least for a while. Bam takes some damage, and he's like, because he just learned how to use the thorns and stuff like that. He has to use that, and then like it runs out of power or something like that. Then he gets the training art, because now he's just like, I need to work on this, and this, because I have the destructive power to go against anybody. But there's cats in the tower who got weird skills I don't know of, never seen before, that can give me trouble. So if I don't have a strong understanding of Shinsu, how to manipulate it, how to go against it, I can't beat them. Because the thing about Charlie's power, Bam did not break out of Charlie's technique. Yuri broke it. Yeah, Yuri broke him out of that.
Shout out to White Noise. That's one of my. That's my. White Noise changed my life, and then it got ruined.
I thought it was such an interesting ability. He caught Bam off guard. Bam didn't know what to do, and Bam would have took it. I didn't expect Bam to die or nothing.
I didn't think that was going to kill him, personally speaking, but yeah.
Yeah. But everybody always thinks that when you talk about Bam, I need him to die. Like no. Like I never expect that guy to die. And like, come on, stop playing. Yeah, like let me see the damage on him a little bit. He takes some hits here and there. He struggled a little bit. That's all you got to show is him struggling a little bit or not being able to use his power quite the way he wanted. It's the little stuff. It really is. It's just little stuff that now you're just like, okay, like if you do stuff like that, then you can completely like nullify anybody thinking anything of it. Like there's some people confused, but like I'm completely satisfied you do that. Like, oh, he can't 100% use the thorn 100%. Because it's not even like something that he necessarily like worked on. He worked on something with Edouard, but it wasn't necessarily like, oh, he now got 100% control of the thorn. Like, that's not what happened there. But whatever, man. It's whatever. I can't change. I can't go back. I just accepted this is the way it's always gonna be with him. It's cool. Show me different ways how he can struggle or make the series just make the series interesting in different ways. That's where I'm at.
Got you.
The next question.
I rambled a bit, but fuck it.
No, I got you. The next question is: do you think we'll still go through tests? No, I don't really think so.
No.
Maybe administrator.
No way.
Yeah, I don't think so. What about the workshop battle that was hinted at? Do you think it'll still happen?
No.
My guess is no. I think we might mention it or speed past it, speed run it, but no. We talked about favorite arcs already. Sorry, go ahead. Talk about favorite arcs.
At this point, I feel like the power scaling is way too broken to do another workshop battle.
I agree.
Like if Bomb's out here messing with Haigh-Rankers, there's no way that a workshop battle arc would be able to work again with that.
Which regular do you guys want to see return the most?
Ran and Knack, because they're the fighters, and Endorsing.
What about you, Haku?
God, I don't know. Like, I guess any of the
I'll take
any of them,
I'll take
honestly.
anything.
Yeah,
You
I'm like
said.
anything. Give me Zsa Zsa.
You know what?
Give me fucking Hanul Kang.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I said that, I lied. Bring back Young Sleep and Queen Sleep.
There
Bring
you
both
go.
of them back.
Okay, there you
I was
go.
about to say Cherry Lawn LaRue. I was about to say that shit too.
Bring,
Fair enough.
bring back both the sleeps, man.
Izzy, what about you?
Wong-Nan, 100%.
Okay.
I gotta know what he's doing.
Okay.
I feel that.
What aspect of TOG hooked me? I spoke about it. It was the hand-sung using examination. It was like I often think about what if they had that test right now. Not all of Bam's powers and whatever would be kind of meaningless here. It's just, would someone figure out that they need to open that door in 5 minutes? Yes or no? Like that kept me going for so long, which is not the case anymore. But that's what hooked me. Nothing really to do with the. I'm not a lore whore or a world building merchant, to be honest.
I am. I got brought in by that.
I'm a character guy. Characters are what make series for me. So for me, it was that test. That test was hooked to me because it kind of gave me the ideas of what kind of story and narrative this would be moving forward. What about you guys? What was the hook for you? Character.
I legitimately thought this was one of the most interesting, compelling things I ever seen. It's like, okay, so here's a tower with these floors as big as a continent, twice the size of a continent. And here's this divine water that makes you capable of anything, and there's no limits. And he just made it so interesting. We're gonna be all these creatures, all these different things, all this shit in the tower. And I was instantly like, the way season 1 is written is almost flawless for me. Almost. Not
10
quite,
out of 10.
but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
It's a 10 out of 10.
It's so interesting, man. Like just go back and go look at it, man. Just go tell me this.
Find Will Smith, hit yourself with the flashy thing, and start it over.
Yeah, like
and then compare your thoughts when you had those other memories to now. You watch, you be the same level of intrigue.
It's so interesting. Everything about it, every character, every power, every test, everything is so interesting. I ain't never seen anything like a Rachel or beginning early Bam in a webtoon or a manga or anything like that. Now you might see something like that like in a book, in a novel. But in this medium, you don't see stuff like that. That's why for me, it was never about the powers or being overpowered or even the fights for the most part. The fights always add an extra level of bonus, but they were never the main reason why I was reading. It was the mystery.
What about you, Milios?
For me, it started out with the mystery of figuring out exactly what was going on between Bam and Rachel. Like, it started with that, like, for like a few chapters, and then I seen hats in the neck and a goddamn straw weeds, or in that goddamn wheat. I was like, okay, you got my attention. High flying sword, low flying sword. Oh my god! And then after that, I would say that had my attention. But what piqued my curiosity was when Leiroro was talking about just the tower in general, like his whole entire exposition.
His flex on that nigga was raw. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes, when he basically said, "Your bitch ass can't get past the shield, man. Go home."
You can't, this is commonplace. I'm 420. Yeah. Man, you not built for this. I'm like, oh shit.
Man, you know what? I'm kind of mad that you brought that up because we ain't seen that affect nobody in a while. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't affect most of the people we're dealing with here, but it don't affect the regular.
Yeah, Shinsu.
Yeah, they built up a tolerance though over time. So the more they stay on the floor, they dope, and then go to the next one. But yeah, that to me was like just peak when he said that anything is possible with Shinsu. I was there for it. When he said luck is a big part of the tower, I was there for it. Yeah. And like just his whole entire speech with like, all right, either you built for it or not, and then him just seeing Bam on the side like, how the fuck you get there? like that, like it piqued my curiosity even more. And I remember even talking with Chad about it, and I was like, hey, yo, does that mean he can survive on the 20th floor immediately? I was like, oh, this got a whole new level of interest in right now.
Yeah.
But, and then after that, like, once I actually seen what the 20th floor and all that was, like,
Izzy, go ahead.
I was like, all right,
you know what character I miss too a lot? Huarun, man. Bring her back.
Horryun, yeah.
Bring her
Yeah,
She
she was all.
kind of sort of around. I saw her like once when Charlie came or whatever, but that wasn't enough for me. Wasn't enough.
Nah, but she was like part of the reason why they always did interesting stuff too. She was like, yeah, we need to go to
I
the
also
floor
like her
depth.
because she's the only character that I seen actually hold Bam accountable for his action. To tell you, bitch ass nigga, you're acting like Rachel, trying to get these
Yeah.
Hell Train tickets, doing this shit. I'm chasing after her. Like, she actually doesn't baby and coddle him, which I actually appreciate and respect. But
Yeah, she's the best.
go ahead, Izzy. What about you?
I think for me, the hook was and everything from season 1 Crown Game and up. Like the Laro Road test and stuff was really cool. I was intrigued. I was like, okay, there's some mystery going on here. But once I saw the Crown Game, I was like, oh, there's like a genuine crazy ass fucking mystery to unravel here. And like the way these characters are like playing off each other, the way, you know, everybody clearly seems to have something to hide, and you know, everybody's got a second and a third ulterior motive and stuff. But Bam seems to like not be playing by these rules that they're like. That's when I was like, okay, if this is how it's gonna be, I'm here. And then season 1 ended.
I feel that. Oh shit, I feel that.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, yo. Like they made me seem like I was crazy for like a full year.
I think
I
season
still
one
like-
is,
I still like
season
both
one
of
is
them.
phenomenal, but I actually like the majority of season 2. But Haku,
Yeah, I still like
what
both.
about you?
I think that I value a lot of the same things that Naya, you said that you value in the story. So for me, it's kind of around the same place. I think when I first started reading, when I immediately knew I was hooked, was right when Bomb gets to the floor of test, and there's the battle royal, and then immediately after the battle royal, they're like, okay, now all those people you were just fighting, you got to find 2 teammates. I thought that was really, really, really smart.
Okay.
And I hadn't really seen anything thought out in that sort of way. Like I had seen battle royal stuff before in anime, but nothing that had been thought out in that way. And then we go from there to Crown Game, which was awesome. And I remember being a teenager like 10 years ago on like these anime manga forums talking about the chapters week to week and being like, oh, these are my top 10 favorite characters this week or that week. And just being like, you know, I really like Anak and Kunaguru Agnes and Rak and Hatsu and Chibisu. And being like, I think Bomb's kind of boring, and Rachel is your typical normal like lead female character that doesn't do much. And then the Rachel betrayal happened, and I was like, oh my god, holy shit, I never saw anything like that. The main female lead do something like that, and a series to go in that kind of direction before. So I think that was not the exact moment that hooked me, but the Rachel betrayal was what set Tower of God apart from other stuff
I agree.
for me.
That's facts. That's facts.
Couldn't agree more.
And then all through early season 2 through workshop battle week to week was incredible.
Yeah.
The Wagner to Knack build ran and Knack build up of like confrontation to me was so raw back in the day. Like I could not wait for them to scrap. Like I couldn't wait. The follow-up question is, why do you keep reading? For me, it's because I cover it. No, I'm kidding. I actually have a lot of things I care about. I care about. I'm kidding.
I'm not gonna lie. You hit that first.
Look, I gotta go to work.
Yeah.
Like,
I was gonna say I was gonna go for it.
Well,
I'll be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hold up.
Well, you go, then Haku, you go, then Izzy, then Vince.
Okay, I'll be honest. If you didn't ever mention like this event, I was gonna wait until this arc was done before I read it.
Oh shit.
Like I was kind of burnt, but yeah. Go ahead, Haku.
I still really love the series, but for what it is now, which is not the same thing it was when I started covering it at like the beginning of Hell Train. Because back then still, things like the tests were still kind of important. Things like the side characters were still very important. And those were like the big things in the beginning. That's what the series was built around. It was built around the tests. It was built around the wider cast and not just Bomb. And now the series really isn't the same. The tests don't matter at all. And the characters other than Bomb really don't matter that much. I still love it for what it is, but like 5 years ago, I would have said without a doubt it's my favorite comic in general, whether manhwa, manga, whatever. I would have said it was my favorite.
Yeah,
Now I really love it. I really do. But it's not my favorite anymore. There are tons of other things I'd put above it.
You know what's
but I
interesting?
do still
You
love
know what's
it.
interesting about that? Like all things considered, it's not my favorite webtoon anymore. It's Scuba Era. But that reminds me of like kind of my general opinion on One Piece. Like One Piece at one point was just the pinnacle of art of literature. Everything, it was the greatest. I didn't give a fuck about what you told me, whatever. Now it's just my favorite manga. That's it. It's as simple as that. It's not even nothing crazier than that. I still like it. I still enjoy it, but it's not as great as I thought as it used to be in my opinion. But Izzy, what about you? Why do you keep reading?
I think something similar to Haku, where I don't. I do still like it, but it's definitely different. It's definitely a different story, structurally and otherwise than it was when I started. And a lot of those reasons that I latched onto it initially aren't there, or they've taken a completely different form. And I guess, to be honest, I'm reading it for the hopes that hasn't completely gone away. That SIU can sort of
I need
capture.
some new love.
And exactly. Basically, bring Mule back.
Yes. Mills already went, so it's you, Vince. Go ahead.
Oh, at this point, I agree with a lot of things a lot of y'all said. It definitely was my favorite at some point, like out of anything.
All right.
But I'm reading this mostly for lore. Now, to be honest with you, there's stuff that he brought up or that he spoke on that I just want to see before I close the door. I guess if it doesn't get any better, like I just want to see Adori. I want to see. Yeah, I want to see Arlene if we ever actually get to see what she looks like from the front.
I want to see Eurasia and too.
Yeah, exactly. Like so there's certain characters and certain like things. Maybe like if he does something with the Ghost of the 13-month series, I kind of want to see that. Mm-hmm. But other than that, I don't really care about what's going on between these characters per se. But like I said, there's always a chance, kind of like how you said, there's always a chance that he could reignite my love for the series, and but I could just look back at this and be like, that was a bad stretch, but I got through it. We survived, and now it went right back. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. Every week that feels a little less likely.
All right.
Due to his health.
Allow me to somewhat speed run these questions because I need to eat.
I'm
sorry.
We've been here 4 hours. We've been here 4 hours.
I gotta eat too.
My stomach is beating my ass right now. Okay, so I'm gonna speed run this. Do you think jumping from low ranker to top 100 when arc was too much? Yes. Will we get more floor tests from now on? SU should handle them. We're not getting more tests. Do you think secondary characters will matter in the second season? Not really. Wait. Like in the second season? Not
secondary
really.
Characters?
Not really. Yeah.
Okay.
Will we see new and stronger characters to help Bam instead of them? Probably. Will Kallavan die without fighting Bam? Damn, that's interesting. Hold on.
Probably not.
Yes.
I don't think they're fighting again.
Yes.
I don't think they're fighting again. I think that's done.
Yes.
What I'm scared of is him just becoming Bomb's subordinate.
He's going to.
He's going to though. Yeah.
That's what I'm most afraid of for his character.
I agree with you, but I do think it's happening.
Yeah.
That whole Bam, I killed your master. Yeah. All that is gone. Yeah. All that is gone because Jin Sung is still alive. They don't have no beef.
Exactly.
So yes, he's done.
And Kallavan has no place to go. He's fighting against the RB type beat. Like I just don't think it's gonna. I hope so, but I don't think it's gonna happen. What was the best character development in this arc? I don't know. White. All right. Ask the others this. Given the current tensionless state of Tower God, do you think that nostalgia is playing a part in people still giving TOG a pass right now? I, for one, love the characters and still read TOG, but I'm disappointed with the way there are no major consequences for our characters. Thanks. Why you say my name in caps like that, Brian? I do think nostalgia is definitely, and like, the hopes that we can return to what it once was to some degree definitely keeps a lot of us engaged. Like, if maybe we just get past this little rough patch, we'll get back to, you know what I'm saying? So I'm sure a lot of us are like that to some degree because end of the day, for us, the majority of Tower of God is better than like, what we don't enjoy. If you go up like by chapter number, if you will, a percentage, right? So
yeah.
I think so. I think
I agree.
I think that might affect like us who've been reading for a long time and stuff, but I think there's a lot of people that just started reading since the anime showed up. So there's probably a good chunk of the fan base that doesn't have that nostalgia at all. So for a
Yeah,
lot of people, I don't think so.
they just been through it. They probably don't feel nothing. Like I said, we have a disconnect. Most of us, even the problems that we have, if you just, except for a couple of y'all, cause y'all different. But like Milios, like you just a lot of people who just binge straight through it. They don't see any of that problem. They don't even
But
see the
Milios thinks
atmosphere.
when he
to it.
reads.
I'll just say this. I took my time. You could ask if there's anybody in the stream that was here when I was reacting to it over on Twitch. I took my time. That was the only thing I read for like 6 months straight. Didn't put anything else on the docket. Took my time with each chapter, read like 3 chapters a day. Sitting there analyzing, looking at each panel. I'm trying to tell you, once season 2 hit, I noticed that change. it wasn't even like it was sudden. It was gradual. It was just gradual. But I do want to say that I do think that what you said about like people who came from the anime, like they just like binge through it, because I know a lot of people that they don't even think about the chapter, they just inhale that bitch.
Yeah.
Like it's
they're
a
not
great
retaining
thing.
anything. They're just kind of going.
Yeah, exactly. It's a crazy thing when you see that. But yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to take up time.
No, you good. You good, bro.
No, you good,
You are good.
My guy, Katan said, I want to know if you think that Tower of God has lived up to its reputation as king of webtoons. Has it met your expectations, or did it not meet them? Well, see, when that's hard for me to answer because I never had any opinion of Tower of God as the king of webtoons at the time. Actually, back when I started reading webtoons, Noblesse was kind of the king of webtoons at the time. Noblesse was the one that was very popular in Korea and stuff. So, like now. Like if you start it now, yes, Tower of God has this reputation of being like one of the better fantasy series on Naver, if you will, and stuff. But it wasn't necessarily always that way. And for me, at first, it was actually Noblesse. So it's a little difficult for me to answer. But maybe for the newer people,
is it even that? Because I always used to point out just to make people upset. An Ordinary got better numbers.
On Ordinary got better enough. What I heard though was that people like to read Tower of God not on webtoons, so we don't have the actual number.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's
At least
I heard.
as far as line is concerned.
because I'm sure you guys have noticed it recently. The translations are getting worse, bro. Like,
Okay, so this is the translation stuff is something that I think Milios, you started before the anime, so like season 1, the whole thing was messed up for you, right?
Yeah, like the way things were worded and everything. Yeah,
he read pre-anime. The entire official translation was like broken English, just not good, just really, really, really bad. And they started going around and fixing it around the time of the anime. I think a little bit after the anime came out. So I remember watching Sun Wu's videos, and I think AOA was like, you guys were far enough behind it that most of the translation had been fixed when you were reading. But I remember Sun Wu hitting that point because he was like, he's got the new updated anime translation. He's got the good stuff going on. Then he catches up to where they hadn't fixed yet. And he's like, oh God, this is terrible. And he's saying stuff like, oh, like, do they need somebody to proofread for them? And I'm just like, dude, we have been saying this for years. This is like the mess we've been in.
This is just reading online. That's just part of the struggle. Like when Baylord Yama came the first one, it said what did it say? Bayload? Come on, bro. Bayload. That just seems like what? Big load?
That sounds.
Yeah.
And like to me, that always bothered me too because it's like, do the translators, are they like not like fans of the series or anything? Because fans would have known Bay Road for like years and years and years before he showed up.
That's a good point. That's very significant because like
so it's like if they were in the fandom, they'd know, right?
Yeah, because with Kubera, the Babo Kim subs, like the people who are translating that are deep Kubera fans. It's easy to tell when you compare the chapters from line to them, where it's like they care about Kubera, so they have their right terminology, jargon, all of that stuff. So like, I actually assume a lot of the time it's just like if you just like hired some dude like, hey yo, translate this, and they don't have any real context. You're just doing a job. I don't think that a lot of them are probably necessarily Tower of God fans, so I can agree with that.
And even when they fix stuff, they still use jihad, which I will defend to my dying breath is just straight up a mistranslation. ZU has come out and said multiple times
It's
it
Zahard.
is Zahard
It is
with
true.
the Z.
It's true. He said
he wrote it in the background of like 2 different panels.
It's in a tweet.
Zahard.
It's in a tweet. You tweeted it.
And yeah, he tweeted it. Somebody asked J or Z, and he was like, "It's Z. It's Zahard."
Damn.
Yeah.
And they
That's
still
fucked
stick
up
with
because
the
I've
wrong
been
translation.
so conditioned by the new translations.
Yeah, facts.
Same.
Like people come up to me and they'd be like, "Why are you saying jihad?" And I'm like, "Because that's what it says in the fucking text. What are you talking about?"
It was
Like,
Endorsy
what is
and Endorsy. You know,
Oh
there was
my God,
Shinsu. Shinsu with a U.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
I don't think Endorsy and Andrasi is that big a difference. I stick with Andrasi because I like it more.
My favorite
but-
is Bam and Bomb. Motherfuckers really try to come at me and be like, "It's Bomb with 2 A's, not 1 A." You idiot.
I hate.
I'm like, all right, shut the fuck up.
One of the biggest things I've hated from the beginning since the line translation took over and like nuked the company translation off the internet is changing Hatsu to hats with a Z. That is the worst. I hate that.
That's
so
funny.
much.
I actually enjoy saying those names because.
I have no consistency with some of them. I switch like Hots. I'll say Hots,
Yes,
and I'll say
same.
Hatsu. I have no consistency.
I say Shibisu, Shiplisu.
Yeah.
Normally,
Like I
I'll
noticed
just-
you calling him Ship earlier, Naya, and I was like, yeah, Ship, Shibisu. I just go back and forth.
Yeah, I feel that. Hold on. If you have
Sometimes I just call him the 25th chestnut.
25th night. What Joe used to call him, LeBam James. We call him 25th Kirby. A lot of 25th Galactus. Yeah, we have a lot of names for the boy. If you have room for a question, do you think Bam is stronger than? Okay, I'm saying Zahard was on this floor of the tower. Was he already winding back time and what have you this far up? I literally can't answer that. I don't. But I want to say this though. I don't think that if Bam could kind of rewind time, I don't necessarily think that one ability or skill would dictate whether he is stronger or not stronger than Jihad. If Jihad couldn't do that and had a lot of other things that were extremely potent, I don't think necessarily.
Man, Jihad had people making shit for him while he was climbing the
They
tower.
made the train, didn't
I
they?
can't say as far as the hidden floor. I believe Edouan and Jihad were better than Bam. So that's
I agree.
That's my best answer for you.
Another thing I forgot to mention when we went to translations, I still hate Shinsu Black Hole Sphere. Always will, because it's super misleading.
Yeah, I remember you had there's a lot of your videos that I'm gonna actually like link and stuff too, because I was telling them about the essence of nothingness, that mistranslation.
Oh, the essence of nothingness.
Yeah, that's what they call it, bravery and stuff. But wow, Billy Bob tried to slide 2 questions here at the end. You're too late, nigga. You're too late. I just refreshed it. 2 more questions. You're too late. Too late. No, I'm kidding. I'll read them. Any chance Rachel was just introduced? I don't get it. Wait. He has a picture here. Hold on. Open this with. I don't know what this is. I don't think so. But I think he was basically saying, does he think that one of the people that Machete brought was Rachel? I don't know, man. I can't tell you. Do you think some family heads might be F.U.G slayers or elders? Would explain why they haven't wiped out. I don't know. Just we're driving into like really super duper theory territory there, and I don't want to get into that right now. I want to end the stream. I'm tired. Last question was by Miles. I saved him for last. My guy. So my question then kind of comes from seeing comments on Dr. Boneheads or Webtoons. People say that this is a turning point for Bam, where now him accepting being the god being he is, he will now leave his group, and that makes sense because he's an irregular. My question is that really fine? 3 seasons of cast building and character deaths around Bam just for him to leave them all and just for us to not see him again? I do understand the purpose of showing how Bam is above everyone, but then why have a big cast of friends? Why not just a close group of like 5 people so it won't be so jarring when we lose only 5 characters rather than the whole group we have? Also, if we're being honest, if Bam was so strong, then he would take and protect everyone with him. That proves your strength rather than just leaving everyone. Also, Bam wasn't with his friends from floor 2 to the workshop battle, and they were still used as hostages. Bam doesn't need to be near his friends for Jihad to say Kill everyone Bam has contacted, but I digress. After this, G, I'm about to fast pass the next 3 chapters to get over with, so I may not talk too much not to spoil. So is it okay for him to just go on his own? We kind of talked about him going off on his own a lot already, though. I don't know if you want to kind of chime in.
I think it's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think, like I said before, it's not about what happens, but rather how it happens. I think whether or not he leaves and goes off on his own isn't as important as how it's handled. Same with this entire White situation. Whether he defeats White or not isn't what the problem is. It's how CU chooses to present it.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think Bam is going to go off on his own. I don't think after this arc anyone is really going to separate. I think everybody is just going to come together, sing Kumbaya, and they're going to become a stronger union, you know. The Slayers are going to start to wake up. The sun is going to rise, and the war that Mashini wants is going to start. So that's just what I think.
I feel it.
Spoiler free.
Does anyone have any final comments you want to slide in there before I hit my conclusion speech?
Yeah, bring Yuri back. That's just,
Bring Yuri back.
Yuri. I'm a Yuri fan. Listen, Shoryuken! Listen, what you packed up Pedro and that purple Dementor?
Man.
Come
Or
on.
just give us a hard arc. That's all. They're angry with Zahad right now. Give us a hard arc.
Straight up, bro.
Or at least just show us what the family heads are doing right now. Gustang is doing his thing. Urine Ha's upset with them.
I gotta meet Urine. That's all. I gotta see where Yuri's at, and I gotta meet Urine.
A family
Her lips were nice, but I need the whole face.
Exactly, bro. I need that 4K.
Exactly. But okay.
Apparently she's supposed to look like Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri and her look similar. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But she probably bustier. You know what I'm saying? She might have the wagon. All right. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming. This was a lot of fun. I hope that you guys got to see a bunch of different point of views and varying perspectives. We all still really have a lot of love for this series and care about it to some degree. It's not out of hatred. It's not out of like whatever you guys think that I'm doing, because I'm always the bad guy. It's always me. I'm the bad guy. I'm like I don't know, the punching bag or the lightning rod a lot of the times. But we care. We just critique it to a certain degree because we want it to be better. And I definitely will do more of these with like more like creators and stuff, and maybe get some more people in who like Tower of God and stuff. But yeah, definitely follow everybody. When I upload the VOD tomorrow, everyone's channels will be in the description, so follow everybody and subscribe to their channels and whatnot. Subscribe to me too, and you guys have yourselves a mighty fine day. And remember, Mule love will save the world. Yes, sir!